and India are engaged in military drills and missile tests at this moment as we speak.
Yes.
These are very, very important details which are coming
in terms of location and locations of strike, I think it becomes important again. The 9 high-valued terrorist-linked locations are Muzaffarabad, as we have been reporting, Bahawalpur as well, Bimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum, Chakwal, Rawalkot, and Kotli. These are the locations, and each of these locations had long been monitored by the Indian intelligence for harboring extremist elements, functioning as an operational basis of facilitating terrorist movements, is what the Indian Army says. And the selection of these targets reflected a sophisticated integration of satellite surveillance, human intelligence, and intercepted communication that identified specific buildings and compounds associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. So it is with great precision that India has gone ahead.
Yes.
And the use of high accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimal collateral damage and surgical impact on intended targets.
You know, very interestingly, and Vishnu, you can also come in on this. I'm just reading the conclusion of this report because largely we have covered few parts, but importantly it says that this Operation Sindoor was more than a military response. It was a statement of strategic resolve. Through 24 precisely coordinated missile strike across 9 terrorist-linked locations, India demonstrated that it would no longer tolerate cross-border terrorism nor the complicity of state institutions that enable it.
That's right. So it is a statement of purpose, and that's absolutely clear. But I think in terms of operational details, a few have been revealed in this government document, which says that Operation Sindoor was remarkable for its expansive footprint and precision. The use of high-accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimum collateral damage. This is exactly the way we've been reporting it, and surgical impact on intended targets. Despite the extent of the operation, Indian defense officials emphasized that no Pakistani military installation was directly targeted, underscoring our effort to distinguish between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. The operational timing was significant as well, and it was carried out effectively. So all of these point to precision strikes, with extremely advanced weapons, striking very, with accuracy, with minimal collateral damage. But there have been casualties both on the Indian and on the Pakistani side, not just as a result of the airstrikes itself, but also because of the artillery shelling that's been taking place. Let's go across to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi, who joins us at this stage. Nazir, what are some of the details that you're picking up?
Because of the Pakistani shelling, they have targeted both military and the civilians. And the worst brunt has been borne by the Poonch town and the Poonch area, Poonch district, the border areas. 10 civilians have been killed in Poonch, and over 30 have been injured. And they are not just statistics, let me name all of them. 10, Muhammad Adil, is Salim Hussain, Rubi Kaur, Muhammad Zain, just 10-year-old, Muhammad Akram, Amrik Singh, Ranjit Singh, Zoya Khan, Muhammad Rafi, and Muhammad Iqbal, 45-year-old, have been killed in Pakistani shelling. You can see India saying they have targeted targets. They have attacked terror targets, and no military site was targeted, and no civilian site was targeted. But you can see the shelling from across the border. We have seen from Tangdar to Keren and then Poonch Rajouri to international border. There have been huge loss of lives and the property because of the Pakistani shelling. There are reports there have been some aircrafts have been hit because of the Pakistani, missile attacks, and we are waiting for the confirmation. But there are reports of some loss. But it is a huge, huge tragedy which is unfolding in the border areas. 10 civilians have been killed in Poonch district alone, and more than 30 have been injured.
The statement which has been put out, the details which have emerged from the Indian Army, they are underscoring the point and trying to make that distinction that this was an anti-terror operation and very different from full-scale military aggression. They are trying to make that distinction, saying clearly that no Pakistani military installations were targeted, directly targeted to be specific, underscoring India's effort to distinguish between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. And the operational timeline was swift. Important details here again. The operational timeline was swift. Within less than an hour, all missiles had struck their designated targets. The strikes were synchronized to avoid detection and maximize the element of surprise. Real-time footage from UAVs confirmed the destruction of target facilities, and the decision to target deep into Pakistani-administered territory was a departure from the prior doctrine and marked a new level of strategic assertiveness. And the 9 terrorist points that have been struck, the details of which have come in now, is Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Bahawalpur, Rawalkot, Chakswari, Bimber, Neelam Valley, Jhelum and Chakwal. What is the significance of all these areas? Muzaffarabad, Bahawalpur and Rawalkot we know. Vishnu, if you can elaborate particularly on Neelam Valley, Jhelum and Chakwal.
All right, so these are all areas very close to the line of control. Most of these are on the, opposite the line of control. We've seen a lot of artillery shelling recently over these areas. These are all areas where there have been incursions of terrorists as well, often. But we've got some news coming in, more details on what's taking place now. Let's go across to Aishwarya, who joins us. Aishwarya, there's some important meetings taking place now. Tell us about that.
Well, let me first quickly show you these visuals from the Ministry of Defense. As we've been told that important meetings taking place over here. These are high-level meetings as far as the officials are concerned. They have reached Ministry of Defense. It was earlier, the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh was briefed by the CDS and Rajnath Singh, we've been told, has left his residence, will be soon reaching 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be chairing the high-level meeting as well. The CCS, of course, the body that take care of the national security, and of course the full-fledged cabinet meeting that will be again chaired by Prime Minister. But certainly it is, of course, just before that, NSA Ajit Doval, who is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg already. He's been constantly briefing Prime Minister about every update. The press conference being delayed by 30 minutes, that clearly had suggested that there are more operational details that needs to be pulled out from from these locations, and that are being gathered. And finally, at 10:30, what we will see is that press conference, a joint press conference, of course, by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense. But as I mentioned, that senior officials have reached the Ministry of Defense as I was speaking, and high-level meetings are underway at the South Block as well.
All right, high-level meetings in the South Block. In 20 minutes from now, we expect a press conference to take place. I believe the Foreign Secretary, Vikram Mistry, will be addressing that press conference. There will be representatives, obviously, of the armed forces. There will be a senior officer of the Indian Air Force who will be involved as well in this. So that's the presence. All right, we've got Vasudha as well with us. Vasudha, the Prime Minister has kept track overnight of these operations. What else can you share with us?
Well, Vishnu, this is a big political moment for him, and also this is the Prime Minister showcasing his political will to take this through. Remember, Maria was also talking about how the Prime Minister, just 2 days after what happened in Pahalgam on 22nd of April, that brutal attack, spoke in Bihar, and he talked about how Pakistan will receive a befitting answer. When I spoke to my sources, they said that these precision strikes, the ones that you've been explaining about, are completely different in scale from what happened, from how India responded after Uri in 2016 and also after Pulwama in 2019, because these have been high precision strikes. There have been massive 24 missile strikes, 9 specific locations, and also hitting out at the terror bases of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, 2 important organizations, terror funding groups which have actually created a lot of terror attacks in India. And remember that civilian and military bases have not been attacked. India has used a very calibrated approach in this. It has been pushing for ruthless diplomatic moves in the last 12 days, which is why we saw India make those important moves at UNSC and also FATF, and also putting the IWT in abeyance. But Kinetic options were always on the table, and India knows that with the kind of global stature it has and with the kind of message that it wants to give out to Pakistan, kinetic options are important. Hence, these military strikes have taken place in a short while from now after the press conference by MEA and, of course, the army officials. The CCS will meet at the Prime Minister's residence, and I come to you just outside the Prime Minister's residence. The first cabinet meeting is also going to take place. Remember, there's a domestic narrative, there's a domestic situation that also needs to be managed in terms of flights, logistics, a lot of other things, preparing the country, civilians for what is to be expected next, the kind of threats and also hostilities that can be expected from Pakistan, because my sources tell me that India is prepared for retaliation from Pakistan. So the Prime Minister will be meeting his ministers, his Council of Ministers, his cabinet very soon. And of course, towards the later part of the day, there can be some announcement on an all-party meeting as well, because the Prime Minister he's making sure that there is a sense of unified voice that comes out on this from the political class of this country.
All right, so in just about 15 minutes from now, that press conference, Omar Abdullah speaking, let's listen in.
Civilians in Pahalgam. It was expected that India would use its right to respond in an appropriate and proportional way. I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. Pakistan, as reports are coming in, has gone out of its way to target civilian populations. So I've just had a video conference with all the district collectors along the border and the line of control. I've taken stock of the situation, and we're dealing with the situation as it develops.
So there are reports of people injured in Poonch and Uri.
There are some reports of casualties. Unfortunately, in Poonch, there are some reports of injuries. I won't get into specifics, but as I said, I've spoken to, in spite of the ongoing shelling in Poonch, DC Poonch was able to come onto the video conference. I was able to take an assessment from him, take stock of the position in the hospital, particularly with regard to blood supplies and other essentials. We are moving more ambulances to the forward areas. At the moment, we can't do much more because shelling is ongoing. But we are keeping totally sort of abreast of the situation. And as it develops, our response will also be tailored accordingly. In the meantime, I have asked the Finance Department to release a contingency fund to all the DCs of Jammu and Kashmir, but with an additional amount to the DCs along the border and the line of control for any exigency that will arise in the current situation.
So Pakistan is claiming that their civilians...
Us at this stage, Ambassador Dogra, thank you very much for being with us. Pakistan hit us with a terrorist attack. India has responded. What is the play from here onwards?
Well, India has responded, yes, and it was also expected that Pakistan would respond to India's response. And as Mr. Omar Abdullah has indicated, there has been Pakistani response, which does not mean that Indian army has not responded in equal measure and perhaps with greater force. And I'm sure that would be the case. So Pakistan is not an easy nation to handle, and Pakistan's army is the most unruly and difficult force to tackle. So we have to be prepared for some unexpected surprises from Pakistan, and I think that is how it is going to be in the coming hours and hopefully not more than many days to come. But it is a difficult situation. The important thing is, I think here I want to stress one point, that there was some kind of an sort of noises being made in India that, you know, since 22nd April, there's been no retribution, there's been no action. So there was some pressure on the Indian government as well that do something. So Indian government has done something after taking international opinion makers into view. And this is important because that is why Trump responded immediately. Some people are giving extra emphasis to his centuries-old conflict and so on, but that is the Trumpian style. He doesn't care for facts. What he said was that terror must be crushed. That is important. Second, Prime Minister had taken the Qatari Amir into confidence yesterday. And that again was important on a day when OIC was passing its usual resolution. Because Qatar has been host to Hamas, Qatar has been host to Taliban, and Qatar has some links with some other elements in Pakistan. So Qatar came out with a very forthright and forceful statement against terror. So preparations were on for some days. Naturally, it was not possible for government to share everything with the public. Now, one thing we must bear in mind is that Pakistan, successfully or unsuccessfully, is an overdrive with the international media, be it the media in UK or USA. Its ministers have been busy burning the wires since late yesterday night.
Yes.
So we must also tackle that part of the show as we have tackled the preparations for the strike today night.
I think, Ambassador, the fact that it will be Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary, who will be briefing the media, is an indication enough as to how India is looking at it, whether it will be indeed this Operation Sindoor will be a deterrent or will it be a spark for future confrontation is the big question that is before India at the moment. But the fact that National Security Advisor Ajit Doval spoke to his counterpart, India has also briefed UK, US, UAE, Russia is an indication of how it is willing to take its allies along in this counter-terror fight.
Yes, Maria, you're right. In fact, that is what I emphasize, that India has taken care to take along its friends, allies, sympathizers, and like-minded countries on the issue of terror and terrorism. The fact that Vikram Misri, who's a very capable officer, is addressing the press conference is itself a message to the world of what India had to do in order to confront terror, which has been bleeding India for the last 3 decades and more. So it's a good step by the government of India to ensure that it is a joint conference, as it happened during Kargil, and Vishnu should know very well. So Vikram Misri and supported by officers from MOD would be the right approach, and that is what government of India is taking.
Yes, so Vikram Misri was the one, in fact, Foreign Secretary was the one who briefed the press soon after, the first set of diplomatic offensive were announced, which included the Indus Water Treaty being put on hold. And now it will be Foreign Secretary along with, the officers from Indian Army and Indian Air Force, Vishnu, who will be briefing the press.
Yeah, there'll be an Army officer, an Air Force officer as well. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, very much the right person in a situation like this.
Yes.
Because in as much as we're talking about the military strikes, it needs to be contextualized in the overall dimension of India's international relations, the signals we are sending, our fight against terrorism, and perhaps he's best placed to make this statement. I just think it's important to tell our viewers that this may not be done yet. What do I mean by that? We just need to wait and see. There's an announcement. Let's listen.
Yeah, let's go across.
Let's cut across to it.
The event would start at 10:25. I'm sure by now most of us would have read the media invite, and it clearly says, and I repeat for that thing, just for a matter of fact, I repeat it. It clearly states that this is a press brief. As of now, in this press brief, no questions will be taken. So I request you, please adhere to it. And 10:25 we start. Request to please settle down. Thank you.
The breaking news before the breaking news comes in is that there will be no questions taken.
And this is exactly what we were talking early in the morning. Hopefully,
and this is disappointing. And I think that there are questions which are being asked, and these are valid questions. And these
also
questions are
with the
being
kind
asked
of
because
misinformation, Vishnu, that is
exactly
going on, you would
there
need
is
clarity.
intense misinformation that has been taking place. Pakistan
But it's
has
a developing
owned
situation.
this disinformation space. Therefore, the need for clarifications and questions is important. We did not do this after Balakot. We needed to have done this today. This statement hopefully will be extensive and answers all queries. We will know in a little while.
Meanwhile, another important information coming in. Chief of Defence Staff has met the Raksha Mantri. Defence Minister has met the CDS, and of course, remember that this would be specifically with respect to what is happening, and at this moment, the options and how India is preparing itself for any kind of escalation. You know, we are seeing one part of that escalation already at the line of control and the international border along Jammu and Kashmir, but for any other escalation that Pakistan could indulge in, of course, these are very significant meetings which are taking place in the national capital. All right, Shiv Shiv has sent us this report because remember he is in Srinagar and he's been moving at this moment. While we are waiting for the couple of minutes before this briefing starts of Operation Sindoor, let's take a look at this report sent by Shiv.
It's been hours since Operation Sindoor took place. It is the biggest Indian non-war military strike in depth into Pakistan. As NDTV has been reporting since 2 a.m., minutes after the Indian Army announced it, 9 separate targets, which include seminaries, madrasas, schools, etc., belonging to terrorist organizations, including the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke, the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur, and the Hizbul Mujahideen in Mehmoon cantonment areas have all been targeted. These are all terrorist infrastructure. These are all headquarters and governing bodies of these terrorist groups targeting India, and is seen as the biggest retaliatory response by the Indian military so far. Now remember that Operation Sindoor has only completed phase 1. There is a huge escalation that's currently on the line of control. Huge heavy artillery fires taking place in the Kupwara sector as well as south of the Pir Panjal in the Rajouri, Poonch and Bimbar Gali sectors where the Pakistan Air Force has resorted to heavy artillery firing. The Indian Army obviously is firing back. There are reports of quite a bit of damage on the Indian side in Kupwara. There are some civilian deaths that have been reported, at least 3 of them in the Poonch Rajouri sector. We can confirm also through our sources in the army that extensive damage has happened on the Pakistani side.
You can see 3 chairs now inside the National Media Center. That's where the briefing of Operation Sindoor will happen. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will be leading this entire briefing along with the Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Lieutenant Colonel Sofia Qureshi. The message will come in from the government. It will be a statement which will be read out, highlights of which is now available with the media, which talks about 24 missile strikes across 9 locations, which includes 4 in Pakistan and 5 in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So targets which included, which were terror pads of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, and no Pakistani military facilities were hit, has been the briefing which has come in from the Indian Army. Indian Army going ahead and giving more details in terms of how it all played out and how it happened in a matter of less than an hour. A synchronized strike which happened within less than an hour. All missiles had struck their designated targets. The strikes were synchronized to avoid detection and management of surprise, and real-time foot from UAVs confirmed the destruction of target facilities. But the Prime Minister had been monitoring this entire Operation Sindoor through the night. He was up. He was giving all the details of it he was giving all the details, getting all the details from the National Security Advisor. The selection of intercepted communication that identified specific buildings and compounds associated with groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. The details from the Indian Army also suggest that it was the integrated functioning of satellite surveillance, human intelligence, and intercepted communication. And unlike past response that were often limited in scale and scope. Operation Sindoor was remarkable for its expansive footprint and precision, and the use of high accuracy standoff weapons ensured minimal collateral damage and surgical impact on intended targets. So that briefing by the government going to begin any moment now.
This is going to be the first official briefing as far as the government of India is concerned. We have been continuously saying that there are going to be two officers from the Indian Air Force and the Army, along with the Foreign Secretary, who are going to...
Let me just jump in here, if I can, Ankit, for a little bit. As we wait for this press conference to take place, I think the key point over here is that there is a lot that needs to be explained over here. We do know about the impact of the terror strikes which have taken place. There will be a lot of question marks about what's taking place along the line of control and the international border. There will be a lot which people want to know about the nature of the air battle which is reported to have taken place. There's a great deal of disinformation which Pakistan has been putting out. There have been some clarifications which have been issued. I think the larger issue at this juncture would be what happens next. Is this where India intends to end this? There is also the possibility of a further Pakistani response. Pakistan, to the best of our knowledge, and this is something again we'll be looking out for, hasn't attempted to strike or any targets within India. Is that something that they would want to do, or are they planning to do that? That's something that the Indian forces would be alert for. I would guess that at this juncture the Indian Air Force would be very heavily deployed. Remember, in 2019, a day after the Balakot strikes, when we saw some of the most intense air battles which had been fought between India and Pakistan since the 1971 war. Abhinandan went down. He was captured by Pakistani forces on that occasion, but Pakistani forces did try to hit a military target in Rajouri, but were unsuccessful. At this juncture, we do believe that there has been some sort of air exchange, the nature of which we do not know at this stage. What happens next, we're going to have to try and find out. What we can say is that there is video evidence, unequivocal proof of India having struck these terror targets. There are 9 of them. The deepest one is in Bahawalpur, 150 kilometers inside Pakistan, opposite Punjab and Rajasthan. Several other camps, approximately 20 to 25 kilometers across the line of control. So that press conference being addressed by Vikram Mistry, the Foreign Secretary of India, scheduled to begin anytime now.
Along with Lieutenant Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, who will be joining the Foreign Secretary for this briefing. Very clearly, just any moment now it is going to start. You can see the logo and of the Government of India with Operation Sindoor. So this briefing is going to be the first time that we hear about this operation officially from the Government of India, apart from that, a brief press release which was put across by the Ministry of Defense right at 1:44 a.m. This morning, as the world woke up to India hitting back and avenging what had happened in Pahalgam. There is a lot which is happening at this moment. Situation is still very, very hot, ladies and gentlemen, as far as the line of control and the international border in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. That is where Pakistan has chosen to retaliate. Civilian areas on the Indian side are being targeted by the Pakistani artillery and is being responded to by the Indian security forces. And what we have learned also is that heavy damage has been inflicted on the Pakistani army. All right.
News just coming in that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has now reached 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence, and that's where the Prime Minister has been monitoring this entire developing situation since late last night. He has been constantly briefed by the CDS, that is the Chief of Defence Staff, and also by the National Security Advisor. What we can tell our viewers is that this briefing, which is being held in the National Media Center, is going to begin any moment now. The presence of the Foreign Secretary becomes important. Remember, he was the one who briefed the press soon After India carried out its diplomatic offensive. And now it is important for India to ensure that its allies in the global sphere, allies are on board as India, tells the world what really happened with regards to Operation Sindoor, a powerful, a significant message which has been sent to Pakistan with all kind of, as it continued to sustain and support cross-border terrorism.
All right, so that international dimension is critical. The fact that the Foreign Secretary is going to be addressing the press conference means that he will be referring to that in this, while by and large there have been voices of concern from several countries, including the United States. There have been two messages, one from Turkey and one from China, which, India would have expected but are unfortunate. Turkey has backed Pakistan entirely. Turkey is an ally now or a friend of Pakistan's. They've been arming Pakistan as well. That's a cause of huge concern.
Vishnu, let's just very quickly go across to our colleague Vasudha Venugopal as we are waiting for this press conference to begin. Vasudha is at the Prime Minister's residence at the 7 LKM. Let me very quickly, Vasudha, as we are learning, the Defence Minister has reached Prime Minister's residence. Very, very important with all that is happening at this moment.
Absolutely, Ankit. And what I understand is that I can see his car right here. He just reached about 8 minutes ago, and then it's important that to know that Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, the Raksha Mantri, also met the chiefs of the armed forces before the strikes began. That's what sources are telling NDTV. And more importantly, this meeting comes just before the country is sort of briefed, country is told about what really happened. There's going to be that important press conference by MEA and also the officials from the armed forces. So this is an important thing, and it will have a lot of ramifications, geopolitical ramifications, and also, how is India preparing for the, for the retaliation that is likely to happen. So clearly, an important meeting with Rajnath Singh.
All right, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Mistry over there. Let's just listen in.
नमस्कार। इस ब्रीफिंग में शामिल होने के लिए आप सभी का धन्यवाद। जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, 22 अप्रैल 2025 को लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से संबंधित पाकिस्तानी और पाकिस्तान प्रशिक्षित आतंकवादियों ने भारत में जम्मू और कश्मीर के पहलगाम में भारतीय पर्यटकों पर बर्बरतापूर्ण हमला किया। 25 भारतीयों और 1 नेपाली नागरिक को कायरतापूर्ण मौत के घाट उतार दिया गया। मुंबई के 26 नवंबर 2008 के हमलों के बाद यह भारत में हुई किसी आतंकवादी हमले में मारे गए आम नागरिकों की संख्या की दृष्टि से सबसे गंभीर घटना है। पहलगाम का हमला अत्यधिक बर्बरतापूर्ण था, जिसमें वहां मौजूद लोगों को करीब से और उनके परिवारों के सामने सिर पर गोली मारी गई। हत्या के इस तरीके से परिवार के सदस्यों को जानबूझकर आघात पहुंचाया गया। साथ ही उन्हें यह नसीहत भी दी गई कि वे वापस जाकर इस संदेश को पहुंचा दें। यह हमला स्पष्ट रूप से जम्मू और कश्मीर में बहाल हो रही सामान्य स्थिति को बाधित करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया था। चूंकि पर्यटन फिर से अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार बन रहा था, इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसे प्रतिकूल रूप से प्रभावित करना था। पिछले वर्ष आप सभी जानते हैं 2.25 करोड़ से अधिक पर्यटक कश्मीर आए थे। इस हमले का मुख्य उद्देश्य इसलिए संभवतः यह था कि इस संघ राज्य क्षेत्र में विकास और प्रगति को नुकसान पहुंचाकर इसे पिछड़ा बनाए रखा जाए और पाकिस्तान से लगातार होने वाले सीमा पार आतंकवाद के लिए उपजाऊ जमीन बनाने में सहायता की जाए। हमले का यह तरीका जम्मू और कश्मीर और शेष राष्ट्र दोनों में सांप्रदायिक दंगे भड़काने के उद्देश्य से भी प्रेरित था। इसका श्रेय सरकार और भारत के सभी नागरिकों को दिया जाना चाहिए कि इन प्रयासों को विफल कर दिया गया। एक समूह ने खुद को रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट TRF कहते हुए इस हमले की जिम्मेदारी ली है। यह समूह संयुक्त राष्ट्र द्वारा प्रतिबंधित पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादी समूह लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से जुड़ा हुआ है। यह उल्लेखनीय है कि भारत ने मई और नवंबर 2024 में संयुक्त राष्ट्र की 1267 कमेटी की सैंक्शंस मॉनिटरिंग टीम को अर्धवार्षिक रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत की थी, जिसमें TRF के बारे में साफ इनपुट दिए गए थे। इससे पाकिस्तान स्थित आतंकवादी समूहों के लिए कवर के रूप में TRF की भूमिका सामने आई थी। इससे पहले भी दिसंबर 2023 में भारत ने इस टीम को लश्कर-ए-तैयबा और जैश-ए-मोहम्मद के बारे में सूचित किया था, जो TRF जैसे छोटे आतंकवादी समूहों के माध्यम से अपनी गतिविधियों को संचालित कर रहे हैं। इस संबंध में 25 अप्रैल को UN सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल प्रेस वक्तव्य में TRF के संदर्भ को हटाने के लिए पाकिस्तान के दबाव पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए। पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले की जांच से पाकिस्तान के साथ आतंकवादियों के संपर्क उजागर हुए हैं। रेजिस्टेंस फ्रंट द्वारा किए गए दावे और लश्कर-ए-तैयबा से ज्ञात सोशल मीडिया हैंडल द्वारा इसको रीपोस्ट किया जाना इसकी पुष्टि करता है। चश्मदीद गवाहों और विभिन्न जांच एजेंसियों को उपलब्ध अन्य सूचनाओं के आधार पर हमलावरों की पहचान भी हुई है। हमारी इंटेलिजेंस ने इस टीम के योजनाकारों और उनके समर्थकों की जानकारी जुटाई है। इस हमले की रूपरेखा भारत में सीमा पार आतंकवाद को अंजाम देने के पाकिस्तान के लंबे ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड से भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिसके लिखित और स्पष्ट दस्तावेज उपलब्ध हैं। पाकिस्तान दुनिया भर में आतंकवादियों के लिए एक शरण स्थल के रूप में पहचान बना चुका है। यहां अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर प्रतिबंधित आतंकवादी सजा पाने से बचे रहते हैं। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान ने इस मुद्दे पर विश्व और फाइनेंशियल एक्शन टास्क फोर्स जैसे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मंचों को जानबूझकर गुमराह करने के लिए भी जाना जाता है। साजिद मीर का मामला, जिसमें इस आतंकवादी को पाकिस्तान ने मृत घोषित कर दिया था और फिर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय दबाव के परिणाम स्वरूप वो जीवित पाया गया, इसका सबसे स्पष्ट उदाहरण है। यह स्वाभाविक है कि पहलगाम में हुए इस हमले से जम्मू और कश्मीर के साथ साथ भारत के अन्य भागों में भी आक्रोश देखा गया। हमलों के बाद भारत सरकार ने स्वाभाविक रूप से पाकिस्तान के साथ संबंधों को लेकर कुछ कदम उठाए। आप सभी उन निर्णयों से अवगत हैं जिसकी घोषणा 23 अप्रैल को की गई थी। तथापि ये आवश्यक समझा गया कि 22 अप्रैल के हमले के अपराधियों और उनके योजनाकारों को न्याय के कटघरे में लाया जाए। हमलों के एक पखवाड़े के बाद भी पाकिस्तान द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र या अपने नियंत्रण वाले क्षेत्रों में आतंकवादियों की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के विरुद्ध कार्रवाई करने के लिए कोई स्पष्ट कदम नहीं उठाया गया है। उल्टे वो इनकार करने और आरोप लगाने में ही लिप्त रहा है। पाकिस्तान आधारित आतंकवादी मॉड्यूल्स पर हमारी खुफिया निगरानी ने संकेत दिया है कि भारत के विरुद्ध आगे भी हमले हो सकते हैं। अतः इनको रोकना और इनसे निपटना दोनों को बेहद आवश्यक समझा गया। आज सुबह, जैसा कि आपको ज्ञात होगा, भारत ने इस तरह के सीमा पार हमलों का जवाब देने और उन्हें रोकने तथा उनका प्रतिरोध करने के अपने अधिकार का प्रयोग किया है। ये कार्यवाही नपीतुली, नॉन एस्केलेटरी, आनुपातिक और जिम्मेदारीपूर्ण है। यह आतंकवाद की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को समाप्त करने और भारत में भेजे जाने वाले संभावित आतंकवादियों को अक्षम बनाने पर केंद्रित है। आपको यह भी स्मरण होगा कि 25 अप्रैल 2025 को संयुक्त राष्ट्र सुरक्षा परिषद ने पहलगाम आतंकवादी हमले पर एक प्रेस वक्तव्य जारी किया था, जिसमें आतंकवाद के इस निंदनीय कार्य के अपराधियों, आयोजकों, फाइनेंसरों और प्रायोजकों को जवाबदेह ठहराने और उन्हें न्याय के दायरे में लाने की आवश्यकता पर जोर दिया गया था। भारत की आज की इस कार्रवाई को इसी संदर्भ में देखा जाना चाहिए। Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead, and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगी. सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है. यह एक लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था. 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम. इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था. सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है. यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था. गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था. लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था. 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था. बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है. यहाँ पर हथियार, हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था. अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है. लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था. इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी. अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी. पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट. यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने. मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था. दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट. यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था. हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था. यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था. पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था. मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है. 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे. अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे।
आगे दूसरा आया। टारगेट 10 हुआ है सर अभी। टारगेट 10 हुआ है, एंक्लोजर सेम ही है। 7 इट हैज हिट द टारगेट। हाँ हाँ। तीसरा आ गया सर इनफैक्ट।
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends in the media, I ask your indulgence today in view of the fact that this is still an evolving situation. We will therefore not be able to take questions and answers today, but we will come back for more updates and more briefings shortly. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning. Thank you. Jai Hind.
All right, so this is the big breaking news coming in right now. The government has held its press conference after the strikes on Pakistan. There have been several strikes which have taken place after the Pahalgam terror attack. The strikes took place between 1:05 a.m. in the morning and 1:30 in the morning. Operation Sindoor, terror infrastructure was struck, launch pads were struck, the targets were selected with due diligence. As you can see, and very, very significantly, what the government has released over here is actual video of the targets being hit. Multiple targets, a Lashkar-e-Taiba training camp, Savai Nala, targets in Muzaffarabad and Kotli. Niche weapons were used, specific buildings were struck, all targets neutralized. Restraint was shown in India's response. India is fully prepared to respond to anything that Pakistan does right now. That's the message. There was a colonel, there was a wing commander, and there was the Foreign Secretary of India. No questions were taken at that press conference, but there was an indicator that in press conferences in the future, more answers would be given. Just a few more details before I go across to Maria, who's also tracking this closely. This followed the Pahalgam terror attack where 26 were killed. This was the worst attack on civilians since 26/11. The terrorists were executed through headshots. This was an attempt to hit tourism, an attempt to spread communal strife. Lashkar front was involved in this, and only denials from Pakistan were received over the last few days. India's response, therefore, was measured, responsible, non-escalatory, I should say, is how this was characterized. Once again, the attacks took place between 1:05 a.m. and 1:30 a.m. Maria.
Yes, and Vikram Mistry there, the Foreign Secretary, saying that in these 15 days, because India carried out these strikes against Pakistan terror camps only after 15 days, so he said clearly that there was no demonstrable action by Pakistan, only denials had come in, and these strikes were non-escalatory in nature, and Indian armed forces are also prepared to respond in case of any kind of retaliation which may come in from Pakistan. But these visual proofs, the video proofs which have come in, become particularly important, and we will be joined by our reporters in just a bit. But the significance cannot be missed. The important highlights is of this detailed press conference, the briefing which came in from the National Media Center here in the National Capital. It was a coordinated launch of 24 missile strikes, which actually targeted 9 high-value terrorist-linked locations. And even as we speak, even as this press conference has just concluded, there is a high-powered meeting which has begun at the Prime Minister's residence. Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and other senior party leaders are meeting the Prime Minister even as we speak. Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya, this huddle has begun and India has now released proof of that strike which happened, which was carried out in those 25 minutes. 25 minutes is all it took, and in those 25 minutes, 9 terror camps completely destroyed.
Aishwarya, just before I come across to you, we come across to you, I just think, Maria, it is so important to reflect that video was actually released. Remember, after Balakot, video was not released. Multiple videos indicating that all of these strikes were under monitoring by drones and they were filmed as the weapons went in. In one case, I could see a weapon being dropped from what appeared to be a drone or a suicide drone. We do know that these were used as well. The videos proving India's case, we hit Pakistan and we hit them hard.
Yes, 9 terror camps completely destroyed, and the significance of each and every terror camp explained in details by the Indian Armed Forces, talking about their significance and their role in multiple terror strikes which have happened in the past. Sunil Prabhu is joining us as well. Sunil, the significance and I would say the point that is being made here of the video proof being released by India.
You're absolutely right, Maria. First of all, the symbolism. 2 women officers, Colonel Sophia and Wing Commander Singh, backed along with the Foreign Secretary Vikram Mistry to give the background. And we have seen a number of briefings, but this is the first time in independent India that we are seeing the operations so clear. They have given every possible detail, the videos, the targets from the command and control center of showing where they have attacked, the significance of why they're doing it, who are these camps, where are they, who are the people who have been supporting, and where there have been terror being struck, where are the camps, for example, where David Headley was trained and others along with them. And it's in that backdrop that those targets were chosen and the way that they've used with precision to ensure that they are able to succeed in their mission. So a lot of frankness, a lot of very clear details, very well prepared by the Indian Armed Forces and the Ministry of External Affairs to really give us, and as the Foreign Secretary explained very categorically, this is an evolving situation. At this present juncture, we cannot take questions, but we will definitely be back with more briefings and updates. This is a fluid, this is a diplomatic, this is a tense situation, and really everybody will have to watch very carefully as we see and wait to see how things pan out in the next few hours.
The Foreign Secretary said as he concluded that press conference was that the situation remains fluid, which is why they don't want to take questions right now. That points to what we've been saying all along. This is not over and done with. There could be a lot more. Whether Pakistan chooses to escalate further is something that really Pakistan needs to decide. As far as India is concerned, in our press statement as well, it was mentioned that the targets which were picked were non-escalatory. There was a sense that we were sending a message that has been reiterated. There has been a lot which has taken place since then, including very heavy artillery strikes along the line of control and on the international border as well. But whether Pakistan comes back to try and hit ground targets in India or not, at this juncture, we do not know. But I think, and this is the point I will repeat before we go across to Aishwarya, is that release of video footage, something which was missing during both the surgical strikes and during the Balakot strikes, is very, very important on this particular occasion, because it makes India's point that if you come and hit us with terrorism, we will hit you with missiles and bombs.
That's right. And the extent of this entire operation becomes significant because India reiterating that there was no Pakistani military installations which were directly targeted. Aishwarya is joining us. Aishwarya, even as this briefing ended, there is an important huddle which is happening at 7 LKM. Give us the details, who all have arrived.
Well,
Ash, if you heard me.
Briefing giving each and every minute detail of well, yes, after that important press conference and putting out each and every minute detail of how the Operation Sindoor was operationalized, it is all-important meeting, the CCS that has started at Prime Minister's residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We've been told Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the part of the CCS have all arrived, and CCS has begun at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. That will be followed by the full-fledged cabinet meeting. But of course, it would be the cabinet ministers also who would be briefed by the government about the operation that India had staged along with the line of control in the POK or in Pakistan. But remember what Wing Commander stated while concluding the statement that she gave. She stated that if any misadventure by Pakistan, that will be dealt accordingly. And certainly that was a point that India clearly made, that if retaliation happen, India is well prepared for it, and also clarifying from that press conference that there was no civilian that were injured or even had been neutralized by this attack. So clearly, you know, a press conference which had given proofs to the entire world that has shown the intention of those terror outfits, the hub of the terror outfits being destroyed by India, and that's the kind of response that India had given.
All right, we're going to be playing out that entire video in just a couple of minutes from now, that entire briefing. We'll play it out for the benefit of our viewers who haven't had a chance to see that. Shiv Arur joins us as well, as does my colleague Nikunj Garg. Nikunj, let me come to you first. The broader sort of statement message over here, to me, seems to be quite clear. If you hit us with terrorism, this is how far we can go. These were not shallow strikes. These were deep strikes.
Absolutely. And I think Foreign Secretary summed it up when he said that the perpetrators of terror are in Pakistan. Pakistan is a state sponsor of terror. And we retain the capability to strike deep within Pakistan. And these strikes are non-escalatory in nature. That's a point he's trying to emphasize upon. Yeah. So my whole sense in this out of this entire exercise is that Government of India has displayed to Pakistan that any act of terror on Indian soil will have increasing costs. The costs will increase. Yeah. In the past, what we have done, this time a lot more has been exacted from Pakistan. Pakistan can continue to shell certain positions that they have been trying to. We will come to those positions, that conversation later. However, the damage to the Pakistan's capability of carrying out terror operations and sheltering terror masterminds like Hafiz Saeed and Maulana Masood Azhar will be dented, will be hit, and a message will be delivered to the population of Pakistan that harboring terrorists has a cost, and that cost will be exacted every time Pakistan tries to cross a red line.
And Nikunj, that is the cost. You know, I mean, there has been all sorts of bizarre social media commentary coming out of Pakistan, all sorts of claims. But this is the Government of India official release to the entire world in black and white footage, because it's night, infrared vision, you know, backing up what we saw coming out of Pakistan earlier on. India giving the message, this is what we have done to you, right? That sends an extremely strong message.
Absolutely.
It was missing during the surgical strikes
Yeah.
and 2019, Balakot.
Absolutely, and also the whole thrust of that briefing by the military officers and the foreign secretary was that, look, we are not going to pull any punches in exposing to the world that you harbor a terror infrastructure that is deep inside the Pakistani territory, and that's where these strikes have been carried out. Till now, we were limiting ourselves to the areas near LOC, the launch pads, etc. This time, we have gone deep, and this is, Vishnu, according to me, and probably you can dwell more on that, is a very, very deep message to Pakistani army too.
Yeah.
The Pakistani army has been told, look, when the heart of Pakistan, that is Punjab, is hit, and when that message is delivered loud and clear to the Pakistani army that any misadventure will have cost and will have tremendous cost that will be exacted out of you. You can think that you can carry out certain attacks on civilians and probably try to show to your population that you remain a fighting force, but for a fighting force to defend its honor will become increasingly difficult as India continues to exact a heavier and heavier cost, which probably will one day become unbearable for Pakistan.
Yes, in fact, let's listen in to this entire press briefing, the first which happened just a few minutes ago, where Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri briefed the press, briefed India and the world.
Good morning. Thank you all for joining this briefing. As you are all aware, on April 22, 2025, Pakistani and Pakistan-trained terrorists belonging to the Lashkar-e-Taiba carried out a savage attack on Indian tourists at Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir in India. They murdered 26 people, including one national of Nepal, causing the largest number of civilian casualties in a terrorist attack in India since the 26 November 2008 attacks in Mumbai. The attack in Pahalgam was marked by extreme barbarity, with the victims mostly killed with headshots from close range and in front of their families. Family members were deliberately traumatized through the manner of the killing, accompanied by the exhortation that they should take back the message. The attack was clearly driven by the objective of undermining the normalcy returning to Jammu and Kashmir. In particular, it was designed to impact the mainstay of the economy, tourism, with a record 23 million tourists visiting the valley last year. The calculation, presumably, was that harming growth and development in the Union territory would help keep it backward and create fertile ground for continued cross-border terrorism from Pakistan. The manner of the attack was also driven by an objective of provoking communal discord, both in Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of the nation. It is to the credit of the government and the people of India that these designs were foiled. A group calling itself the Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for the attack. This group is a front for the UN-proscribed Pakistani terrorist group Lashkar-e-Taiba. It is notable that India had given inputs about the TRF in the half-yearly report to the monitoring team of the UN's 1267 Sanctions Committee in May and November 2024, bringing out its role as a cover for Pakistan-based terrorist groups. Earlier too, in December 2023, India had informed the monitoring team about Lashkar and Jaish-e-Mohammed operating through small terror groups such as the TRF. Pakistan's pressure to remove references to TRF in the April 25 UN Security Council press statement is notable in this regard. Investigations into the Pahalgam terror attack have brought out the communication notes of terrorists in and to Pakistan. The claims made by the Resistance Front and their reposting by known social media handles of the Lashkar-e-Taiba speak for themselves. Identification of the attackers based on eyewitness accounts as well as other information available to law enforcement agencies has also progressed. Our intelligence has developed an accurate picture of the planners and backers of this team. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The Sajid Mir case, in which this terrorist was declared dead and then, in response to international pressure, brought back to life, found alive and arrested, is the most glaring example. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt. Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. Joining me for this briefing on our actions earlier this morning are Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. I will request them to share some details regarding Operation Sindoor with all of you.
सुप्रभात देवियों और सज्जनों, मैं कर्नल सोफिया कुरैशी और मेरे साथ विंग कमांडर व्योमिका सिंह आज आपको 6 से 7 मई 2025 की रात 1:05 से 1:30 बजे के बीच भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों द्वारा अंजाम दिए गए ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में जानकारी देंगे। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं।
Operation Sindoor was launched by Indian Armed Forces to deliver justice to the victims of Pahalgam terror attack and their families. 9 terrorist camps were targeted and successfully destroyed. Over the last 3 decades, Pakistan has systematically built terror infrastructure. It is a complex web of recruitment and indoctrination centers, training areas for initial and refresher courses, and launch pads for handlers. These camps are located both in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir areas. Some of the well-known training camps are located, as you can see on the screen. They are distributed from Savai Nala in the north, counting to approximately 21, ending at Bhagalpur to the south.
इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे.
The selection of these targets for Operation Sindoor was based on credible intelligence inputs and role of these facilities in perpetrating the terror activities. The locations were so selected to avoid damage to civilian infrastructures and loss of any civilian lives. This was done with due diligence, and the camps selected for targeting and their engagement will now be shown to you one by one.
POJK के टारगेट मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी. सबसे पहले सवाई नाला कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, जो कि POJK के लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से 30 किलोमीटर दूर है. यह एक लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का ट्रेनिंग सेंटर था. 20 अक्टूबर 2024 सोनमर्ग, 24 अक्टूबर 24 गुलमर्ग, 22 अप्रैल 2025 पहलगाम, इन हमलों के आतंकियों ने यहीं से प्रशिक्षण लिया था. सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश ए मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है. यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था. गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था. लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था. 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था. बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये LOC से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है. यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, IED व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था. अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह LOC से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है. लश्कर-ए-तौयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था. इसकी कैपेसिटी 15 टेररिस्ट को ट्रेन करने की थी. अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगी. पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने. मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था. दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर IB से दूर था. हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था. यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था. पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था. मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह IB से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है. 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे. अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे.
आगे दूसरा आया. Target 10 enclosure same ही है. 7 it has hit the target. हाँ हाँ.
मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था। शीर्ष आतंकी अक्सर यहाँ आते थे। मैं आप सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि किसी भी सैन्य ठिकाने का निशाना नहीं बनाया गया और अभी तक किसी तरह की नागरिक क्षति की रिपोर्ट नहीं है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
The strike on the terror camps were undertaken through precision capability, as shown to you. A niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any, that will escalate this situation. Jai Hind, and thank you very much.
Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh briefing the media with regards to Operation Sindoor, a briefing of this nature, which is certainly high on symbolism as well. Two women in uniform leading a mission named after Sindoor, which is vermilion, a mark of strength, sacrifice and Shakti. So the entire preparation of this briefing, again, very, very high, sending a message besides the operational details of what this Operation Sindoor was all about.
All right, well, though that's important in so many senses. We heard the Foreign Secretary Vikram Mistry speak. We then heard these two officers of the Army and the Air Force respectively speak. What was most significant is that this is for the first time since the Kargil war, and I know this, Nikunj and Maria, because I had actually broken, the shots of the Indian Air Force hitting Tiger Hill was an NDTV story back then. It's the first time since then that you've got video footage of strikes going in. This is very important, infrared footage, including from drones. Joining us now.
That's an answer to the skeptics also in so many ways. People who
they doubted Balakot.
Needless questions, on some sensitive operations.
Absolutely. General Bikram Singh, former Army Chief, joins us. Thanks so very much for being with us. Just the significance, General Singh, of India telling Pakistan, not only have we hit you, we're showcasing to the entire world video which shows us hitting you. What is the message there?
Jai Hind, firstly, to three of you and all your viewers. I think the right message has gone across to Pakistan. Firstly, let me compliment the decision makers of our country. At the apex level, the Honorable Prime Minister, under whose aegis we've had the whole of government approach dealing with Pakistan. And post the Pahalgam killings, I think the country has gone about in a very, very, I would say, well thought out strategy, national strategy, in which we have taken on Pakistan on all the fronts: economic, informational, political, diplomatic, and now, of course, last night we started off with the military operations. And I think the message that has gone across is loud and clear that we shall not accept. There is zero tolerance, firstly, to terrorism, and we shall not accept any terrorist activity being carried out or sponsored by Pakistan on our territory. I think that's a very loud and clear message that has gone across. And but along with this, I would like to also highlight that while we have, I heard the Foreign Secretary, he's called in terms of non-escalatory action that we have taken, while it meets the connotation of jus ad bellum. Now, jus ad bellum is a concept that is followed while using force, using kinetic means. It is, last resort, chances of success, proportionality. So proportionality has been ensured. But the only point I would like to give out now is to everybody that let's not be complacent with regard to calling it non-escalatory. It will get escalated given the conditions, the dynamics in Pakistan, given the conditions under which the pressure that at the moment would be on the chief of the Pakistani army, on the terrorists, and they're going to leverage the potential of terrorists to take us on. Therefore, the risk management has got to be ensured at the strategic level, at the operational level, and at the tactical level. And I'm certain that our decision makers, the military, all elements of national power are totally geared up to deal with this. But the message has gone out loud and clear.
The message that is coming in from the Indian establishment certainly is also that there is no civilian infrastructure which has been targeted, no Pakistani military installation which were directly targeted. India has ensured minimal collateral damage, and it was known terror bases or known terror hotbeds which have been subject of Indian target. That's a message that is going to the world, that this is not against Pakistan, but the terror state that Pakistan has become.
Absolutely, Maria. I mean, this is another message that has gone across. And let me tell you, I didn't talk about it because the Indian military is a very responsive, accountable element of national power. It will go exactly as per the diktats of the Honorable Prime Minister and what the government has told it to do. Therefore, the operations have been calibrated, and we've used precision ammunitions. The strikes have been precision. The camps have been targeted while ensuring that there's no collateral damage. And that has been the hallmark of our operations throughout, that we have scrupulously stayed away from ensuring any collateral damage in our operations.
I want to ask you one specific question, which probably would be at the top of the mind of most of the population on both sides. And you are talking about an escalation. It is not as if Indian defenses would not be prepared for any kind of escalation, but do you think that Pakistani military planners would escalate this situation necessarily, knowing that the world is watching, that the world has put them on notice, that the United Nations Security Council, the top security body of the International Committee of Nations, has squarely blamed Pakistan and castigated them? Do you think they will still go ahead and plan for an escalation?
Yeah,
what is your military experience tell you, sir?
Right. You see, Nikunj, besides the military experience, firstly, I brought it out in my initial, my speech, my wording that, look, we are geared up. I'm certain that, when such operations are launched, there is risk management is ensured not only at the tactical level, but at the operational and also at the strategic level. And if you ask me, I can later on clarify to you what I mean by these, what all facets are going to come in these. But yes, with regard to your question, specific question, that will Pakistan do something? Yes, it will. I'll tell you why. The reason is that firstly, the statement that was made by the Pakistani chief, where virtually willy-nilly, indirectly, he threatened India, and he brought it out that how he was viewing India as an enemy, despite the various efforts that have gone in the past 10, 12 years to actually assuage the concerns and to ensure that, the situation is stabilized on the line of control and with Pakistan. But the statement that he gave, now he has to live up to it, number one. Number two, it's a state that lacks the compatible conventional war-fighting might. And therefore, it's going to resort to the sub-conventional, that is the asymmetric capability of terrorists being used against us. So what is going to happen is that he has to get back, do something. If it does not, he will lose his primacy in the environment. The famous term that is used, that is the Pakistani army that owns the nation, the only army of the world that owns the nation, to have its prima donna position in the environment, to pass the message to their allies like Turkey, for example, Bangladesh and others. They will come in with something or the other. It's not that they're going to keep quiet about it.
No, but so yes, therefore, sir, if we look at some of the options available to Pakistan, if it's a sub-conventional option, it means another terrorist strike. That's the last thing that they would like to send a message out on. Therefore, the possibility of airstrikes, similar to what we saw a day after the Balakot strikes of 2019, may well take place. Pakistan has not hit any so-called targets in India on our territory as yet. Is that a very likely possibility that we could see aerial encounters?
Well, Vishnu, firstly, let me compliment our intelligence agencies. I think they've been very precise in giving us the information. So is the military. All security agencies have done a wonderful job. But yes, they are going to definitely, there's going to be a fillip to the insurrectionists, to the proxy war activities in J&K along the line of control, and also certain other areas. And let me tell you, I won't be surprised if they start actually activating their sleeper cells in various parts of our country. Joining Nepal, where we know very well they've had their sleeper cells. Siliguri corridor, Bangladesh, from there to our 7 northeastern states. These kind of things you got to be careful about. And I'm certain, let's be very clear, as I told you earlier, we got very, very competent political leaders, military leaders who are leading this entire initiative. And they would have taken all measures. Risk management would have been ensured to the minutest, as far as the strategic, operational, and tactical risks are concerned. Yes, I feel that they will resort to maybe a limited airstrike. If they don't do it, then the chief of the Pakistani army is going to lose his stature in the environment.
All right, General Bikram Singh, thank you very much for joining us. But I think that word of caution, which you've you mentioned, is very significant. General Singh, just before we leave you, one short question: what is the situation on the line of control, given the intense artillery shelling between India and Pakistan?
This, in fact, when I commanded my battalion, on the line of control, this used to be a daily affair. So our troops are absolutely, accustomed to this kind of firing, and we also are retaliating and firing back. Let me tell you, our defenses are robust. We have weapon systems with us which can neutralize the enemy, guns or missile sites from where they are firing. We have that, firstly, the will is there. Let me tell you this. The political will has throughout been there. The free hand has been given to the army, as the Honorable Prime Minister brought out. And you be rest assured, and the nation should be rest assured that things are going to be under control on the line of control.
All right, General Singh, thank you very much.
And we shall maintain the moral ascendancy.
All right, so thanks so much for sharing your thoughts. I think it is important. It's not done as yet, possibly. If Pakistan chooses to escalate, then there could be more strikes from their side. The Indian Air Force is fully defended, fully on defense at this stage, as is the Indian Army. There are hectic artillery duels now taking place on the line of control.
Point there, Vishnu. He says that the LC skirmishes, you shouldn't add too much.
We factored that in.
Yeah, a value to it, because he says that if you get drowned in the regular news or the regular noise that Pakistan creates, then you are only giving Pakistan that kind of additional leeway or importance, which is avoidable.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Let's bring in the reporters who are tracking the story from ground. We have Vasudha joining us from 7LKM, and Aishwarya is joining us from Vijay Chowk in the national capital. Coming to you, Vasudha, first, because that's where the crucial huddle of the ministers is happening with the Prime Minister. This is almost like a CCS taking place, so perhaps the cabinet will happen a little later. What can you tell us? Are we expecting another briefing by the government, or this is it for today?
Well, Maria, I'm standing right outside the Prime Minister's residence, and this is a place that saw a lot of action last night. The Prime Minister, like you know, in fact, we've all been reporting that he has been monitoring Operation Sindoor, since it started. It's a 25-minute high-precision strike that happened, and I'm told by my sources that Operation Sindoor, the name itself came from the Prime Minister, because this is not just a move against Pakistan. This is also a justice for for Indian families, specifically for the women of this country. Many of them who lost husbands in this brutal attack in Pahalgam on 22nd of April. Sindoor is also something very symbolic to the Indian community. This is where the CCS meeting is going on. In fact, Rajnath Singh arrived here first, and he arrived here just 10-15 minutes before the press briefing began on Operation Sindoor. After that, it was Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who arrived. I'm told that Dr. S. Jaishankar, JP Nadda, everybody is still there, and the CCS meeting is on. After that, of course, because the cabinet meeting will take place, and that is important because remember there's a domestic situation that also needs to be managed. It's a domestic narrative. There are logistics that have to be planned because India is also planning to ensure that it has the right steps in order if a retaliation takes place. Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, put it out very clearly that this is about a proportionate, responsible, measured response that India has taken. It's all about attacking the terror bases which have been not just funding terror but also preparing terrorists to come and attack India. And this has been going on for 3 decades is what Colonel Sofia Qureshi also said. And this time, like you rightly pointed out, the scale of this precision attack is much more than what happened in Uri in 2016 or what happened after Pulwama in 2019, because this time we also have visual evidence. So this time the country is also prepared to set this global discourse that India knows how to respond proportionately without really hitting out at civilians or for that matter even military installations, but hitting where it hurts the most and also something that serves justice to its own citizens.
Okay, let's go quickly across to Gurpreet Chinna, who joins us. Gurpreet, preparations in border areas, that's of concern right now, and that may well be, particularly, important at this juncture since it's not yet clear if Pakistan intends to end things now. What's been happening around you?
Well, we are reporting from this border area of our district Firozpur, and right now we are standing in front of this civil administration office, SSP, Superintendent of Police, where we were trying to talk to the top officers of local administration. They are saying that what they have learned, advisory has already been issued to all the people in the various villages that they don't need to create any panic at this point of time. Some of the families, they have also met those who are trying to move from their village to nearby areas so that they will be able to save their families. But as of now, what we have learned, mock drill is already being prepared by the civil administration officers. At the same time, we have seen blackout had already happened in this specific area in district Firozpur a few days back, and they are also trying to analyze how they are going to guide the people if any warlike situation is going to be created. But as of now, we have seen the people of this border area, they have already stood by the country, the way they have already initiated this war against terrorism, and the way they have already taken action against those who are involved in Pahalgam terror attack. They say at this point of time, this is the right time, this is the need of the hour to uproot this terrorism from all over the world. The way we have seen a lot of lives have been sacrificed because of this terrorism which is growing and which is being trained from across the border. So as of now, if we can talk about the spirit of these border area people, that is very high, and they are saying that whatever the country is going to take action against those who are involved in Pahalgam attack, these border area people will be stood by this. This is the same thing which we learned from the top officers of the civil administration. They are saying they have been in touch with the forces also. They are also guiding the people at this point of time. They are also trying to find out how they can get through these messages which should be given to the people so that no panic situation will be on the ground. So we have to wait and watch what strategy they are going to opt in the coming days. As of now, what we have seen, multiple meetings are being made at the local administration, so that they will be able to totally in touch and support the country in this cause which they have already initiated action against this terrorism and this drive which has already been initiated by the Indian government, and we have seen the multiple action had already been taken across the border. Back to studio.
Let me now go to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, young man, another day of very hard work for you. Now getting out hot outside. You keeping track of all the meetings there on the north and south block side of the New Delhi? Are the meetings in South Block still continuing? Are the defense brass still inside the South Block? Is Raksha Mantri at Prime Minister's residence, or is he back in the South Block? What are the status of the meetings on both on the Raisina Hill, both on the north and the south side? Do give us a detailed briefing.
Well, there has been a continuous movement of senior officials from both the Ministry of Defense as well as Ministry of Home Affairs. We are witnessing heavy movement out here at the Raisina Hills since morning, and of course the Defence Minister and the CDS was here at the South Block just before the CCS started at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The CDS briefed Defence Minister about the Operation Sindoor, and later Rajnath Singh left from Ministry of Defence, but still the hurdle is on as far as the officials from the Defence Ministry are concerned. But as far as Ministry of Home Affairs is concerned, a very important point to note in the press conference that was delivered, Vikram Mistry clearly stated that it was an attempt to end tourism in Jammu and Kashmir. I remember the document that was given by the Ministry of Home Affairs that it was a record high that was recorded as far as tourists going to Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. The infrastructural development that Jammu and Kashmir has seen in the last 1 or 2 years, and this attack on Indian tourists was a serious attempt to end tourism, to disrupt the infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir, and the amount of money, the funding that was flowing from the government towards the Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir is something that needs to be impacted. The message was right clear. According to the Foreign Secretary as well, the terrorists told the family members that go and send this message to the dispensation out in the national capital or your government. So clearly that was the trigger point that led to the smaller meetings after Pahalgam terror attack. We have been witnessing series of meetings happening in the national capital. Prime Minister was briefed on a daily basis, and finally, in alignment to that, a bigger action has unfolded. Currently, at both the ministries and North and South Block, the hurdle is on. Top officials have reached over here, and we are expecting that after the CCS and the full-fledged cabinet concludes, there would be more movement of the senior officials, and of course the ministers in charge would also come in at the Home Affairs or the Defence Ministry over here.
All right, a series of meetings are taking place in North and South Block, and also at 7 LKM, which is the official residence of the Prime Minister. Through the night is what sources have been telling us, that Prime Minister has been monitoring this entire Operation Sindoor. Remember, the first tweet or official announcement came in from the Ministry of Defence, and then came the first announcement from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh himself. The second information came in from External Affairs Minister, who told the world that they should walk the talk when it comes to fighting against terrorism, and then it was Home Minister Amit Shah. There is a huddle of ministers which is happening presently. I can see Nazir Masoodi joining us. Nazir, we are told now, because of the heavy shelling which is happening along the LOC and international border, that several schools and other educational institutions have been shut. Could you give us the details, which sectors we are looking at?
Well, schools across all the border districts in Jammu and Kashmir have been shut for today. All the educational institutions, rather. Kashmir University has also postponed exams, and it is Jammu district, Kutwa district, Samba, Poonch, Rajouri, Baramulla, Kupara district, and also Gurez subdivision. Whereas all the schools and educational institutions have been shut as a precautionary measure. There's a huge damage to the property and the life along the line of control as Pakistan targeted civilian areas. Normally, no professional army in times of war targets civilian areas. But what we see here, innocent people becoming the victim and the target again. So people have suffered a great deal. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is holding an emergency meeting with the DCs of all the border districts to see what best possible help can be given to the people who have been affected by this Pakistani shelling. They resorted to artillery shelling. Army has responded in equal measure with artillery shelling. We all know, that there was a ceasefire violation over the last 12 days, but last night was really hell for the people living along the borders. For the last 2 weeks, people in Jammu and Kashmir were waiting when India is going to take that military action to avenge the killing of Pahalgam massacre, and so that which can deter and preempt. In fact, what Army today said, that these strikes were aimed to preempt any militant attacks and deter Pakistan to carry out any such attacks in future. That's what people are hoping, because in 2016 and 19, whether it was surgical strikes or air strikes on Balakot in 2019, it has temporarily halted terror activities. But when we saw again, what was more important, but in the briefing, what was said, that it was not just avenge these attacks, the Pahalgam massacre. Army actually showed us how were these terrorists were involved in the, for example, in 2023 massacre of people, attacks on the army, attack on the pilgrim bus last year in Riyasi, or recent attack on the encounter in Kutwa in which 4 policemen were killed. So even those terrorists who were involved in 26/11 Mumbai attack, the camps where they had taken the training, they all were targeted in 9 coordinated military strikes by India in Pakistan, which included Bahawalpur, well known for Maulana Masood Azhar's headquarters and his ideological base camp, Murdaki, which was earlier known as Jamiat Dawat Rashad, then transformed into the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Now it is operating in some other name. Then you see Muzaffarabad, Kotli, and other places which are known for hosting and training terrorists and militant leaders there.
What we can do at this stage, and Nazir, we will come back to you in just a little while from now, is just play out some of the important footage which we've had in the last little while. The footage on the top right-hand side of your screen is actually video footage from Pakistan, somebody's cell phone showing the attacks actually coming in. I believe this was from Bahawalpur. That's approximately 100, in fact more than that, across the international border between Rajasthan and Punjab. Let's also bring out some of the footage which the government has now released. That is very, very important footage, which clearly shows for the first time since the Kargil war with such clarity the strikes, the Indian strikes actually going through or going across. So let's have that video out, please, so that we can talk a little bit about that. That's on the left-hand side of your screen. Actual footage of the hits on the right-hand side of your screen. But focus for a little bit on what's happening on the left-hand side of your screen, because there you will see an Indian suicide drone actually making its way to a target. It could be a Hammer missile as well, and moments before striking over there, it goes off. That's when it has actually hit its target. We are going to move to some other locations which the government has released in this press brief. This is of the camp in Bhimber. Now, this is interesting because this appears to be a bomblet which has been dropped from a loitering drone. And so you're going to see very soon the targeting which is taking place. You see that little bomblet which comes down, and you can see the strike on the right. So this is infrared footage from a drone which has taken place. This is Kotli Abbas. This is in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Again, a video showing a target being struck. This is that video. You can see very soon a hit taking place of a bomb. Now, if a bomb or a missile, it really depends on what was fired. It could be bombs or bomblets from drones. It could be short-range anti-surface missiles or air-to-surface missiles. Those are some of the areas on your screen which have been struck over there. There are 9 targets which have been struck, multiple camps, terror bases, and others which have gone down. So there's a lot of detail which is now coming up. We'll try and stick to this footage for another 30-40 seconds to try and show to our viewers this video evidence, because it's a message which proves, and the government would have been aware of the criticism which they received earlier on in 2019 when there was no footage of Balakot. This time around there is footage. It's sending a very strong message to Pakistan.
That's right. And this remains our top focus here on NDTV. We can tell our viewers that 24 missile strikes have happened across 9 locations in Pakistan, inside Pakistan, and also in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. No Pakistani military facilities were hit. The message from the Indian establishment is that there has been no demonstrable action by Pakistan in the last 15 days. There were only denials and allegations. These are non-escalatory targets and strike by India. Operation Sindoor was carried out in a matter of just 25 minutes between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m. And Indian Armed Forces is actually prepared for any response. India ensured minimum collateral damage. They had carried out this entire strike with great precision. The operation, as we have been saying, was, the targets were highlighted, and these were target and terror camps of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. These included trainers and logistic officers who had been operating with impunity in the relative safety of Pakistan-administered Kashmir territory, and intelligence assessments and post-operation indicated that key communication nodes were also taken out. Our reporters continue to track the story because there are a series of meetings that are taking place at 7 LKM, Prime Minister Modi's residence. In fact, now there is a special report which has been sent by Shivarur from Ground Zero. Let's listen in.
We've just arrived in Baramulla. We're making our way towards the line of control in the Uri sector. That lies just a few kilometers ahead from here when we'll be reaching Uri. Now, obviously, the Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary, and the two lady officers from the Army and the Air Force have provided an extensive briefing on what we already know. They talked about the targets that have been attacked. They've provided, very importantly, they've provided imaging video footage of the actual strikes, which adds a visual layer to Operation Sindoor, which was not there, at least thus far. But the missing pieces that are still there, because this is an evolving situation and the press conference wasn't able to take any questions, is probably because there is still a fog of war. A lot of information is still being corroborated and verified at this time, including casualties along the line of control on the Pakistan side, some on the Indian side as well. Information about fighter aircraft on both sides having been shot down, and the details of the escalation on the line of control, especially in Rajouri, Poonch, where the artillery shelling is heaviest at this point of time, and in Kupwara sector of North Kashmir, which is just north of where I'm standing right now in Baramulla district. We'll be reaching Uri in a very short while from now, where we will hopefully get a first-hand view of what this escalation is actually looking like. Suffice it to say that the two big points made by the Foreign Secretary were A, that these strikes were punitive in nature and preemptory in nature, trying to stop further attacks from these Pakistani terror camps. And the second point is that India reserves the right to escalate right back at Pakistan should it indulge in any misadventure. Those are the exact words. We're in Baramulla. We'll be reporting next from LOC in Uri. That's the update at this time.
Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has also spoken out. Let's listen in.
I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. We are in this situation because of them. If they had not targeted our innocent civilians in Pahalgam, we wouldn't be here. This ceasefire had held along the line of control for a number of years now. We did not provoke this. We have responded to a provocation. Now it is for Pakistan to realize that our response was limited to what happened to us in Pahalgam. They must be careful not to escalate things beyond control.
Mary auntie looks very happy today. Her 2.5 lakh rupees got saved. What good did she do?
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के मार्गदर्शन और मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ के कुशल नेतृत्व में यूपी में
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective.
India avenges Pahalgam attack. 25 minutes of precision strikes carried out between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m. this morning. India rains fire on Pakistan terror hubs inside Pakistan and in POK. Video proof of India's Pahalgam revenge. Government releases videos of Operation Sindoor. 9 targets hit, 70 terrorists killed. Pakistan terror factory dismantled. Hideouts of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed completely blown up. Government says to care not to harm civilians, ensured that no Pakistani military installations were directly targeted. It's justice for Pahalgam victims. Victims' families say that government was committed to our cause. The bereaved families have welcomed India's response. Details of Operation Sindoor has been shared by the defense forces. The strikes were carried out on camps in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and inside Pakistan, straight 150 kilometers plus. Forces have released proof, that's right there on your television screens, of strikes. Pakistan terror factory has been completely destroyed and dismantled. They have been reduced to rubble in just a matter of 25 minutes. We are going straight to Shiv Arur, who is joining us live from Uri. Shiv, give us a sense of what you're seeing on the ground.
Well, I'm not far from the line of control in Uri sector. We've just arrived in the Uri sector and we're an hour away from that press conference that was just held by Vikram Misri, the Foreign Secretary. And as you rightly just pointed out, visual evidence of strikes adding a huge layer of compelling proof of the accuracy of those strikes, in addition to all of those mobile phone videos that have come out from civilians in Muridke, Bahawalpur, Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Sialkot and elsewhere. The details coming out from that press conference clearly showing that the Indian military, the Indian armed forces and the government are not going to let grass grow under their feet as far as putting forward specific information is concerned. This very likely is one of the lessons that they've learned from the 2019 information warfare whirlpool that India got sort of trapped in because many of the claims being made were not undisputed at that time. This time they definitely are. There are some unanswered questions. Behind me at the line of control in Uri sector, we are told that there is shelling going on. We will of course be going until a secured area. Uri town has been completely, people have fled from there. It's completely empty, we are told. We'll have a look for ourselves in a short while. From now, the forward villages which no one has access to at this point are being shelled. We don't have any information just yet about any casualties or civilian casualties over there, but we do know that civilian casualties have taken place in the Rajouri-Poonch sector of the line of control, that's south of the Pir Panjal mountains in the Jammu division. But here in the Uri sector, as it has been for the last 2 weeks, huge escalation using artillery, but this is something that the Indian Army was prepared for. It had been watching artillery rolling in towards the line of control in Uri and Kupwara sectors and was fully prepared. Like we've been reporting, huge amount of damage to Pakistan Army posts, not just in Uri, Kupwara, but also in the Rajouri, Poonch area that we've been reporting.
Yes, since you are reporting from Uri, Shivarur, Nikun, you have a question for Shiv.
Yes, I just wish to ask you one question, Shiv, that you now almost very close to ground zero, I mean, the theater of action is almost, you're there in that zone, so to say. What is it that you are sensing? I mean, is there active gunfire still on? Has it ended? Are there more preparation that is visible on the ground from each side, or at least from our side? And what is the overall reaction of the civilian population? Please dwell on that.
Just 2 kilometers before we arrived at this spot where Uri actually begins, we saw, a convoy of vehicles actually fleeing, which contained some, civilians who appeared to be leaving from Uri. So we actually spoke to them. They weren't willing to speak on camera, but we asked them precisely the question that you're asking. Is there still gunfire happening there? They said that Uri town is a ghost town right now. Everyone has left. All shop shutters are down, and you can hear artillery booming, you can hear intermittent gunfire even during the morning hours. So way after Operation Sindoor happened between 1:05 and 1:30 a.m., apparently as recently as 11 a.m., there apparently has been gunfire in Uri. We're just about 15 to 16 kilometers from the LC itself. We'll be reaching there, and I'll be able to answer your question firsthand about the gunfire sounds and artillery. But we've been hearing from our contacts that that entire area, the villages there have completely been evacuated and abandoned, even though there are bunkers over there, and the gunfire is definitely audible. We should be able to hear it just a few kilometers from now.
Shiv, first of all, be careful, take care of your personal safety, that is paramount. Very important points being made by Shiv Arur there, that just about half hour back, we are at 12:05, and till about 11:35, he has first-hand eyewitness accounts narrating to him that active gunfire was on the line of control, which means that Pakistanis are wanting to keep the LOC hot and India is retaliating in equal measure. So that's a very significant point coming directly from the ground zero, where Shiv Arur has very valiantly tried to reach almost the ground zero where this actual skirmish is taking place currently. But Shiv, be careful about your security, your personal safety. Now moving to Nazir Masoodi.
Yes, Nazir, Shiv was giving us details of what's really happening, along the LOC. He's very close to that location. Tell us what's happening where you are.
Well, I'm on way to Kupwara, and here the police have stopped the media. They are not allowing to go beyond, and rightly so. They're saying that it is a situation where we don't want that media should go to these areas which should not be shown right now. And we're very careful when it comes to even that particular check post to show. We are not showing, or any security force movement. That is already an advisory has been issued. And in these times, one has to be very, very careful to show what activity needs to be shown and what should not be shown. And that is something, this situation calls for that caution. Having said that, it is a tough situation for the people living near the border. The whole night was all about loud explosions. Large number of people have lost their homes. They have lost their shops, businesses, and then some people have lost their lives also. We don't know exact number, has not come from the officials yet, but there's a loss of life as Pakistan has targeted civilian areas, their properties, their shops, for example.
Space is not just a destination. It is a declaration of curiosity, courage, and collective progress. India's space journey reflects this spirit. From launching a small rocket in 1963 to becoming the first nation to land near the south pole of moon, our journey has been remarkable. Our rockets carry more than payloads. They carry the dreams of 1.4 billion Indians. India's achievements are significant scientific milestones. Beyond that, they are proof that the human spirit can defy gravity. India made history by reaching Mars on its first attempt in 2014. Chandrayaan-1 helped discover water on the moon. Chandrayaan-2 gave us the highest resolution images of the moon. Chandrayaan-3 increased our understanding of the lunar south pole. We built cryogenic engines in a record time. We launched 100 satellites in a single mission. We have launched over 400 satellites for 34 nations on our launch vehicles. This year, we docked 2 satellites in space, a major step forward. Friends, India's space journey is not about racing others. It is about reaching higher together. Together, we share a common goal to explore space for the good of humanity. We launch a satellite for the South Asian nations. Now, the G20 satellite mission announced during our presidency will be a gift to the global South. We continue to march ahead with renewed confidence, pushing the boundaries of scientific exploration. Our first human space flight mission, Gaganyaan, highlights our nation's rising aspirations. In coming weeks, an Indian astronaut will travel to space as part of a joint ISRO-NASA mission to the International Space Stations. By 2035, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will open new frontiers in research and global cooperation. By 2040, an Indian's footprints will be on the moon. Mars and Venus are also on our radar. Friends, for India, space is about exploration as well as about empowerment. It empowers governance, enhances livelihoods, and inspires generations. From fishermen alerts to Gati Shakti platform, from railway safety to weather forecasting, our satellites look out for the welfare of every Indian. We have opened our space sector to startups, entrepreneurs, and young minds. Today, India has over 250 space startups. They are contributing to cutting-edge advancements in satellite technology, propulsion systems, imaging, and much more. And you know, it is even more inspiring that many of our missions are being led by women scientists. Friends, India's space vision is grounded in the ancient wisdom of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. That is, the world is one family. We strive not just for our own growth, but to enrich global knowledge, address common challenges, and inspire future generations. India stands for dreaming together, building together, and reaching for the stars together. Let us together write a new chapter in space exploration, guided by science and shared dreams for a better tomorrow. I wish you all a very pleasant and productive stay in India. Thank you.
So the Prime Minister addressing the nation on the subject of space, and he has spoken about exploration and empowerment. But shifting focus to our top story this hour, and Aishwarya is joining us. There's a piece of breaking news that is coming in now. Prime Minister Modi has postponed his three-nation tour. That tour was supposed to begin on 11th. He was expected to travel to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway. Aishwarya is joining us any moment now. That was a crucial meeting which was planned because remember, India has been looking at collaboration with European nations. There has been repeated messaging which has been coming in also from External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who had said only recently that Europe cannot preach if they are not really practicing. The message was with regards to their dual speak on the issue of terror camps and cross-border terrorism. So India's...
This is that part of the Europe with which we wish to engage more, Maria. This is not the Western Europe. This is the other part of the Europe, Eastern Europe, principally Croatia and then the Nordic countries. Aishwarya is joining us live, Maria, and we can talk to him.
Yes, Ash, give us the details. I mean, the Prime Minister postponing it. It is perhaps on expected lines. The Prime Minister is expected to be in India. It's a developing situation, a dynamic situation, as we have been saying. There could be retaliatory, attack by Pakistan, although we are certainly being careful and hopeful that Pakistan understands that India's target has been specific and also only on terror camps inside Pakistan.
Well, we have seen in the last few days that it was Prime Minister who was briefed regularly on regular intervals by either Defence Secretary or the Navy Chief, Army Chief, and he was constantly monitoring the entire situation as far as the entire operations that the country has conducted. Prime Minister was supposed to visit, and go for an official visit to Netherlands, Croatia, and of course, it was a three-nation tour of Prime Minister, and that was supposed to be on 13th to 18th of May, and it has been now postponed. It has not been cancelled as far as the official message from the Prime Minister's office is concerned. It has been postponed as of now, and Prime Minister will later visit these three countries. But certainly the focus of the government and Prime Minister will be certainly on the entire operations that are taking place as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned, and how there could be a possible retaliation from the Pakistani side. It will be Prime Minister would be engaged in that, and therefore the reason it would, probably this would be the reason that Prime Minister had postponed his three-nation tour.
All right, Ash, continue to be with us because just some time back, in fact, an hour ago, Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary, was leading this entire group of, that came in to brief what really happened vis-a-vis this Operation Sindoor. Let's listen in to what Foreign Secretary told the media.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the Government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Two women officers, in fact, accompanied the Foreign Secretary in this briefing, reflecting that very important messaging which has come in, and the name of this entire operation, which is Operation Sindoor, an anti-terror operation, in a way honoring those women who were widowed by the terrorists because their men were killed in Pahalgam attack. Let's listen in to what Wing Commander said in that press briefing, which happened an hour ago.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिम्बर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
Let me now go across to our colleague Vasudha. Vasudha reporting from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Vasudha, Home Minister Amit Shah has just left Prime Minister's residence. It appears that the crucial series of meetings that were happening, that were taking place at Prime Minister's residence, have now finished. What is it, other than the Cabinet Committee on Security, that in your sense, it is too early for me to ask you that question, that, what are you gauging from your sources? But in your sense, what is it that is being discussed now? Is it about success of the Indian operation, or potential Pakistani response, or both?
Well, Nikunj, let me tell you that I'm right outside the Prime Minister's residence, and this road opposite me was completely full of vehicles today. The entourages of several ministers had come in just about an hour and a half ago, and in fact, around 10:15 is when Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, arrived. He was one of the first to arrive, and within 10 minutes, even as the briefing was going on by Colonel Vyavika Singh and Wing Commander Sophia Qureshi, and of course the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, Amit Shah arrived, and now just 4 or 5 minutes ago, all the vehicles have left. So the cabinet meeting is over, the CCS meeting is over. We are told that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister has listened to all of them very intently. He has been briefed again and again. In fact, there's no need for that as well, because he has been, at his residence, trying to find out what really is happening. He's been monitoring the entire operation. And Operation Sindoor is not just a military strike. This is also a move of justice to the country, because Sindoor is very integral to the Indian sentiment. The word itself evokes a lot of sentiment. It's core to the Indian family system, and that's what the Prime Minister, that's why the Prime Minister really came up with this name, because remember, of the 26 dead, all of them are males, and in fact, most of them, were married, and it was in front of the wives and children that they were attacked, they were killed, and the wives were often told to go and tell Prime Minister Modi that this happened. So clearly, this is a marker of how India seeks revenge and justice, but at the same time also is diplomatically ruthless with Pakistan, because we also saw with both UNSC and FATF, India worked very hard to create those diplomatic channels and isolation for Pakistan. But now I'm told that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister has taken stock of the domestic narratives, ensuring that logistics are in place. There's a narrative, there's a situation that has to be managed within the country, and Pakistan is all set to retaliate, is what my sources are saying, which is why the country is also, India is also prepared for that. Now, the Prime Minister, I'm told, is in a wait-and-watch mode. At the same time, he is monitoring the entire situation, ensuring that India remains completely prepared, and civilians of India, the citizens of India, also know what is happening, which is why we also saw this extensive briefing by 3 senior officials with visual evidence, something that we didn't see in 2016 and also in 2019, which is why this time India is far more prepared to answer the world and also answer the people of this country, to basically defend its own point of view and say and prove this as something that was important for justice.
Vasudha, before I let you go, let me ask you one more question, and that is that Prime Minister, we have just got the news. I'm quite sure that decision probably would have been taken earlier, but we have just got the news that Prime Minister has cancelled his multinational trip, multi-nation trip to Europe. Now, that clearly signifies that as the head of the state, he wants to be in the country and he wants to monitor all the developments that are happening vis-a-vis Pakistan and vis-a-vis our neighborhood and larger security matrix personally. And that's quite quintessential Prime Minister Modi, isn't it?
Absolutely, Nikunj, you're right. And this is what the Prime Minister did even with his Russia trip. He was supposed to travel to Moscow on the 8th of May for the parade day. And this was an important occasion for Russia, which has been a great friend of India because, this also is 80th year of Soviet Union's victory on Nazi Germany. And this was important for India as well to show its friendship towards Russia. But Prime Minister cancelled that trip. In fact, on the 22nd April, he rushed back to India as soon as he heard the news of this brutal attack in Pahalgam. He cut short his Saudi Arabia official trip. In fact, he raised this, terror attack even with MBS in his official dinner. And then, of course, the latest is that he has cut short his trip to Croatia, Netherlands and Norway, which was very important. Remember, in this whole tariff war that's picking up, Europe has become very important for India also from the trade point of view. So this trip was considered important because this was also a move for India to strengthen its bilateral treaty. But nothing comes before national security, nothing comes before justice, and nothing comes before safety of the country, which is what which is what is being reflected by the Prime Minister yet again cancelling another important trip abroad, and this is a three-nation trip to Europe.
That's right, Vasudha. Thank you so much for joining us. And remember, on 22nd, when that terror attack happened in Pahalgam, Prime Minister Modi was in Saudi Arabia. He cut short that visit as well and returned to India. So that sense of urgency, certainly ensuring that when it is about nation first, Prime Minister Modi is really in New Delhi. He is monitoring the situation by every minute. Javed Ashraf, former ambassador of India to France, is joining us. Ambassador Ashraf, how do you look at the situation? India, of course, briefing US, UK, UAE. But what is it that India should be prepared for in terms of reaction from other countries?
Well, first of all, let me say that, it takes a great deal of political courage, political daring, and a sense of responsibility at the leadership level of the Prime Minister to undertake an operation of this magnitude. And also want to congratulate the Indian Armed Forces, particularly the Air Force, for the precision strikes. Remember, Bahawalpur and Muridke have been the crucible of terrorism for a very, very long time. Since at least the 1980s, we've been bringing them to the world's attention. Now, what happens from now onwards? One, we'll be having to be dominating the battle of the narratives. And this has got to be in the three important respects globally. One, that our attack was justified. Second, that it was measured with no collateral damage and that we took out terrorist camps. There were no civilian or military targets. And third, the outcomes were visible. I mean, because the last time during Balakot, there was, they managed to create a fog of confusion in Pakistan that nothing was achieved. So we have this narrative to present. That's one. The second, internationally, we have to be able to get the world to accept this as a legitimate right to defend on behalf of India. Now, remember, historically, since at least the 90s, what we have seen is that the world's attention shifts from terrorism to preventing the war between the two countries. And there are many countries that start equating the victim and the attacker, in the sense Pakistan and India. And we have to be sure that we do not get back into that trap. So this operation was planned to be swift, to achieve the political and the security objectives with minimal risk, minimum economic fallout, and in a manner that the escalation could be controlled. We also have to watch out for hybrid warfare, which is that cyber attacks, information warfare. All of that will go on simultaneously besides what you see on the military field. So this is also a moment of great responsibility for us diplomatically, and that we have to not just at this point of time get the world to accept the action that we have taken, but also to, in a sense, ensure that Pakistan is treated as a sponsor of terrorism, because hitherto the world has differentiated in some way between terrorism emanating from Pakistan that affects them and terrorism that affects us. And we've got to be sure that we push it pretty strong. And so far, I think the world has, in a sense,
Ambassador Ashraf, let me ask you one question. I asked earlier before you joined the broadcast, I asked General Bikram Singh, former Chief of Army Staff, that does he think that a retaliation from Pakistan is imminent? Now, I add one more question to that, and I ask you that if Pakistan chooses to react, if Pakistan chooses to retaliate, in your view, what can possibly they target? We have targeted the heavens of terror. We have targeted the mecca of terror, global terror. What can possibly they target?
You see, again, you have to, we have a war game that scenario as well. Now, if Pakistan retaliates, they'll have to retaliate in terms of our military installations, military establishments, etc. Now, that's an actual act of war. That's an escalation that takes us into a full-scale conventional war. In that event, of course, we have obviously a number of retaliatory options. There are, the possibilities. We have much higher level of superiority in terms of naval power. Also in terms of our air power, there, of course, ground forces are well positioned. I think it would be, perhaps it's hard to, wars are always a series of escalation of unanticipated developments. But I would say that Pakistan would have a limited objective of inflicting a limited damage, trying to win the battle of narratives, play the victim, and satisfy its domestic audience that it stood up to a much larger adversary and that had tried to bully it. I mean, that would serve its objective as long as it feels that India would not then go on to the second order and a third order steps after what we have done in terms of the taking out the 9 terrorist camps. So they will also be calculating how much staying power they have, and getting into retaliating against military targets in India would invite a massive retaliation and a legitimate one from India too.
Yes, that's the concern. That's the concern, because if Pakistan chooses to escalate it and targets military bases or military targets, then possibly it will evoke a second or a third reaction.
So you have to see that it's all a game of probabilities as well. I mean, sitting in Delhi, our planners will also be trying to get as much human intelligence and technical intelligence into what is the actual Pakistani calculations and thinking beyond their public rhetoric. And we will also be taking into account what their readiness and preparedness is. What is their staying capacity for a long duration war? What is the state of their economy? What is the level of supplies they have? And there are different modes through which you put pressure. So I think that once we attack Pakistan and we take out these 9 camps, we have also taken into account the risks that escalation and our capacity to contain it, manage it, and dominate that escalation. And that is something that we would have taken into account, because if they do target, and we've been very particular in pointing out that we've not targeted civilian or military installations. And therefore, if they do retaliate militarily in terms of military assets or military installations, then I think we would be prepared for a pretty strong response. And remember that there is an economic asymmetry, a capability asymmetry. And I don't think we will fall into the trap of the nuclear rhetoric, which they keep sometimes bandying about.
Yes, Ambassador Ashraf, India has managed to communicate to the world that this was an unprovoked aggression, an act of terror which happened on 22nd. And that's the reason why there has been support which has come from just about every nation which has been affected by terrorism in one way or the other. Now that we are looking at it, do you see that India, and if you look at the mix, or should I say the composition of the press conference, it was the Foreign Secretary and 2 Indian officers who addressed the press conference. So India is repeatedly communicating to the world. First it did after 22nd when the terror attack happened, and now after having carried out these strikes against terror camps, that there is a need for constant engagement with all these nations, not just the allies as we look at them, but also envoys of multiple nations as we did, on 23rd.
So, our diplomatic initiative is going to be intense and very comprehensive. One, we will reach out to all the countries in the world. It isn't just about the United States or our European allies or, Japan or Korea, or the countries in the Gulf, our partners in Africa. We will be reaching out to everyone to convey the correct picture. And it's important we do that because we've done that at every time we have been hit by terrorism on this scale from Pakistan and that we have retaliated. It's very important. One is that bilaterally we engage all the countries with evidence and with evidence of what we've done. That's number one. The number two is what we are already doing in the UN Security Council and the UN framework. And remember, despite being a non-permanent member at this stage, Pakistan was not able. At first, it asked for a closed-door meeting. It obviously didn't want to be castigated in public. And therefore, it asked for a closed-door meeting, knowing what it would going to face from other members, permanent and non-member. That's the second part. And the third is that we will now go back to putting them on FATF and also taking a number of other steps, including at the IMF, at the World Bank, at the Asian Development Bank, because it is very important for us to be able to convey to the countries that their assistance to Pakistan eventually ends up helping the military continue with its unremitting hostility towards India, practiced through this unconventional, asymmetric, politico-military instrument of terrorism. So it'll be a very comprehensive engagement. But remember, we should not, we have to keep this as an ongoing process, not something that subsides after our rage and revenge period is, in a sense, over, because despite taking out these camps, we can't be sure that new ones will not crop up or they will not find new recruits to the cause. So this is something that we'll have to continue pressing and to ensure that, as Dr. Jaishankar, our External Affairs Minister, said, and that Prime Minister has said repeatedly, that the world must have a zero tolerance towards terrorism, and there cannot be good terrorism or bad terrorism. That terrorism that affects the West is of a different level than terrorism that affects us. So the kind of sanctions that we have seen on some of the state sponsors of terrorism need in a large measure to also apply to Pakistan as well. And this is something that is going to be an ongoing diplomatic effort. We're not against saying we are targeting the people of Pakistan, but we want to be sure that those who run Pakistan literally, whether they sit in power or whether they are wearing the uniform, at some stage stop this unremitting effort at terrorism against India.
Yes.
Very, very important point Ambassador Ashraf makes there, that this process has to be continuous and engagement with the entire world, the global community of nations has to be continuous. And I think that is one thing that
I would say that, I wanted to point this out also, that we need to focus on this perennial challenge that has been with us for decades, as much as we now focus on some of the great geopolitical shifts and the opportunities that the global shifts are creating for us, because this is at the fundamental level important for India's security.
All right, Ambassador Ashraf, thank you for joining us and sharing all the details. Remember, the long-term impact of Operation Sindoor will depend on whether it serves as a deterrent or whether it is a spark for future confrontations. Thank you so much for joining us. A piece of breaking news coming in now, and this is with regards to top government sources who are telling us that in the cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister briefed his colleagues about the strike which was done by the armed forces. We can also tell our viewers that the members of the cabinet lauded the Prime Minister for his exemplary leadership. It is about the political intent which has been displayed by Prime Minister Modi. Vasudha joins us live. Vasudha, Prime Minister Modi monitoring this entire operation through the night. The messaging has been that minute by minute update being given to the Prime Minister by the entire security establishment.
Absolutely, Maria. If you remember, one important move by the Narendra Modi government after 2014 has been on dehyphenation, because the Prime Minister has always believed that before 2014, India would behave like Pakistan is an equal, and hence the world used to think of India-Pakistan issues as together. And one thing that he did was to declub, dehyphenate India and Pakistan, showing the world that Pakistan is no match for India. And this military strike, this precision strike that happened last night, 25-minute strike, was a move of retribution. It was to show the world that proportionate, responsible moves can be made, and that India can do this without hurting civilians. It can do this without hurting military installations. So in the cabinet meeting today, this was reflected by the Prime Minister. He took a lot of pride in the armed forces. He said that this was a perfect strike. It was done with a lot of research. Remember that ruthless diplomatic efforts have also been taken by India in the last few days with respect to alienating Pakistan on the global stage, on FATF and also in UNSC. So today's cabinet was also a reflection of the Prime Minister's pride and faith in the armed forces and as a country. And more importantly, what we understand is that the cabinet ministers also lauded the Prime Minister's initiative leadership in this. And now we'll have to wait and see how India is prepared for the retaliation. I'm told that the Prime Minister is monitoring each move very closely. He's being guided by the best voices and experts. So we'll have to wait and see how this pans out. There's no cabinet briefing today, as as there is every Wednesday. Whenever there's a cabinet meeting. So today is an important day. It's a day that India has, in some ways changed the discourse on terrorism, saying that it can seek retribution, seek accountability on terrorism without really hurting civilians.
Yes, and the message had come from the Prime Minister on 24th, Vasudha. Just a reminder to the viewers as to what the Prime Minister had said then. He had said that India will identify, trace and punish every terrorist and their backers. Prime Minister Modi then saying that terrorism will not go unpunished. Every effort will be made to make sure that justice is done and the entire nation is one in its resolve. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. We'll get you more details of Operation Sindoor, so stay with us.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail. where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
India Matters with Shivaru.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smart brand.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ है। मैं वो सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
उनसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को बहुत थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुँह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है। और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा सतर्क है, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे, तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा। मोदी जी अभी ये जो स्टेप लिया है हमारे ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ।
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
Pakistani terror factories have been dismantled. India raises the camps after targeted attacks in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and in Pakistan. The government says that in the military strikes in response to the Pahalgam terror attacks, India did civilians and military targets. They did take out terrorist hubs. Of India's Pahalgam revenge, the government has released videos of Operation Sindoor, as it is known. The government says that the targets were chosen on credible intelligence and video has been released. That's not the video, but we'll bring you the video of what exactly they showed as the strikes went in. Prime Minister Modi has briefed the cabinet on Operation Sindoor. This is the footage that I was talking about. It actually shows some of the strikes, including footage from the weapons itself, which actually went through. The Prime Minister said that this is a perfect strike by the armed forces. The cabinet has lauded the Prime Minister for his exemplary leadership. Explosions can be seen elsewhere. We'll play that footage out. The world reacts. Israel strongly backs India. Israel says there's no place for terrorists to hide. The US Secretary of State has spoken to Foreign Minister Jaishankar. Good afternoon. In case you've just tuned in, the big story we are tracking right now, and we'll bring you all aspects of this, is that in a period of approximately 25 minutes from 1:05 a.m. in the morning to 1:30 a.m. in the morning, 25 minutes of Indian fire on Pakistani terrorist hubs all across the line of control, or on their side of the line of control, and deep in Pakistan itself. So let me give you an idea of what India did in terms of raining fire on these Pak terror hubs. We'll give you as much detail as we can over here. Now let's look at the top. That is targets which are relatively shallow targets on the line of control, or just across the line of control, up to about 25 to 30 kilometers in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. So Muzaffarabad, Kotli, Gulpur and Bhimber, all on west of the line of control in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But in terms of the Sialkot sector, the Chakamru sector and Muridke, that is all on the international border, west of the international border in Pakistan itself, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir itself. That's where the international border begins. So above the international border in Jammu and Kashmir is the line of control. That's where the international border is. And I'll tell you about the significance about all of these areas in a little while from now. But this is Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is 100 to 150 kilometers west of Punjab and Rajasthan. It is deep inside Pakistan. The strikes which went down in Bahawalpur, which is where India blew up through our airstrikes, the Jaish-e-Mohammed primary training hub, is the deepest strike which has been conducted by the Indian Armed Forces into Pakistan since the 1971 war. It's been called Operation Sindoor. It took place as a result of precision airstrikes which were carried out by the Indian Air Force. Soon after the strikes, there has been a strong retaliation by Pakistan all along the line of control, where there has been extensive artillery shelling that was going on even till a couple of hours back. As a result of that, there have been casualties on both sides. Initial reports, official ones from the army, indicated that 3 people had lost their lives on our side, but defense sources indicating that we have, as a result of artillery strikes along the line of control, really hit Pakistani posts as well, and that Pakistan has suffered considerable losses at this stage. Now, what I'd like to do at this stage is actually to play out some of that footage which was released by the government in their press briefing a little while back, and that shows the actual footage of the strikes going in. So if we can cue up that footage, please, and play it out, I'd like to describe it before we go across to our correspondent. So what you see on your screen over here is of Gulpur. This is one of the Kotli Gulpur. This is of a missile going in to hit its target. The video goes off shortly before the impact. The target itself is destroyed over there. Let's give you more footage. We'll stay with this. Why is this important? This is absolutely critical because unlike in the case of Balakot, what India has been able to do is prove to the entire world that, look, we've done it. There is no controversy over there, and it's here for the world to see. This is in Bhimber. This is very interesting footage. This is the footage of the strike coming down. That looks to be a small bomblet from an unmanned aerial vehicle, possibly a drone, a small one, and a target over there was actually taken out. This is Kotli Abbas, another terrorist camp. This is before. This is the target, which was what they wanted to hit. This is the footage. Let's just play that video out. That's the video. You can see of the bombs actually going in, or the weapon going in. Unclear if that was a bomb or a cruise missile. Looks to be some sort of a bomb. India possibly used the Hammer bomb, which is a guided bomb. This actually shows some of the targets that I was speaking about. Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sarjal and Mehmuna Joya. These are the specific names of the camps, but I've already given you the broader ideas. We're going to show this video as well of Sarjal. This is one very important piece of video because it shows perhaps most clearly of a strike, and you saw the explosion taking place over there. Well, let's just go right across now to our correspondents who've been tracking every aspect of this story. I'm joined by Nazir Masoodi. We've got Vasudha with us as well. We've got Aishwarya and Gurpreet Chinda. Gurpreet is in one of the border areas of Punjab. Where are you right now, Gurpreet? Give us a sense of what's happening around you, particularly with civil drills expected to be taking place.
Well, right now we are reporting from a border area of Punjab. This is the district of Firozpur, where we have been talking to the multiple administrative officers since morning. We have seen there is a high alert in all over Punjab, and specifically in the border areas of Punjab, whether it's the district Gurdaspur, Firozpur, Fazilka, Pathankot, they are already on high alert. The second defense line is the Punjab police. They are already conducting patrolling at the various locations of these areas, and what we have seen as a precautionary measure, they have already shut down all the schools in district Firozpur, in district Gurdaspur and Pathankot also. As of now, what we have learnt that they are already busy in the mock drills. They are also conveying the message to the general and civil administration, so that number of strategic discussions.
We're going to go across now to Aishwarya, our correspondent. Aishwarya, go ahead. Give us an idea of what's happening around you. You were signaling. Go ahead. What's happening?
The route is in place as far as Prime Minister's arrival at Rashtrapati Bhavan is concerned. Let me show you these visuals from the Raisina Hills. Prime Minister's convoy is about to reach over here, and he would be briefing the President of India, who is the Supreme Commander of Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be briefing about Operation Sindoor to President of India very shortly. The route is in place, and any moment from now, the convoy will arrive over here. Let me show you these visuals of the Rashtrapati Bhavan as well, where now, any moment from now, after the cabinet meeting ended, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who also was congratulated, as sources indicated to us, by the cabinet colleagues about Operation Sindoor, and it was, of course, Prime Minister who briefed his cabinet colleagues about the entire operation by the Indian Armed Forces. And soon after that, now Prime Minister Narendra Modi's convoy is now about to arrive very shortly here at Raisina Hills.
Okay, hold on for a second, Aishwarya. Let's go across to Vasudha as well. Vasudha, there's a very important... And Aishwarya, don't worry. The moment the motorcade passes by you, we will cut to your pictures. But Vasudha, there's a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting taking place. What's happening?
Well, the CCS meeting happened today, and this is an important meeting because it's happening after the precision strikes that took place. And of course, the visuals of the cabinet meeting came out, Vishnu. And this cabinet meeting is extremely important because the Prime Minister in this cabinet meeting, according to sources, talked about the pride that he takes in the armed forces, how it's a special day for the entire country. And if you look at the visuals, everybody is present. It's a full cabinet. And of course, ministers from TDP, ministers from JDU are also present. And after this, of course, like Aishwarya has been reporting, he goes to the president of the country to talk about, to brief her on what happened. This is part of protocol. But the important thing is, it's been it's been a hectic night for the Prime Minister and also for the armed forces, and also, it's been a busy morning for him because he's been constantly at his residence here. I'm coming to you live from outside his residence, and there have been like these vehicles that have been just coming. First, of course, the CCS, and then the cabinet meeting that took place, all reflecting just one thing, that the Prime Minister has the political will to see this through, and what has happened last night is also not just a sign of retribution, but it also is a sign of India fighting back in a calibrated measure fashion to seek justice and also accountability from those who promote terrorism.
Any further reactions coming in from any other ministers?
Well, not yet. We know that in the morning, a lot of ministers did put out posts, including the Home Minister. We saw the Health Minister, JP Nadda, put out that important tweet. Rammohan Naidu, the Aviation Minister, has also been putting out tweets. What I've been told is all ministers have also been given specific tasks because, there's a domestic narrative that needs to be managed. There's a domestic situation that can get out of hand if not managed properly. India is also prepared for any retaliation that comes, and the Prime Minister, I'm told, in the cabinet meeting also stressed a lot on preparedness, on participation, and on ensuring that while we take pride in our armed forces for what they've done, we also remain prepared and help our agencies, our institutions in preparing the civilians for what is to come.
And what has the opposition said so far, Vasudha?
Well, the opposition, let me tell you that although there have been these exceptional voices like Jignesh Mevani or for that matter, Rashid Alvi. Other than that, the opposition has been extremely careful here, Vishnu. They've been very cautious to not really ask for proof like what they did after the Pulwama attack in 2019 when the Balakot strikes happened, and also in 2016 when, Indian forces crossed the border and, attacked launch pads in Pakistan. This happened immediately after 11 days. This time, both the opposition and the government have been prepared. The opposition is saying in every sentence, Jai Hind, a victory to armed forces, not making it a political victory of the BJP, not talking about the political will. At the same time, making it sure that they don't seem like they are anti-armed forces or they are questioning anything that the armed forces have done, because remember, Pahalgam attack was something that, was brutal and 26 innocent people died. Opposition, this operation is called Operation Sindoor, which evokes a lot of sentiment. Sindoor is very integral to an Indian woman, to the Indian family system. So the Congress is making it clear, all the other parties, including Mamata Banerjee's TMC, everyone is making it very clear that they don't want to be seen on the other side of this.
We're going to stay with these visuals for a little while, just describing to our viewers what exactly is taking place. As Vasudha was mentioning over here, this is the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting over here. The full Cabinet, I should mention, not the Cabinet Committee on Security. The full Cabinet of the Government of India meeting. They have praised the Prime Minister. They have been given a briefing by the Prime Minister and others on what exactly took place. This is a sign of India entirely united in this fight against terror. The images that we should be getting in a little while from now are also of a motorcade leading up to the Prime Minister's residence. We expect the President to be briefed in a little while from now, possibly by the Prime Minister. So we are waiting for that. There'll be more reactions which come in a little while from now. But we're going to just describe these pictures in a little while from now. The Prime Minister briefing the full Cabinet entirely backing the government. This is a moment where India needs to stand united, whether it's the government or the opposition. It's been a difficult day for us, a day in which the Indian Armed Forces, showing exemplary bravery, went in, firing missiles, using loitering drones, a lot of advanced technology to take out Pakistan's terror base. It's not gone entirely smoothly as you would expect, with Pakistan having retaliated, certainly along the line of control and the international border. There have been reports of fighter aircraft also having been impacted, a fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force. There is no detail which has come of that at the moment, but Pakistan has responded in his press briefing earlier today. The Foreign Secretary, Vikram Mistry, said questions would be answered, but not today because the situation itself is fairly fluid. Let's go across to Nazir Masoodi, who joins us at this stage. Nazir, thanks very much for being with us. What exactly is taking place in Srinagar now? Is there a great deal of tension? I know that air travel has stopped from Srinagar. Give us a sense of what's happening where you are.
Well, I was on way to Kupara, but clearly authorities have put restrictions on the media entry into Kupara, not allowing to go because of the sensitivities today. Appreciate that. But the fact is that the news coming from the border areas is not really good. People have suffered a great deal because when Pakistani army targeted civilians and targeted their homes and the businesses and their lives, worse shelling has happened in Poonch, where there have been reports of casualties and large destruction of the civilian properties as well. India has hit where it hurts the most today. As you can see the statement from the Jaish Mohammed chief, this Maulana Masood Azhar himself admitting that his family members have been killed and 4 Jaish terrorists have also been killed. Remember, I was checking, this is the place where actually Jaish's headquarters was, and its ideological base has been. Well, Masood Azhar was operating, his accomplices who are being indoctrinated, sent to India for many
We've got breaking news coming in now of an all-party meeting which has been called by the government. Let me go quickly across to my colleague Aishwarya. Aishwarya, stabilize your camera. We are coming to you. We are live on you, Aishwarya. What are the details that you can share with us on this all-party meeting?
Well, the government wants to keep every political party on board, and that's something that happened after the Pahalgam terror attack when the all-party meeting was briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and Home Minister Amit Shah was also present. All the political parties were on board as far as the developments at that point of time unfolded, and the opposition clearly stated that they are together with the government and in whatever response the government of India will give to the perpetrators of terrorism. And now tomorrow at 11 a.m. is something that sources have indicated to us that government has called in an all-party meeting where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh again will be chairing and will be updating about the details of the Operation Sindoor to all the political parties. The agenda behind that is, of course, to keep all the political parties on board when they are completely united. Today, the statements have come in from the Congress President to Leader Opposition Rahul Gandhi that it is the political parties, the opposition parties who salute our Indian Armed Forces, and they are together and united in support of the government. So tomorrow at 11 a.m. is what we can witness another round of all-party meeting after Operation Sindoor.
All right, that's a very important development, an all-party meeting scheduled to be held with the government reaching out to the opposition to explain what exactly India has achieved in all of this. The images on your screen over here, what Vasudha was describing a little while back of that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. I want to go back to what is very much the footage of the day. This is footage of India strikes going in. This is possibly a hammer missile, footage from that coming in. The footage goes off moments before it strikes a target. This is in Kotli Gulpur. It goes off because it's hit the target. And there is a lot more which has been played out by the government over here. They're going to run through that footage and bring you what exactly it is. Now, this is what they were trying to hit. This is before the target was struck. This is a camp in Bhimber. This is particularly interesting footage because, as you will see very shortly, there appears to be a loitering drone which drops a bomblet that you can see over there. It goes and it hits its target right over here. So you can see the target being hit as well over here. Now, this is the Kotli Abbas terrorist camp. I believe this is a Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist camp. This is what they were looking to target. This is what they were looking to target. And this is actual footage of the weapon going in. And you're going to see a strike taking place over there. So this is absolutely lucid. And you can see it very, very clearly indeed over here. If the camera can just come back to me so that I can point out what it is that we are talking about. The next couple of shots are particularly interesting because it shows in perhaps more clarity what I'm talking about. So if you can just come back to me, I can point out as we move to the next area which has been struck. This is Sarjal and Sialkot. This is to the west of the international border. This is what they were looking to hit. And now this is footage possibly from a drone or another platform, and you will see an explosion which takes place in Sarjal. This is the area that is being targeted, that was destroyed. You saw that very briefly, a flash as it were. This is Mehmuna Joya. This is a terrorist camp. Again, this is what they were looking to strike. This is what they were looking to target. And the next piece of footage which plays out, and all of this is from that press briefing, is of this target having been taken out. So this is the target again. They're playing the video out over here. This is the drone coming in to hit this. This is a suicide drone. It does appear. This is the last video. It goes right in and the video stops. That's because it has been destroyed. So what exactly has the government said in all of this? Let's listen in.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं
Play out those reactions in a little while from now, that briefing by the government. Let's go back to my colleague Aishwarya. The Prime Minister has reached Rashtrapati Bhavan to brief the President. Go ahead, Aishwarya, with your details.
Well, it's the protocol that needs to be followed, and Prime Minister will be briefing President of India, Draupadi Murmu, very shortly, as his convoy has just arrived here at the Raisina Hills. Let me show you these live visuals from the Raisina Hills as the convoy arrives of Prime Minister, and he'll be shortly briefing Rashtrapati Draupadi Murmu about the recent operation that the Indian Armed Forces have undertaken as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. It was, of course, Prime Minister earlier in the day chaired the cabinet and also he was applauded by different cabinet colleagues. The cabinet was also briefed about Sindoor, and soon after concluding that meeting, now Prime Minister arriving here at the Raisina Hills, and he would be briefing President of India, who is also the Supreme Commander for the Indian Armed Forces. The armed forces who had conducted a successful attack on POK and Pakistan as well, and it is just in a short while we can see that convoy arriving at Raisina Hills. Remember, it was in the midnight when the Indian Armed Forces conducted that attack with for at least 9 locations, and it is in the briefing which had been stated by the wing commander and also the officials from the army, that it is Operation Sindoor hitting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi, remember, who closely monitored the entire situation throughout the night. He was briefed by NSA Ajit Doval on regular intervals, and the terror camps have been targeted who are linked to various banned outfits, including Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Hizbul Mujahideen. According to the agencies, it was also stated that these were focused strikes and were carried out on 9 terrorist infrastructure sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It is certainly, a big achievement for Indian armed forces, and therefore the reason perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi would be briefing the Rashtrapati very shortly as his convoy now arrives at the Raisina Hills. It is also, remember, the Prime Minister who was briefed on a regular
from Aishwarya, as we wait for the Prime Minister to drive up to Rashtrapati Bhavan. The image on the right-hand side of your screen is of the Cabinet, the full meeting of the Cabinet a little while earlier on, where the government has endorsed the moves of the Prime Minister in authorizing the strikes to take place. You see the Prime Minister, Amit Shah, over there as well, and the entire Cabinet of the Government of India. So this is important. It is a statement of support which the government has received. I should also mention that there's been several reactions which has come in from countries around the world. Israel, one of our strongest allies, has backed India 100% in the fight against terrorism. We've had strong reactions from the United States. The US President as well has said that he was made aware of the strikes. So when they were going in, India has reached out earlier on today, shortly after the strikes, to some of our closest allies. We'll track all of those developments as well. For now, this short break.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Payback for Pahalgam. India takes out Pakistani terror hubs. 24 strikes, 9 targets. 70 terrorists have been killed. Pakistani terror factories have been dismantled. India raises camps that train 2611 terrorists. The government says that we avoided civilians and military targets. Proof of India's Pahalgam revenge. The government releases videos of Operation Sindoor and says that targets chosen were based on credible intelligence. The Prime Minister briefs the Cabinet on Operation Sindoor. He says that a perfect strike by the armed forces have taken place. Sources say that the Cabinet has lauded the Prime Minister for exemplary leadership.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion. How often have you turned away from debates that descend into...
The Prime Minister is on his way or is now briefing or beginning the process of briefing the President on India's strikes on Pakistan. Joining us now, my colleague Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, tell us what's happening.
The Prime Minister Narendra Modi had reached Rashtrapati Bhavan over here just a short while back, and now he would be briefing President of India Draupadi Murmu about a successful operation that Indian Armed Forces had concluded in the midnight Operation Sindoor. That was also something that was awaited by the entire nation, and that's what Prime Minister also stated in the cabinet meeting, that Desh ko isi ka intezar tha. And finally, as far as the protocol is concerned, after any such major operation by the Indian Armed Forces, it is Prime Minister who usually briefs the President of India. And just now, let me show you these visuals around Rashtrapati Bhavan. Over here, it is Prime Minister who had arrived at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and he would be briefing President of India Draupadi Murmu about the successful operation. He chaired a crucial CCS and the cabinet meeting this morning, and after concluding that, now Prime Minister reaches Rashtrapati Bhavan over here at the Raisina Hills.
All right, Aishwarya, there's also been an important meeting of the Cabinet Committee, not the Cabinet Committee on Security, the full Cabinet, I should say, a little while back. And I believe there's an important meeting where the opposition will be brought in tomorrow as well. Tell us what happened at the Cabinet and what's expected tomorrow.
Well, at the beginning of the Cabinet, sources have indicated that it was all the Cabinet colleagues who lauded Prime Minister's efforts and government's efforts on making it possible to attack those terror camps in Pakistan. It was also Prime Minister who briefed the Cabinet colleagues about the entire operation. The entire briefing lasted for almost 10 to 15 minutes, just ahead of the Cabinet meeting that had taken several decisions in regards to education and infrastructure. But it is, of course, the Cabinet colleagues who had been briefed. Tomorrow is an important day. The government has called an all-party meeting as well. This is to keep all the political parties on board as far as India's decisions regarding these operations, the kind of developments that are taking place along with the line of control, how India is well prepared in terms of the retaliation from the Pakistani side. So all of that would be briefed to the opposition parties. Remember, in the last all-party meeting, it was the unanimous decision that was taken by the opposition, who had supported the government and stated that it will be at any point of time in response to the terror and to the perpetrators of terrorism who had come to the Indian soil to kill our Indian civilians. The entire opposition united together in response to the terror attacks, and it is tomorrow as well we can see a unanimous a resolution that could be brought in by the government, can be brought by the government. It will be chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and Home Minister Amit Shah will also be present in that particular meeting. Today as well at 2 p.m. the sources have indicated that Home Minister would be speaking to the Chief Ministers of different states who are the border states of our country, and there will be specific directions that will be given by Home Minister to the Chief Ministers for those states as well where there might be the red alert that could be also issued as well. So a series of meetings have been lined up. These 3 to 4 days are very tense, very sensitive in nature, and therefore the reason perhaps the top ministers of the country had been given the directions to reach out to every possible unit, to take care of the situation, to deal with the entire situation with enough sensitivity, and therefore the reason perhaps these.
We are also told that the Home Minister is going to be chairing an emergency meeting shortly. Do you have any detail about that?
Well, that's what I was mentioning. At 2 p.m. Home Minister would be meeting all the chief secretaries, the chief ministers, the DGPs of the border states of the country. This meeting would be on video conferencing. Home Minister Amit Shah is at the North Block at Ministry of Home Affairs. After the cabinet meeting concluded, Home Minister Amit Shah arrived over here, and specific directions will be given to these border states and the officials over there as well. So, regarding the war-like situation, or if any possible retaliation happens from Pakistan, then what if, directions the Ministry of Home Affairs will give is something that remains to be seen. Remember, it was just yesterday the Chief Secretary who concluded the meeting with all the Home Secretary, I beg your pardon, Govind Mohan, concluded the meeting with all the Chief Secretaries of states and union territories regarding the mock drill that the government had decided earlier. And now at this stage, when Operation Sindoor has already concluded, it is an emergency meeting that has been called by Home Minister Amit Shah, and this meeting will be attended by all the chief ministers, the DGs, the chief secretaries of these states aligned to the border areas of the country. Very important at 2 p.m.
All right, thanks very much. We'll come back to you in a little while from now. We are joined now by Colonel Dinesh Nayan. We're also joined by Captain Meera Siddharth Dave. Thank you both very much for being with us. Captain Dave, let me come to you first. Do you believe India's overall objectives have been met in these strikes?
Absolutely, Vishnu. I would like to say to NDTV 24/7 viewers that name matters a lot. When we say Operation Sindoor, that was half the battle won, not only for the Indian citizens, but also we see what is the condition of Pakistani citizens, and more so the Pakistani army and their terrorist leaders. We see what has happened to Masood Azhar and his family very clearly. So when this name was chosen, I feel so proud always that I am a retired Indian Army officer. I will always be. But today, being a woman Army officer, I feel the pain what those women felt on 22nd of April, when that jihadi attack was carried out on those Hindus, those tourists who didn't do anything to them. But jab unka sindoor mita, then we saw how this sindoor has taken the right kind of action onto those terror camps. And yes, why it is so much important? Because till now, Pakistan and Pakistani army always would want to think that POJK terror hideouts would be eliminated. But they didn't know, even in their wildest of dreams, that in their own backyard of Lahore, Sialkot, which is very much in the Pakistan mainland, their main terror camps of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba in Murinke and Bahalpur will be eliminated in such a manner that what the kind of pictures we are seeing today, 20 feet big, huge craters which have been found there, is in their main terror camp of Lashkar-e-Taiba, which was the mastermind of 26/11 also. So this answer is not only of Pahalgam, but also of 26/11, may it be of Pathankot, may it be of Uri, everything. So we were well prepared. We knew what to do, when to do. So when in army we say right time, right place, right manner. So this was a very precise attack where just when the Pakistani chief then on 16th of April he had spoken to the Pakistani overseas people that we need to attack the jugular vein, and we very well know Operation Sindoor has stepped on that jugular vein of Pakistan, those terror camps.
All right, Captain. All right, Captain, lots of key points over there. We're going to go back to Colonel Nayan in a little while from now. I don't think he can hear me. We'll fix that line. He can me now. He can hear me now, I'm told. Colonel Nayan, is there, in your opinion, and briefly, sir, a possibility that Pakistan can still strike India? Colonel Nayan.
Well, if we see the development taking place right now, and say the development on the LOC, especially from Uri till Sundarbani, including Poonch and Rajouri and Nowshera area, we have been receiving artillery fire continuously over there. We have also been retaliating. So we cannot say that they will not be taking any step further. Probably the kind of meetings which are taking place in Delhi now, what I personally feel is that government is also apprehensive or trying to be very protective about something which might be coming. And that's why there has been CCS meeting, then followed by a meeting with the cabinet, and now the Prime Minister is going to the President for briefing, or maybe further explaining her what else can be done in future, what he's expecting. And tomorrow, when he has called all-party meeting, that itself shows that definitely there is something in mind, but there are some informations which we are having that definitely something is coming. And on same time, the Home Minister has called all the CMs of all states bordering Pakistan as well as Nepal, along with their DGPs. So that shows that there is something which is now being decided by us, and probably it may be it may be that we must be preparing for any kind of action which, or action can be taken from Pakistan side or something, or maybe
for a moment I need to take a short break at this stage.
Right,
I'm going to come back with a lot more in a little while from now as we continue to track this story. India hitting Pakistan hard. 9 targets have been struck, multiple attacks on each of these, on some of these areas, 26 I believe in total. That number we were going to double check for you, but all across the line of control, west of that, and indeed west of the international border between Punjab and Rajasthan as well. We'll take a short break, come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
These targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Well, in all of this, let's not for a moment forget about the families of the Pahalgam victims, people who've lost so much. We've reached out to these family members to ask on their reaction to India striking back. Here's what they've said.
This was a significant moment as far as families of the victims are concerned. 64-year-old Dilip Desle lost his life when he was on a holiday with his wife and he was shot dead in front of his wife. This is what happened. He was from Panvel and I am with his relatives, Dilip Desle's relative Prajakta as well as Sanjay. You know, of course, a retaliatory step has taken place. India has attacked Pakistan in several of the terror infrastructure. Do you see this as a sense of justice for families of those who lost their loved ones?
Honestly, sense of justice, that would be a right answer. A person has already been lost. So only thing is what Honorable Prime Minister has done, a huge respect to him for what he has done today. But I can't say it's injustice for our family.
All right. What do you want to say, sir? Is there some sort of closure for a family member?
I have a strong belief in my government, and I am very happy and proud. But the only thing is that ensure that this is not repeated, because even a small single loss is a big loss for a family. And it is not the one person who is get affected, it is a hell lot of people get affected.
And, you know, how has the family been coping, you know, over the last couple of weeks?
The family is still in trauma because we are still getting a lot of relatives, we are visiting our village hometowns, the rituals and all. So it will take some time to cope up. It is not going to be 100% for sure.
And this morning when you heard the news, what went through your minds? Especially of the wives. I'm sure you're in touch with the wife who saw what had happened.
Yes, but honestly, I have not been in contact with her since morning. But whatever we saw in the morning, as I told you, it was a big relief that some action has been taken by government. But as I told you that whatever is lost, we are not going to get it back.
Absolutely. And how has the family coping, sir, over the last 2 weeks? Because, you know, you've...
It will take time. It will take time. We can't expect her to cope up because it is a huge loss, and I don't think it is going to be 10-15 days.
And so what do you want the country, Prime Minister Modi, and what do you want the centre to understand about the loss? Because a lot has happened over the last few weeks. Multiple retaliatory action has taken place diplomatically. Now, of course, an attack has taken place. So what would you like the centre to understand coming from the victims' families?
No, I think they have understood what we wanted and they have done exactly what was expected. And this action is definitely going to... what I can say, give them the response that, okay, this country is into retaliatory mode. And apart from that, the other steps that has been taken, which is going to affect them in a big way. So all in all, I think that why the Pakistan is existing here. Is it just for the terrorism or is it something for else? So that is what I believe.
Any other message that you'd like to give? Somebody who suffered this loss?
Somebody has suffered, but the only thing is that it should not be repeated again. It should not absolutely zero tolerance on this. And Jammu Kashmir is our own country and we should not have a fear to reach out to go over there. So right now the situation is not like that. We are having a fear to go there. So I want that to be changed.
And I think Dilip Desle went there for the first time after his retirement, right?
After our recommendation only. Okay. We only had discussion and we thought that let's go to that place. It is now safe, it is sound and we can go. So he had been, I think Vaishno Devi we had been. So we thought that let's go step ahead. So, and we paid the price for that.
I'm really sorry about that. There you heard family members of Dilip Desle, how they had planned the trip for 64-year-old Dilip soon after his retirement. This was the first visit, as far as Dilip is concerned, was his first visit to Kashmir, but that didn't turn out well at all. Tragic, certainly, but of course, obviously the family members here are relieved that some sort of action has taken place, but they feel more must be done and this cannot be repeated, and that J&K should be a place where every citizen can visit without any fear and with confidence.
আমার গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে শুধু থ্যাংক ইউ বলার আছে। আমি আমার স্বামী হারা হয়েছি। আমি 9টা জায়গায় স্ট্রাইক করেছেন, জাস্টিস চেয়েছিলাম গভর্নমেন্টের কাছে। ইন্ডিয়া গভর্নমেন্ট উনি অ্যাকশন নিয়েছেন, তার জন্য আমি এই যে হাত জোড় করে বলছি। কিন্তু একটাই প্রেয়ার, ভবিষ্যতে যাতে কারোর সিঁদুর না যায়, এই জঙ্গি, এই টেররিস্ট, এদের প্রতি যাতে প্রচণ্ড স্ট্রিক্ট হয়, কারোর যদি এরকম মর্মান্তিক মৃত্যু কারোর ওয়াইফকে চোখের সামনে দেখতে না হয়, কারোর বাচ্চাকে দেখতে না হয়। কিন্তু গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া আমাদের প্রার্থনা শুনেছেন, ওনারা অ্যাকশন নিয়েছেন, ওনারা আমাদের পাশে আছেন, আমরা প্রাউড।
All right, let's just never forget about the families who've lost so much. But for now, let's go quickly across to NDTV Shiv Aruri. He's in front of a building in the Uri sector which has been hit by artillery shelling. Firstly, Shiv, be careful while you're there. Secondly, what's happening around you?
Vishnu, we're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured, 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. Complete damage over here, Vishnu. If you can see that these 2 houses, I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. And remember that, now it's midday here, but it is very likely that an escalation will begin again. We were told earlier by people who were fleeing from this village and others that the firing took place till as late as 11:30 in the morning. They heard the thuds of artillery fire and small arms fire till at least 11:30 in the morning. So we're wondering whether there might be firing now as well. So we want to quickly get this report done and move out of this place. I'm going to try and get a word in from, if you can just bear with me for a moment. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, idhar आइए. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे, कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग.
इधर आ जाइए, इधर। हाँ जी।
4 लोग।
4 लोग।
4
कौन? बच्चे?
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक।
हाँ। और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है, रात के 2 बजे का मसला है। तो उससे ये घायल हो गए। तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं, मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे।
2
बजे सोए होते हैं।
हाँ। आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? आपने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ।
अच्छा।
हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे।
हाँ।
2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए। उधर इधर लगे भागने, क्या करते भाग।
सर इधर आइए एक सेकंड। सर आप यहाँ रहते हैं? नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का।
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे।
आपने सुना ये जब ये
वो
हुआ था?
बहुत आवाज सुना।
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये जिस
शेल
की थी जी।
अच्छा।
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे। एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे।
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे हैं मेरे ख्याल में इसमें।
अच्छा।
2 लगे।
जख्मी लोग बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामूला भेज दिए।
जी।
बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में
कितना बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी, हमने उसको देखा नहीं है। सुबह हम खुद डरे थे, हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे। इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं, सेफ्टी है ही नहीं। क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है माल का।
आप यहीं पे हैं?
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे? किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती। बैंकर ही नहीं है।
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. India targeted terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is how Pakistan has responded by directly targeting a civilian area. Let me take you a little bit deeper. Ashwini will join me a little bit deeper. Let's just show you, it's not just one house. There are 2 houses that have been completely decimated. We are taking due care because we do realize that that shell ammunition, artillery ammunition was used. But just take a look at the complete destruction of this house. All of the wood has been reduced to coal and charcoal. Nothing is left. All the property is completely destroyed. Look at the remnants here. This metal box here full of vessels, completely mangled and twisted out of shape in the intense heat. Now, I can tell you that an artillery shell brings an absolute hellish amount of heat and energy when it lands. White hot metal shards fly in every direction, and that's where the injuries actually come from. They tear through concrete, they tear through steel, as you can see, and here it's cut some water lines, which is why this particular room is also flooded. Glass, plastic, everything completely shattered in this particular house. This is a ground report that NDTV is bringing to you from Islamabad, one of the last settlements before the actual line of control. But we are going to travel a little deeper to see the other damage and document with our own eyes the kind of damage that Pakistan has caused to civilian areas. These images are not second-hand, third-hand, first-hand on NDTV's cameras, showing you that Pakistan has deliberately, consciously, and with total amounts of information targeted a civilian area here in Islamabad. This is close to the line of control in Uri.
All right, Shiv, there are other areas where you're headed to as well, right? Nearby where apparently there has been... I think that in just seeing the footage that you put out right now, when Pakistan says that they're just hitting the Indian army, that's rubbish. They're hitting civilian areas. It's abundantly clear, and it's not just where you're standing now, it's other areas as well.
I want our viewers to see this. I'm going to call Ashwini a little closer, and I want our viewers to see this. This is a poor family's grain store ablaze right now. It was struck at 2 in the morning. You know, nearly 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago it was struck, and the fire is still burning. It's a huge heap of wheat, which was the food, of a poor family that lived in these 2 houses, and it is smoldering right now. This is an image that I want to go out to the entire world. Not a military target, not an armed forces target, not a vital establishment, not a vulnerable point. This is a poor family living in Islamabad, Kashmir, close to the line of control, that has been deliberately targeted by a Pakistan shell. And there you have it, their livelihood, probably the rest of their year's supply of wheat, simply burning in a pile over there. There's nothing left of this house. There's nothing more to really say. Rebuilding it will be, a distant dream for this family once they pick up the pieces of their injuries, and their injured children as well. I mean, just look at these images. Where do you actually start? Where do you start picking up the pieces, really, once you come to terms that you've completely lost your home, your livelihood? Some of the fields behind here have also been completely destroyed. The elderly gentleman here tells me that, this place will not be fixed. And remember, once attention moves on, who's going to come and repair these houses? These are families that do not even have the wherewithal, to rebuild their houses. I'm going to try and venture
All right,
into this
Shiv,
one
just hold
to
on
show
for
you
half a
once
second.
again,
We're going to come back to you in a moment. We've got images on our
You've
screen
got-
right now of the Prime Minister meeting the President. The Prime Minister has briefed the President at Rashtrapati Bhavan in the last 15-20 minutes or so. This is very important on a day in which India struck Pakistan, their terror hubs all across Pakistan, whether it's Pakistan-occupied Kashmir or Bahawalpur, and a series of attacks in 9 areas. The Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters has been destroyed. Several terror training camps of the Lashkar-e-Taiba have been destroyed. The President, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, would be briefed on all of this, and she would be told about what the overall situation is. Let's go back to Shiv Arush. Shiv, you were showing us some flames. Can you just point that out again and tell us, show me what you were trying to tell us?
Yeah, I'm just going to show you. I'm going to show you that. Okay, I'm going to try and maybe step inside here. It's a little dangerous, but yeah. That house is still on fire. You can still see the flames there on our screen right now. Just a testament to what ammunition can really do. Artillery ammunition of the 155mm or 130mm kind has landed in this house. There's a gas cylinder there, very dangerously, lying there on the floor, which could be a hazard. No forensic teams have been able to reach here just yet. The police apparently came for a quick sweep to get the people out, but nothing else has been done. But it's still aflame. The house is still aflame, and it's very likely that it'll probably burn down because much of the superstructure of the houses in this area are made of wood. This is just one small sampling of the damage that we're hearing has been done by Pakistan in civilian areas off the line of control. Islamabad is one of several villages we're hearing that have been targeted directly by the Pakistan army using their artillery. Remember, when we were reporting from the Uri and Kupwara sectors over the last few days, we did hear about Pakistan deploying their Chinese SH-15 self-propelled howitzer guns. Now, we don't know for sure what guns were actually used, but this is definitely the remnant of an artillery attack. These images, you've seen artillery attacks before as well. This is what they look like live in the flesh, up front, an artillery attack on a civilian village on the line of control.
No, in fact, what you were showing us earlier on, Shiv, that shrapnel inside that metal, shelter, metal cover, I mean, that's exactly what it is.
Right here.
If anything, Shiv, that points to an airburst. This points to an airburst where, the shrapnel cuts through everything. And this is just thin metal over here, but it's actually, it can cut through steel as well, it can cut through cement as well, and it's that shrapnel. So it's a clear idea, an indicator of what's happening. Shiv, thanks very much for joining us with that report, and do take care. All right, we're going to stay with Shiv for a little bit longer until such time as he feels he needs to get out of that area. One of the first things that you do when you're in an area which has come under artillery fire is to minimize your risk in that particular area and keep moving to the next area. That brings with it an element of security. I think what Shiv was mentioning is very clear that this isn't the only area where he's at. He's at Islamabad in the Uri sector. There are other homes, other places close by which have also been hit. Shiv, is there anything else that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah. Vishnu, you were talking about an airburst. Take a look at this piece of roofing. This is exactly what you're talking about. Shrapnel, white-hot artillery shrapnel flying in every direction. Just look at the gaping holes they've cut, like neat oval holes, telltale signs of shrapnel simply ripping through metal. This is really, really thick, hard metal used for roofing. You know, it's resistant to, it's all-weather resistant because, you know, it snows and rains a lot over here. Just look at what artillery shrapnel can do to a strong piece of metal. It has completely mangled it. It has perforated it. It is peppered with gaping holes. And this is basically the story of every piece of roofing that we can see here across three structures of one big house, two houses actually. You know, how much more damage we're going to find as we move on ahead, I cannot say, but this is definitely, you know, a morbid appetizer, I would say, to what we're probably going to find as we get a little closer to the line of control now.
There have been casualties on the Indian side. Earlier this morning, we were reporting 3, which is a confirmed number. But the sense is that many more people may have lost their lives. You know, along the line of control, we may not even know how many people have lost their lives until later. Shiv, can you hear me? All right, I think we've lost that line.
Yeah, Vishnu, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't know. Yeah, I'm just trying to get to another point to, you know, to show our viewers the damage from another angle, if possible. We're trying to get to the other side of the house. Oh, there you go. This is the real view now of the damage. Here it is. Completely collapsed roof. Completely collapsed wall of this entire house. Now you get a proper vantage view of the damage that's taken place. The entire roof has blown off. You know, I was trying to look for remnants of the actual shell, but as you know, Vishnu, those are very, very difficult to find because they burst into thousands of little pieces and usually get buried, you know, in walls, in the ground, etc. So not easy to find it anywhere here, but clearly an artillery hit right here at Salamabad village. The villagers here, as you just heard some of them say, you know, they don't have the luxury of leaving. Many of them have actually fled. We saw a small tempo traveler full of people from Salamabad getting, you know, out of here as quickly as possible. We bumped into them in Baramulla, fearing for their lives. They've left, but many still here because, you know, they've just got that helpless look on their faces saying, where can we possibly go? We can't leave our houses. It's not safe. You know, all our livelihood, all our farms and animals and all those things are here. Everything moving costs money. There's no help from anyone to actually get out of here. So it remains to be seen, you know, whether there will be more damage in Salamabad or elsewhere.
All right, Shiv, thanks very much for being with us, sharing all of those details, and stay safe in that particular area and indeed in all of the areas that you're moving around. The images that you see on the left-hand side of your screen over there, in fact, now full frame, is the President and the Prime Minister meeting. The President, the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, meeting the Prime Minister, who has briefed him, heard just a little while back on a day in which India struck Pakistan. There have been multiple strikes which have taken place. There has been a fair amount of support for India, but it needs to be said, countries like Turkey, which have been allies of Pakistan, countries like China, which have been allies of Pakistan, have supported them. This is all going to be played out at an international level as well at some stage, but India has gained fairly strong support from our partners, such as Israel, which has said that the fight against terrorism must continue and that Israel completely backs India. The United States is one of the countries that India briefed early on in the morning. There have been reactions from President Trump as well. The US Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor of India, and the US have spoken as well. Let's go back to Shiv Arur. Shiv, go ahead.
Vishnu, I want to show you some more damage that we're seeing here in some of the surrounding houses as well. I'm going to ask Ashwini to follow me. You know, another house that's had its, you know, all of its glasswork completely blown in. The window panes have blown in. You know, the wooden support pillars and support structure completely damaged here. So it's not just one or two houses, at least 4 houses either destroyed or damaged very, very badly. This is a house which still has its carpeting because obviously the fire didn't spread to this particular house. But if you can see here, all the glass pieces, the glass shards here, showing the kind of damage from the shockwave of that artillery landing here that has destroyed this house. The door has completely blown off the hinges. There's another door just lying there on the ground here, and this is right next to this house. The residents of this house have not left. We'll talk to them in just a moment. We can hear their voices inside. Others are, of course, also speaking to them. The more we dwell on these images, the more I'm hoping that people across India and across the world realize, or at least their belief that Pakistan targets civilians is reinforced. It's a default, warcraft of a country that is a terror sponsor, that has responded in this manner to India attacking terror targets in POK and in Pakistan. We will be getting more images of this kind because we do know that there are many more villages that have been similarly shelled.
All right, Shiv, what happened to the families over there? Just for the benefit of our viewers who've joined in right now, there have been injuries over there in this particular hamlet, right?
There have been injuries. We just spoke to someone who told us that there have been as many as 4 injuries, including one person who's apparently lost an arm. A 13-year-old child has also been injured, received a shrapnel injury to the head, and 2 other people have also been injured. They've been rushed to the Anantnag hospital for treatment, critical care treatment, because there's no other hospital that's close by that can treat them. But it's a truly sorry state of affairs. Nobody from that family is still here. Only the neighbors are here to see what's happened to the house. The 2 gentlemen we spoke to earlier, both neighbors who live a couple of houses away, they say that they were woken up at 2 a.m. by the enormous sound of the shells actually landing. You can imagine what that must have been like. And they're thanking their stars that their houses are still standing. But in small villages like this, where everyone is essentially related to the other, and they all have a very close-knit kind of community, this is what they're left with. This is right in the middle of this little hamlet in Salamabad, where this is all that the people of this village are really left with and what they'll have to do. And they're literally going to have to pick up the pieces. And let's remember, this is perhaps just the beginning. This is perhaps just the beginning of what could be another escalation. The people here in Islamabad do not have the luxury of picking up the pieces and just moving on to another place, to a safer place, further in depth perhaps of the mainland, not being so close to the border. They've been here for generations together. They do not have the choice of, picking up and leaving. And that's why, images like this one, like what we're seeing over here, just common household items, a gas stove, a pot, mugs, tumblers, a plate rack, coffee cups, all of them just splattered in this one little room. This must have been the family's kitchen, where food was prepared, etc. Completely burnt to ashes, bricks and pieces of stone all over the place. I have no idea when that family will come back, or even if they will want to come back to something like this. But this is what Pakistan is doing.
Shiv, there's been very heavy artillery shelling which has taken place after India's strikes across. Could you give us a sense of what's been happening on the LOC near where you are and elsewhere along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir?
I've just received video footage, which I will be sharing in a moment, of artillery shelling that's taken place at LC Uri late last night. There was a great deal of heavy firing taking place at LC Uri. Heavier firing has taken place at the LC in the Kupwara sectors, especially in Tangdhar. That's where we've been reporting from. There are civilian casualties there yet, but we can't confirm the numbers just yet. But by far the heaviest amount of artillery firing and escalation has happened in the Rajouri, Poonch, Bhimbar Gali and KG sectors, that's the Krishna Ghati sectors, where we are told that there's been a huge amount of damage on the Pakistan side of the LC, where several Pakistan army posts have been destroyed and a lot of casualties have been imposed there. But there as well, there are casualties on the civilian side, because remember in the Poonch Rajouri area, which we've traveled to as well, there are lots of villages bang on the line of control. The army has confirmed at least 3 casualties so far. That number is almost definitely likely to rise, but we don't have an official number just yet. And on NDTV, we don't play with numbers when it comes to serious, serious military operations and the crossfire between the two countries. We'll leave that to other channels. Here, we only provide authentic information. So 3 is the official confirmation so far of civilian deaths due to artillery shelling by Pakistan.
All right, thanks very much, Shiv, for being with us. Once again, stay safe. We'll come back to you whenever we can. A great deal of shelling taking place in a lot of areas along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir and also the line of control. But the images on the right-hand side of your screen are some of the areas which India has struck in Pakistan. This is video from Pakistan. The images are after about 1:30 this morning when Indian strikes went in over there, destroying terrorist hubs, absolutely destroying the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, hitting major terror camps, camps where people who were involved in some of the worst terror attacks, including 26/11, were in fact trained. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck.
All right, as we see, some of the video which was released by the government earlier on showing the Indian strikes going in, footage from drones, footage from missiles as well. Let's go across to NDTV's Aishwarya Jain and Nazir Masoodi in Srinagar. Nazir, let me come across to you first. What exactly is happening now with the strikes having taken place? Have shops been opened in Srinagar? I know air travel has been impacted. Give us a sense briefly about what's happening there.
Open, but very less traffic is moving, and it is across Kashmir. Fingers crossed, people are actually fearing something more can happen. The way border areas suffered great, damage, huge damage during the night, and people suffered. People don't know what will happen next when again there would be clash between India and Pakistan if it doesn't stop here where it is. Because India has taken action against terrorists, and I can tell you it is not just Indian claim. We are confirming from independent sources which are in Pakistan. Also, they are even saying, confirming that it was on Jaish headquarters in Bahawalpur, and Maulana Masood Azhar, Jaish chief himself, confirming that it was his family, other terrorists who have been targeted. For the first time, India is hit where it hurts the most, and India is hit at its intended target. And also Murdiki, which was the Jaish Lashkar's headquarters. Earlier it used to be called Jamiat Dawat Rashad. So, and whether it was Kotli, whether it was in Muzaffarabad, everywhere where they have been, militant over operating, or their headquarters or their ideological base, all that has been hit by India. There has been some damage here also. We're waiting for the official numbers, what exactly is the total number of casualties here on this side, particularly in Poonch area and other areas which have suffered damage. There's also been some damage to, air assistance, but the fact is we are waiting for the official confirmation. The fact is that how India is hit, and hit very hard within 2 weeks after Pahalgam terror attack. But on the ground here in the valley, people are really apprehensive what is going to happen next, while the people were actually saying here after terror attack in Pahalgam that there should be retribution and this terror factory should end once for all, and it should not be done in the name of Kashmiris, not in our name, what was always said. And India has actually paid back and very, very hard in the areas which Pakistan would have never
All right,
thought
Nazir, hold on for a
they can
second.
be
Let's go
targeted.
across to Aishwarya Jain as well. Aishwarya, very important meetings taking place in Delhi today, but also tomorrow, the government taking the set to take the opposition into confidence, right?
Well, that's right. In fact, multiple meetings being chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi this morning. It was the CCEA, the CCS and the cabinet meeting. After that, we saw Prime Minister arriving at the Rashtrapati Bhavan and brief President Draupadi Murmu about Operation Sindoor. The meeting lasted for almost 15 minutes. That is the protocol that usually being followed after any such operation is being taken place as far as the Indian Armed Forces are concerned. Right now it is Home Minister Amit Shah who is conducting the meeting with all the chief ministers, the DGPs and the chief secretaries of different states which are the borders, which are adjoining to the border of different countries, and the directions by Home Minister is being given. Tomorrow, the government has called for an all-party meeting where Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah would be chairing it and would be informing about the developments that are taking place and how India is well prepared to combat if any retaliation happen from Pakistani side, to keep all the political parties on board. Tomorrow's meeting has been called by the Government of India.
All right, thanks very much for being with us. I can also tell you now that as many as 20 airports across the country have been shut till the 10th of this month, according to some reports from reliable journalists who track this very closely. So if you are traveling across the country, it's important for you to know what the status of your flight is. And that's something that we've been saying for a while now. So we're going to keep tracking this story very, very closely. If we can just play out some of the reactions which have come in. In fact, from that briefing itself, which was held in the National Media Centre by the government, where these strikes were announced by the Foreign Secretary of India, Vikram Misri, but also 2 officers, one of the Army and one of the Air Force. Let's play those out, which really explains what India has done. All right, we're just about to show you that footage in a moment from now, but what you see on your screen is some of that video which was publicly released. I cannot stress enough the importance of the release of this video. It indicates quite clearly that Pakistan needs to be sent a message, India wanting to send Pakistan a message. Unlike the surgical strikes where there was only very, very sketchy footage, and Balakot where there essentially was none, this is very clear footage which has been sent. So let's play those packages across.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप सियालकोट यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों को की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। ये कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Payback for Pahalgam. India takes out Pakistani terror hubs, 24 strikes and 9 targets. At least 70 terrorists believed to have been killed. Pakistani terror factories have been dismantled. India raises camps that trained 2611 terrorists. The government says that India avoided civilians and military targets. Proof of India's Pahalgam revenge. The government releases videos of Operation Sindoor. The government says that the targets chosen were based on credible intelligence. Prime Minister Modi briefs the cabinet on Operation Sindoor. He says that it's been a perfect strike by the armed forces. The cabinet lauds the Prime Minister for exemplary leadership.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है, मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims?
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Of the military India on targets in Pakistan. Airspace across Pakistan has been entirely shut down. As far as India is concerned, 20 airports have been shut down. These include Srinagar, Chandigarh, Jodhpur. Airports have been shut down till the 10th of May. The list is a little bit more exhaustive, and we'll try and bring you that entire list in a little while from now. But it is important what has taken place. The message is that you should perhaps consult your airline before you travel in case you are scheduled to travel. There are 20-odd airports which have shut down, and we'll try and bring you more details of this in a little while from now. We're going to move on now to our guests. General Rakesh Sharma and Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur join us at this stage. Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, is it your sense that it's not the end of it? There's every possibility of a Pakistani attack which might come in. We've hit targets in Pakistan, and very correctly so, but they might retaliate, and that's a possibility, right?
That, my sense is that it is the case, because the public opinion in Pakistan would demand, what is it that you have done to respond to India's attacks? So my sense is, and I think we are already seeing army action along the LOC. I saw the earlier report of the shelling going on in Poonch area. So that may be a starter, and the shelling, I believe, is only increasing. So we have to be on guard. It's just 13 odd hours from the time we struck. So we have to be on guard, not only on ground, but also in the air. What exactly are their air planners doing to do a similar thing on us? But they are in a quandary, and I suppose they would be in a quandary. We have targeted terrorist targets. What do they target in India? Would they target army installations? Would they target our economic installations? So they, I think, are stuck or would be stuck with what to strike. Because striking a military target or an economic target would mean that we would have to respond again. So the choice of their targeting would be there, but we have to be on guard, absolutely. It's certainly not the end of it.
General Sharma, would you agree it's not the end? It's possible that there may be Pakistani attacks incoming?
Thank you, Vishnu, for inviting me. I think the Prime Minister's office in Pakistan has clearly said that they will abide by Article 51 of the United Nations Convention, which says that they have the right to respond to any affront. So this is coming up recently, lately, which actually implies that they are telling us that they would respond. But Khwaja Asif, in his statement about 2-3 hours ago, had said that in case India does not want to escalate, we will let things die. Now, as Air Vice Marshal rightly pointed out, the Pakistan, for the Pakistan Army to retain its primacy in the country, it is essential for them to respond. Without it, their own standing within the country will go bad. Also, there is an issue of the identity of Pakistan being anti-Indian. It will be essential for them to respond. So yes, they would respond. Maybe today, tomorrow, or sometime, they will respond in one manner or the other. The targets will have to be examined. I'm sure the serving establishment has considered that where would the response come, which targets would be hit, how far in depth, and what kind of effect they would have, what kind of weaponry the Pakistanis could use. I would say that hitting an infrastructure in India will be debilitating for Pakistan, because our response will also go against Pakistani infrastructure, which lies closer to our border, and it will be greatly disadvantageous. So to talk about bridges and dams and railways and things like that, I might doubt whether the Pakistanis will handle that issue. What can they easily handle is they don't have any terrorist infrastructure like we have in India to say, okay, we hit a terrorist infrastructure or something. So that's also gone. Finally, it comes down to some kind of a military establishment, which could be either the airfields or some kind of military cantonments or military areas. That's the safest bet for the Pakistanis to hit, or choreograph a response in proximity to these areas, like they did after Balakot, when they hit the areas close to Rajouri divisional headquarters and the ammunition dump without hitting them directly. So they conveyed a message that we could have hit them, but they didn't hit them on that date.
Okay, General Sharma,
So
give me a second. Let me just go back to Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur. In all of this, the Air Force needs to be on complete guard, right? Because if there are incoming strikes which take place, striking by air is a very strong possibility. Therefore, I would suggest that the next couple of days, very, very crucial, particularly at night.
Oh, that is absolutely true. And I can assure you all our radars must be churning. Our air defense controllers would be on the ball. All the ORPs, the operational readiness platforms at airfields would be live, 2 minutes live. That means 2 minutes the aircraft will be able to take off the moment the scramble order is given. And possibly at some places, we may be having a standing cab, possibly, we don't know. But our air defense mechanism would be fully on the ball to anticipate any response from the other side. This is a cat and mouse game because how is it and when would it happen is the issue. So all these things would be on. At the background, diplomacy, I'm quite sure the diplomatic lines are churning, and they would like to dial down the temperature right now. So our diplomats would be earning their pay actually in trying to tell the international community that it is the other side which has to take steps, Pakistan has to take steps to ensure that our integrity, our people, our society is not affected by their actions. So yes, we can expect something from the air, and we would be standing guard on this.
All right, we'll be standing guard. Thank you, gentlemen, both very much for being with us. I'm going to go across to my colleague Tanushka, who joins us at this stage. We're trying to get an idea of the number of airports in India which have been impacted, shut down. Tanushka, go ahead with what you're hearing. Tanushka, you're on air. How many airports have been shut down?
Right, precisely, Vishnu. We have around, 20 airports, around 20 airports that have been shut down. This is specifically in North India. So Leh, Thoi, Srinagar, Jammu and Kashmir, Amritsar, Pathankot, Chandigarh, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, Ramnagar, Bhatinda, Bhuj, Dharmshala, Shimla, Rajkot and Porbandar. These are namely some of the airports which have been shut down entirely in view of the airspace closure between, of course, and also in view of this attack, the Operation Sindoor that India carried out in the intervening night. Several airlines have suspended air travel to parts of northern India, and some of these airports are also shut. What we do understand as of this moment is that over 200 flights have been cancelled after these strikes that targeted 9 terrorist locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir as well. Airlines such as Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet, Air India Express, Akasa Air, along with several foreign carriers as well, have suspended multiple services due to the resulting airspace restrictions. From Delhi airport alone, over 200 flights have been cancelled. And speaking of airlines, Indigo has also cancelled 165 flights to and fro Jammu, Kashmir, Leh, Chandigarh, Srinagar, Amritsar, Dharmshala, Bikaner and Jodhpur in its recent travel advisories. What we'd also know is that all of these airlines are also maintaining, constant updates and advisories and asking passengers to constantly be updated with respect to their travel plans. And these airports and airlines also continue to will remain discontinuing with their travel or air travel across northern India, especially to the areas that I just mentioned earlier, until May 8th and May 10th with some airports and airlines as well.
All right, Tanushka, thanks very much for sharing those very important details. Approximately 20 airports have been shut till the 10th or so. These are difficult and tense times. The fact that they've been shut till the 10th is almost an indicator that the people are worried that there may be some sort of strikes which could be coming in from Pakistan. At this juncture, we don't know, but it's not something that can be ruled out at this stage. We'll take a short break, come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The Army, the Air Force, the Indian Navy have struck together.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar.
Welcome back. In all of this, let's not for a moment forget about the victims, the families of the victims who lost their lives in the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 people were killed. We reached out to some of the families to ask for their reaction on India's strikes going in against terror centers in Pakistan. Here's what they said.
I have with me the family of Bharat Bhushan. He was shot dead by the terrorists in Pahalgam, even as he said that he has a young 3-year-old child and requested to spare his life, but there was no mercy shown. Today, as these, retaliatory attacks have happened, so I have with me the father of Bharat Bhushan. So do you feel that this is some sort of, how is the family feeling? I don't want to really put words in your mouth.
Family is in a difficult state. Every day they are suffering like anything.
Yeah.
And small kid, and he is also suffering much because the incident happened just in front of him and his mother. So they are in severe pain.
So when this attack has been carried out by the Indian Army, does it bring you some sort of satisfaction?
Definitely. We are very happy to know all these incidents. And Army and Air Force, they have done very good work. And they are controlling the terrorists as well as they are attacking terrorist camps in Pakistan. And they are putting missiles so that everything will be demolished then and there itself. And even terrorists are killed there itself.
Absolutely. And while many of them have in the past said that, including the families of several of the victims, that they are not looking for any sort of vengeance. They're looking for safety measures. They're looking to ensure that the government in the future ensures that such an incident does not occur. But right now, with such an attack that's being carried out, Operation Sindoor being carried out, somewhere for the family, is it relief that if those terrorists who are a part of Pahalgam or any other people who could carry out such an attack, them being eliminated, does that bring you some level of satisfaction?
I don't know if I should say, it's a satisfaction, it's a relief, because Bharat is not going to be back. So there is a void, which he's left for us. Second is, I want to state that, we are with the government and their decisions. I'm very sure, this is a very well thought through decision after a complete study of, what has happened in Pahalgam and what is expected to happen in the future. They would have thought through all these things, and then they would have made a step, or they've taken the step of, attacking these terror outfits. So I wouldn't want to call it saying, yeah, it gives us a bit of satisfaction, it's a good revenge. I don't know. I don't want to call it, I don't want to give any term to this, but we are with the government, and we fully support their decisions, and whatever they have to do, they will do. We know that. So we'll just wait and watch.
How's the family doing at this point in time, sir? It's been, of course, a hard couple of weeks, I'm sure. How is the wife doing? How is the kid doing?
I mean, hats off to her and her courage. She lost the most important person of her life in front of her, and still, she had the courage to hold the kid, bring him down safe from Baisaran to Pahalgam. I don't think many could do that. She's going through a lot of pain. She's in a lot of pain at the moment. She's struggling. My family is struggling. All of us are struggling. We only realize when I look at the photograph of Bharat with the garland is when I realize saying he's not there. I mean, initial week was more the shock. Now it's the pain which all of us are going through at this point in time.
Harshal Lele, who is the son of Sanjay Lele, who lost his life in the attacks, the cowardly attacks that took place on the 22nd of last month. India has finally retaliated, and let us try and understand from him on what are his initial reaction to this attack. Harshal, first of all, tell me, when did you get to know about the kind of reaction that India has given to Pakistan?
Yesterday midnight. I was awakened till late. I don't know why I was not able to sleep. My friend actually messaged me that, are you awake? I said yes. So he told me to switch on the TV. So I got to know like that around 2 to 2:30. at that time.
Have you been awake for many nights in the last 15-16 days, or was it something special that made you keep awake last night?
I was awake for last 15-16 days during late night, but yesterday, previously I was sleeping but wasn't able to sleep. Yesterday, on my own I was awake. I was means I don't know why, but I didn't go to the bed. I was just kept scrolling the mobile. So maybe that was a sign for me that something is going to happen.
Harshal, everyone is talking about the sense of justice, right? That we have given justice to those who lost their lives. Do you think that this in any way completes the sense of justice?
Yes, it is a justice, but it will be my humble request to the government as well as all three departments that the operation should not stop here. This operation should continue to the point that there should not be a single terrorist left in the POK or even in Pakistan.
In the last 15 days, a lot of people were talking about what is the way in which India is going to retaliate. Is it going to be satisfactory, not satisfactory? Personally, you are the one who have lost the most as compared to any other countryman. Has the the product been worth the wait for last 15 days?
Yes, it's worth. I was knowing that something is going to happen because all the meetings were continuously going on. We even stopped the river water. So I knew something was going to happen. But I would say that this should not be the end. This should be the beginning of the operation.
Okay, thank you so much.
ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है कि जो उन्होंने मोदी साहब ने बदला लिया है और मैं उनके साथ हूँ, जनता उनके साथ है और हमारा सारा परिवार उनके साथ। सेना के जवानों को यही मैसेज देना चाहती हूँ कि आगे बढ़ते रहो और ऐसे ही बदला लेते रहो कि ऐसी कोई घटना दोबारा न घटे, उनको मुंह तोड़ जवाब देना ऐसे ही देना चाहिए।
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए।
उसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है। मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुँह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से करूँगा सतर्क है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे, तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा। मोदी जी अभी जो स्टेप लिया है हमारे ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ।
Well, several border areas are extremely tense right now. There have been civil alert drills or drills for civilians as well. My colleague Gurpreet Chinna has been in some of the border areas of Punjab and sent us this report.
Sir, what is the ground situation? We have seen very volatile situation between both the countries.
Right now in Firozpur, situation is normal. Like we have prepared for every exigency. Any kind of emergency we are prepared. Like we have done our mock drills also. Today also we are going to conduct one mock drill. Otherwise all other preparations on the part of civil administration and police administration, they are in place. But there is nothing to like as of there's nothing to panic about. The situation is normal at the ground.
So we have seen earlier Blackout has been carried out in the district of Firozpur also, in some area of Firozpur also. So what was the response? Because we have seen the people are appreciating the way this Indian government has taken action against terrorism.
Response is like whatever the preparedness part on the part of civil administration and the police administration, the people are cooperating in every whatever we say to them, whatever we tell them regarding the mock drills, and so it is everything is in control, and people are not at all, they are not afraid, they are not panicky, they are in normal situation.
Well, it's time now for us to take this short break.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree.
India avenges the Pahalgam terror attack, launches Operation Sindoor. 25 minutes of precision strikes. Prime Minister Modi briefs President Murmu on India's strike on Pakistan's terror camps. Government calls an all-party meeting after Operation Sindoor. The all-party meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, where Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh will brief opposition. Security review post-Operation Sindoor as Home Minister Amit Shah chairs an emergency meeting, high-level meeting with the chief ministers of border states underway. World reaction coming in to Operation Sindoor as Israel strongly supports India and says there is no place for terrorists to hide. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Operation Sindoor leaves Pakistan red-faced. The daring, direct and decisive action taken by India and Indian armed forces. India shows its mettle to Pakistan, and video proof of those precision strikes is making all details absolutely clear for the world to see that the terror hideouts in Pakistan have been bombed by India. The precision strikes have in fact stunned Pakistan, where the terror modules have existed for long and that have been busted by India in the loud and clearest message that they can run but they cannot hide at all. In fact, let's get in my colleagues joining me live on this, Gurpreet as well as Aishwarya, to talk to us about some of the next steps that are happening and taking place underway, important meetings that are taking place. Aishwarya, to you first. There have been important high-level meetings that have taken place. President Murmu was also briefed a short while back by Prime Minister Modi. There is another high-level meeting taking place right now. Talk to us about what's happening on ground after Operation Sindoor.
Well, in the morning, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who chaired the CCS, which is the Cabinet Committee on Security, the highest body who takes care of the national security, after which Prime Minister also chaired CCEA and a full-fledged cabinet. The sources of the cabinet had told us that it was the cabinet colleagues of Prime Minister Narendra Modi who lauded government's efforts of operationalizing, the entire Operation Sindoor, and how there were successful strikes in Pakistan and the POK region as well. Apart from it, it was later Prime Minister, after chairing those two crucial meetings, arrived at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi briefed President of India, who is also the Supreme Commander for Indian Armed Forces, and these are some protocols that usually we see whenever Indian Armed Forces conduct any operations. Then Prime Minister goes to President of India. That meeting lasted for almost 15 minutes, and it is another high-level meeting which is underway at the Ministry of Home Affairs. Amit Shah is holding a very high-level meeting with the Chief Ministers, the DGPs, with the Chief Secretaries of the states which are adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan, Nepal and others as well, and important directions are being given in a situation of a war like what the state governments needs to do, and what directions the Ministry of Home Affairs will be conducting for tomorrow. Then we've been told that government has called an all-party meeting in which it will be Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, and Home Minister Amit Shah will be chairing, and of course the political parties would be briefed about the development that India is taking and how India is well prepared to counter any such operations or in a situation of retaliation by Pakistani side. The government aims to have all the political parties on board as far as the recent developments are concerned. So tomorrow the all-party meeting at 11 a.m. is what we've been told has been called in.
Absolutely, very important meeting, the all-party meeting that will take place tomorrow. And that is when the opposition parties will be briefed by the Prime Minister on Operation Sindoor. Stay with us, Aishwarya, because I want to now get in Gurpreet to talk more about, some of the border areas after they are put on high alert after Operation Sindoor. Gurpreet is standing by and joining us from Firozpur, one of the border towns, to explain to us what's the situation on ground, the preparedness after Operation Sindoor. Tell us, Gurpreet, what are your sources telling you, and what's the situation like on ground, especially in Firozpur, a border town?
Well, we have seen that this is the Punjab state is just next to Pakistan, and we have seen since morning high alert has already been issued on the whole border, whether it's the district Gurdaspur, district Firozpur or Pathankot, they are already on high alert, and we have seen the multiple precautions had already been taken by the local administration. If we can talk about Gurdaspur, we have seen already they have already shut down all the schools for 3 days, and in Firozpur, from where we are reporting at this point of time, we have seen they have also decided to shut down all the schools for 1 day. If we can talk about the meetings we have seen the multiple meetings are happening, and a few minutes ago we have seen they have also decided to conduct this mock drill, which has been asked by the central government, so that there should be proper preparedness if the war-like situation is going to be happen, and if war is going to be happen. As of now, we have seen all the top officers, they are sitting inside this municipal office where they are holding multiple meetings, even chalking out a strategy how they are going to deal the situation. We had a word with SSP of Firozpur also. He was saying as of now they are already in touch with the forces, they are already preparing on the ground each and everything, and a mock drill is also being conducted so that the people of this border area should be aware. But as of now, we have seen that he says we haven't issued a single advisory to villagers to leave the village to move other place, but some of the families we have seen they have also started moving from their village to nearby area to stay their relatives so that they can save their lives. But at the same time, we have seen the multiple decisions had already been taken by the administration, because we have seen the retreat ceremony which is also happening in this border area in Firozpur Hossaini Wala border, that had already scaled on. They had decided not to hold retreat ceremony here, and same thing is happening at Atari Wagah border. So as of now, we have seen the multiple precautions are being taken by the local administration, and multiple mock drills are being conducted so that they will be ready if there is any emergency. They can combat and deal with that situation, they can grapple with that situation. There should not be problem. And if we can talk about the sentiments of the people who stay in border
in fact,
area,
Gurpreet, stay with me. Stay with us. I want to quickly address some breaking news. I'm going to come back to you on that, which is breaking news coming in on the Poonch Gurdwara attack that has taken place. And in fact, Akali Dal chief has responded to that. He's condemned the attack. He's condemned Pakistani firing at the LOC as well, and has said that Pakistani forces are behind this attack. Tell us more on this breaking news that's coming in as we speak, the attack that has taken place, in Sukhbir Badar's reaction to that.
Well, we have seen that everybody condemned the way this attack has been carried out. And if we can talk about this border area and specifically Firozpur area, people are with the nation. They are saying the way the Indian government has already started taking action against terrorism, there is a need to uproot this terrorism. How many more lives we are going to lose the way we have seen the multiple anti-India activities had been happening, and specifically this after this Pahalgam attack, some of the people, they are saying they are with the nation, they will be contributing to the nation from the forefront if any emergency things are going to be happen on the ground. So in nutshell, if we can talk about border area, the people are very motivated, they are in high spirit, they want that this terrorism should be uprooted, and the India has already started taking action. We have seen the multiple strikes had been taken place on the hides of these terrorists who are involved in multiple cases also. So administration, they are also preparing. We have seen the people, they are also preparing. They are also supporting the Indian action at this point of time. So we have to wait and watch how this preparation is going on, because we have seen the central government has already given direction to the state government to carry forward these mock drills so that the people should be aware, and that preparation is already on the cards at this point of time. Any time the officer who are holding meeting inside this office, they will come and they will also address their officer so that they will be able to deal with this emergency situation, and there should not be any more problem for the people of this border area. Back to studio.
Right, stay with us, Gurpreet, because I want to also get in Nazir Masoodi, who's joining us live from Kupwara to talk to us about what's the situation like on ground. There is, of course, high level of preparedness as drills are also set to take place. Those, of course, are mock drills that will take place later on. But the fact is, after Operation Sindoor, what's the situation like on ground, the level of preparedness of the security forces on high alert? Nazir, talk to us about what's it like on ground, joining us live from Kupwara.
Well, we have been talking about it before all these 2 weeks that armed forces are always ready for any eventuality, even without we saw any mobilization on the border. And when they hit very hard, and they hit where it hurts the most. But there has been the huge damage to the property and life here along the line of control, be it Tangdar in Kupwara, here, or it is Poonch and Poonch district which has borne the brunt of this Pakistani shelling, and particularly the civilian areas, houses, shops and innocent lives have been cut short. So they have been hit, and we are waiting for the official number, what is the total death toll, but several people have lost their lives. All schools in border areas including Jammu, Kutwa, Samba, Rajouri, Poonch, Kupara, Baramulla, in all these border district schools are closed, and also sub-district Gurez as well. University also postponed exams for today. So fingers crossed, people don't know what will happen next. There have been some damage or the loss of some arrests as well during this military attack on Pakistan, which has been clearly targeted in those areas which have been known as terror factories or the militant headquarters, like the Jammu and Kashmir, Bahawalpur, Murdiki, Lashkar-e-Taiba, earlier it was known as Jamatul Dawat Irshad, or the Kotli or Muzaffarabad, where Hizbul camps or the Lashkar camps were being run. So it is much more serious, much more coordinated than it was in 2016 or 2019, when surgical strikes were launched by the army, or then the Balakot airstrikes. This time it has really hit deep inside Pakistan, and unlike the last two times, Pakistan was in a denial mode. This time they are already accepting there have been more than 26 casualties. India has said that they have killed 70 terrorists in this attack, and even there are reports that even Masood Azhar of Jaish has admitted that his 10 family members have been killed and 4 Jaish terrorists have been killed. That is, statement we do. It's not signed or named that Masood Azhar done it, but there's a statement which is saying this. Having said that, it is a very, very tricky situation. For whole night after 1 a.m., there was a massive shelling, artillery shelling going on across the line of control. And in Srinagar city also we heard loud explosions. And then there was some, crash of some aircraft also. We don't know the nature of that crash also. So far, no official statement yet. But the fact is, the way India has hit back at Pakistan exactly 2 weeks after the horrible terror attack in Pahalgam, clearly shows India's resolve, and India has clearly said this military action was to deter and preempt, because India had information that there could be more terror attacks. In fact, yesterday only we were talking about how security has been heightened at different places where there is input that there could be more attacks. So this strike was to preempt and deter Pakistan from carrying out future attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. So clearly it is a dynamic situation, very complex situation. The way things will unfold, our defense system has been operationalized since last night. India is prepared for any eventuality, as it was after Pahalgam terror attack.
Absolutely, Nasir and Gurpreet and Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us live to talk more about the situation that's unfolding, the several aspects to this big story that we are getting. And now, of course, we're going to get you this exclusive report that's been filed by my colleague Shiv Arur from Ground Zero, where LOC, of course, continues to remain tense with Pakistan's firing. In fact, there's the shelling, the Pakistani shells, where they have landed is where this ground report has been filed by Shiv Arur. Take a look.
At the line of control in Salamabad, it's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. complete damage over here, Vishnu. If you can see that these two houses, I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad, where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. And remember that, now it's midday here, but it is very likely that an escalation will begin again. We were told earlier by people who were fleeing from this village and others that the firing took place till as late as 11:30 in the morning. They heard the thuds of artillery fire and small arms fire till at least 11:30 in the morning. So we're wondering whether there might be firing now as well. So we want to quickly get this report done and move out of this place. I'm going to try and get a word in from, if you can just bear with me for a moment. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, इधर आइए. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे? कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग.
इधर आ जाइए, इधर. हाँ जी.
4 लोग.
4 लोग. कौन? बच्चे?
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है. रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं. मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे. 2 बजे सोए होते हैं.
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ. हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे. 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए. उधर इधर लगे भागने. क्या करते भाग?
सर इधर आइए एक सेकंड. सर, आप यहाँ रहते हैं? नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का.
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे.
आपने सुना ये जब ये
हुआ था? बहुत आवाज सुना.
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये शेल की थी जी.
अच्छा.
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे. एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे.
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे मेरे ख्याल में. इसमें 2 लगे.
जख्मी लोग बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में हैं.
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामूला भेज दिए.
जी.
बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में भी.
बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी. हमने उसको देखा नहीं है. सुबह हम खुद डरे थे. हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे. इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं. सेफ्टी है ही नहीं. क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है. माल
तो आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे? किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती. बैंकर ही नहीं है.
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. India targeted terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is how Pakistan has responded.
That's a very important report that we just played out to show what exactly has Pakistan done in retaliation, hit out at civilian infrastructure. But listen out to these sound bites that I'm going to play out, first of Foreign Secretary and then of course of Wing Commander Vyomika Singh as well, to talk about the rationale behind these attacks, the precision with which they only hit the terror modules with absolutely no damage whatsoever to civilian infrastructure or to any military installations. Listen in.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप बिंबर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तैयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जिकल कैंप सियालकोट। यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठुआ के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप सियालकोट। यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर, यह इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
All right, shifting focus now. On your screens are those latest visuals coming in of the Congress party meeting. Informal meeting of senior leaders of the Congress party is underway ahead of the all-party meeting that will take place tomorrow. I guess the Congress party leadership would like to decide its official line ahead of that all-party meeting tomorrow that will take place, when the government will brief all opposition parties about Operation Sindoor. On that note, let's quickly now play out some of those important reactions coming in from political parties across the board on Operation Sindoor.
I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. We are in this situation because of them. If they had not targeted our innocent civilians in Pahalgam, we wouldn't be here. This ceasefire had held along the line of control for a number of years now. We did not provoke this. We have responded to a provocation. Now it is for Pakistan to realize that our response was limited to what happened to us in Pahalgam. They must be careful not to escalate things beyond control.
As you know from my earlier statements and writings, this is exactly what I thought the government should do, and I'm glad they have done, which is that there is no question in my mind that we had to give some sort of fitting response to the terror attack. The terrorists had to be taught that there was a price to be paid. And sadly, this kind of impunity that they believe they enjoy would have only emboldened them to continue with further attacks. So it was important and essential to give them some sort of response that was a kinetic response. In addition to the diplomatic measures we all know about, the government announced various things, action on visas, all sorts of things. But today, what they have done is a fitting response.
We support the Sarkar on behalf of the government of Karnataka. I welcome this attack. And we will be in a position to attack if the Pakistan counter-attack us. India will not hesitate to wage a war against Pakistan.
Slipping into a very short break, we come back with lots more on the other side. Rolling coverage of India Strikes Back continues. Political reactions, big reactions coming in. And what next? All that and more. Stay with us.
Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
India avenges Pahalgam terror attack. Operation Sindoor, 25 minutes of precision strike by India. Prime Minister Modi briefs President Murmu on India's strike on Pakistan. Government calls an all-party meeting after Operation Sindoor. The all-party meeting will take place tomorrow, where Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh are set to brief opposition parties. Security review post-Operation Sindoor as Home Minister Amit Shah chairs an emergency meeting. Home Minister's high-level meeting with border CMs underway. World reacts to Operation Sindoor by New Delhi. Israel strongly stands and supports India and says there's no place for terrorists to hide. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where
Been established with Russia and France. After Operation Sindoor, this is NSA Ajit Doval speaking to his counterparts in US, UK in terms of briefing his counterparts on possible next course of action. Remember, India has been very clear that the method has been non-escalatory, something that they've said again and again, and in fact reiterated in these important meetings as well. What's the larger message here? Let's get in my colleague Aishwarya Jain joining us to talk more about this.
Well, soon after the focus strikes on terrorist infrastructure at 9 sites in Pakistan and POK as part of Operation Sindoor, NSA Ajit Doval spoke with the counterparts of several countries, including US NSA and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, UK NSA, Saudi Arabia NSA, UAE, and also Secretary General of NSC of UAE and NSA of Japan as well. It has been stated that the NSA Ajit Doval had briefed his counterparts on the actions taken and the methods of execution, which were measured, non-escalatory and restrained. He emphasized to his counterparts that India had no intent to escalate, but was well prepared to retaliate resolutely should Pakistan decide to escalate. It was contact that was also established with Russian NSA and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs of China and diplomatic advisor to French President as well by the National Security Advisor after India successfully struck down the Pak terror hubs within Pakistan mainland and in POK as well.
All right. Thanks much for that very important update. No intent to escalate, but prepared to retaliate resolutely. That's the strong message by India to given by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to his counterparts in US, UK, Saudi Arabia and other important countries. Let's quickly now welcome Dr. Brahma Jilani on that to talk more about the next course, including these diplomatic measures that India is now undertaking, and Captain D.K. Sharma on the broadcast. And in fact, Dr. Jilani, let me start with you. These measures, these diplomatic moves that India is making and has been making all along, your first reaction to that, how do you read, given the scenario, the situation that is unfolding?
It's important for India to build diplomatic and international pressure on Pakistan. In fact, today, the geopolitical environment is quite favorable to India. The Trump administration effectively has green-lighted India's strikes. It has made no attempt to stop India from wreaking retribution on Pakistan. No important power in the world has criticized India for putting the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance. That has come as a surprise. It really shows how the global environment is quite favorable to India. This is the time for India to impose deterrent costs on Pakistan. And we do not know whether Operation Sindoor is going to involve more strikes, especially if Pakistan were to respond to early this morning strikes by India. Would India respond to Pakistan's response by inflicting more pain on Pakistan? We do not know at this stage. But certainly if India decides to press matters against Pakistan, the geopolitical environment is quite favorable to India.
Indeed. And Captain Sharma, comment on that, the geopolitical environment that India is operating in right now, the measures it continues to make, some of the diplomatic wins that it has been witnessing, as Dr. Chilani was also pointing out, that playing into New Delhi's next course of action?
Well, it will all depend upon what is the reaction of Pakistan. Since morning, we are monitoring that, and everything will be governed and dictated by what kind of reaction Pakistan, takes now, or what kind of action they take after our strikes in the morning. So it is all dependent on that. But the message is very clear that we have avenged the attacks of Pahalgam, and they were very restrained. They were measured. They were not on civil population. They were not on military targets, but they were on the hotbed of terrorism. So it's so clear. It's very, very clear that this was a pinpoint attacks, very, very saturated, very, very focused, precise, and and they have given a message very clearly. And they've also given a message that our reach is there. Hide wherever you want to. We will take you out.
Indeed. That's the very clear message that has come in from India. And of course, depends on the next course of action, depends on what will be the move from Pakistan. Also, Captain Sharma, help us understand that going forward, what is it that we should be prepared for? Of course, we are going to be fully prepared. We are resolute in any retaliation whatsoever, something that NSA Dr. Doval also pointed out. But help us understand from here on, what is it that we need to be prepared for? What is it that we need to be absolutely clear in terms of our roadmap going forward?
Well, India is very clear that, they did something nefarious, horrendous, and that had to be avenged. There was a lot of pressure, a lot of aspirations of Indians that this kind of an act will not be tolerated, and we waited for it. We took our own time. We calculated all the moves, and we have also taken into account that should it land up into a kind of an escalation, what will be our response? So they did something on 22nd. We did today morning. We avenged it. Now it is up to Pakistan that whether they want to take it forward or they want to, do another misadventure with us. It all depends on their thing, and we are ready. Our forces are deployed. We are absolutely ready, and the resolve is there that this will not go unpunished should they try and do any kind of misadventure.
Dr. Chilani, you want to come in there? What do you expect from Pakistan going forward? Do you expect a response from Pakistan after this?
Pakistan has vowed to respond, and its response is going to be the way it responded after Balakot airstrike. After Balakot, Pakistan sent a wave of warplanes into India's J&K. They even hit an Indian military base. So Pakistan will try to respond with even a bigger series of strikes against India. So India has to be really prepared. It has to be on full guard. And this time, hopefully, India will respond to Pakistan's response in a much better way than it responded after Balakot. We lost one aircraft at that time. We had an Indian pilot captured by Pakistan, and then there was a mishap where we accidentally shot down our own chopper. This time, hopefully...
No, but what are you saying? What is it that we should be prepared for this time around?
Yes. Sorry?
I'm saying, what is it that we should be prepared and looking at and preparing for this time around? I want to talk about that. I want to talk about Operation Sindoor.
Pakistan will seek to take India by surprise. At a time of its choosing, it will try to hit India where it finds openings, and India will have to respond to that response. We did not respond to what Pakistan did in response to our Balakot airstrike. This time, India, if it's going to deter Pakistan from continuing to wage cross-border terrorism, India will have to impose tangible costs on Pakistan in response to Pakistan's response to the Indian strikes. So let's be clear that today's strikes are not going to be sufficient.
I want to get in a reaction to this from I want to get in a reaction to this from Captain Sharma.
Well, ours will not be a knee-jerk reaction. Let me tell you very, very clearly. We took our own time. We had solid plans. We had solid coordination. It was a tri-service, synchronized attack, multi-pronged. And you see the spread of the 9 targets which we took out in the morning. So it is not that India will, just react to whatever Pakistan does. Let's see, and that's what I'm saying, that what they did on 22nd, we avenged on the 7th morning. Now, should they decide, and if ever they decide, they will be, sucked into it. And let me tell you, it will be very, very costly for them should they try any kind of misadventure. That is what I'm saying. No knee-jerk reactions from Indian side. It will be, again, very measured, and it will, hurt them where it hurts the most.
Indeed. And in fact, that is a message that India sent out this time around as well. Very clear that it was precise, it was non-escalatory, but very clear that it is hitting the terror modules, the terror infrastructure, backed by credible intelligence, meant to target only and only those terror infrastructure, no civilian infrastructure, no military installations. Very clear in what it wants to and how it wants to respond. Chilani, let me then also talk about some of the other maneuvers that India continues to make. And I want to come back to the diplomatic maneuvers that we were just talking about a short while back, because that's also important. At the end of the day, Pakistan is and continues to be the fountainhead as far as terrorism is concerned, not just for India, but for the world, and something that their defense minister also accepted just a couple of days back. So this global community needs to come together when it comes to acting against Pakistan.
There's too much happening in the world for the global community to come together. There's so many conflicts and issues dividing the world today. And this is India's fight. India has to do what is necessary to underpin its security. At the same time, India has to build greater diplomatic and international pressure on Pakistan, given the fact that the major powers are on India's side. India has to expose Pakistan's role aggressively at international forums. It has to get the FTF to again place Pakistan on the grey list. India has to build stronger alliances, stronger strategic partnerships with countries that share concerns about terrorism. And India has to strengthen its own deterrence against Pakistan. How is it that the smaller, weaker country is bleeding India for decades now? That has to stop. That means India has to act. India has to act to underpin its own security. It cannot count on the world.
No, it's doing that. It's doing just that. And India does not need anybody else when it comes to its own security, its strategic calculus, and its overall strategic matrix. It's doing that, and today's strike is a demonstration of just that. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back with more news on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Jaggi brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else.
Rolling coverage of Operation Sindoor continues. I'm going to cut across to that press briefing by Congress party leadership.
भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों और सारे प्रिंट मीडिया के भी मेरे भाइयों, आज हमने वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग बुलाई थी इसीलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों हमारे मीडिया के सभी भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों और सारे प्रिंट मीडिया के भी मेरे भाइयों, आज हमने वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग बुलाई थी इसीलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों हमारे मीडिया के सभी भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों और सारे प्रिंट मीडिया के भी मेरे भाइयों, आज हमने वर्किंग कमेटी मीटिंग बुलाई थी इसीलिए कि ये जो हमारे देश में घटना घटी है और जो सरकार कदम उठा रही है और उसी के साथ हमारे भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों हमारे मीडिया के सभी भाइयों और दोस्तों, मेरे मीडिया के दोस्तों, वो बात रखी।
वर्किंग कमेटी में हमारा डिस्कशन हुआ, पूरा समर्थन, फुल सपोर्ट टू आवर फोर्सेस best wishes to them, much love to them, complete support from the Congress party and the Congress working committee.
Thank you.
We've been invited, we got a call today, we've been invited to the whole party meeting tomorrow.
That was Congress party president and Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, saying they completely support and back India's armed forces and they stand with India's forces against terror as it acts against terror again. That, of course, was the Congress party ahead of the all-party meeting that will take place tomorrow, and the official stand that India bloc completely behind the government when it comes to acting against terror and acting against those terror modules operating in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. On that note, I'm going to quickly play out some of these important reactions from the victims' families who, of course, were facing the terror attack that took place in Pahalgam, and after that, which has been avenged today by India with this Operation Sindoor. Listen in to some of those reactions.
मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही वॉज इन द डिफेंस फोर्सेज एंड यू नो व्हेन ही हैड जॉइन्ड द डिफेंस फोर्सेज वो यही चाहता था दैट ही वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीस इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट इनोसेंट लाइव्स आर नॉट गॉन इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट देयर इज नो हेट्रेड एंड टेरर इन दिस कंट्री एंड दिस ऑपरेशन signifies his spirit that there will terrorism hatred will not be tolerated by the Indian government. ये नाम बहुत सही है क्योंकि इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से बहुत औरतों ने, बहुत बहनों ने, बहुत माँओं ने अपनी जान खोई है, अपना एक हिस्सा खो दिया है.
All right, important update coming in. Key airports have been shut after Operation Sindoor. 20 airports have now been shut till further information comes in, and that includes Srinagar, Chandigarh, Jodhpur. Some of the crucial airports that have now been shut till the 10th of May. All border areas, the airports have been shut temporarily, of course. 200 flights have been cancelled because of that. In Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Rajasthan, this action has been taken. This is till the 10th of May. Leh, Jammu, Amritsar are some of the airports that have been impacted and shut till the 10th of May. All right, on that note, a quick break. We come back with more. Stay with us.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India.
With Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Murid.
NSA speaks to his counterparts. This is after India's precision strikes on terror bases in Pakistan. Dr. S. Jaishankar
also speaks to his counterparts. He speaks to Qatar PM as well, briefs him about what happened in precision strikes against Pakistan. India avenges Pahalgam terror attack rattled Pakistan, attacks religious places in Poonch. Akali Dal Chief Sukhbir Singh Badal has spoken out, saying that Pakistan has attacked a Gurudwara, also killed 3 civilians. Security review post Operation Sindoor. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs a very important emergency meeting. Home Minister Amit Shah's high-level meeting with border chief ministers today. India prepares nationwide mock drills across 244 districts held today. India avenges Pahalgam, prepares its citizens. Well, Operation Sindoor, this is India's moment of retribution, India's moment of justice. Remember, Operation Sindoor, a series of precision attacks was carried out by India in the early hours of today morning. In fact, it's a 25-minute precision strikes in which Pakistan has been left-right faced, daring, direct and decisive. In fact, army officials, armed forces officials also briefed media on this, and this also is reflective of India's intent to show its mettle to Pakistan, and this has happened after the terror attack in Pahalgam claimed the lives of 26 innocent Indians. Video proof of precision strikes was also released during this media briefing. Terror hideouts in Pakistan have been bombed. In fact, India has taken a calibrated, measured approach to this, only attacking terror bases in Pakistan, specifically of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. And also, India's loud and clear message. In fact, the Prime Minister today, while speaking in cabinet meeting, has told his colleagues that this is time to be extremely proud of Indian armed forces. My colleagues Nazir joins us now. Nazir, to you first, and of course Gurpreet joins us. Nazir, to you first. Tell us what has been the aftermath of Pakistan's violations of ceasefire in the last 12 days, and also today's reckless firing that has taken place. What is it that you're hearing from ground in J&K?
Well, last 12 days was really very normal. It was small arms, but it was a hell for the night. People in the night when they used artillery, and innocent civilians are targeted. Their homes, their businesses, their lives, they have been targeted. There are casualties. The number of the casualties is exactly not known because officially no conclusive figure has not been given so far. There are casualties in different areas of line of control which have suffered heavy artillery shelling from Pakistan, and particularly the Poonch sector where most of the casualties have taken place, civilian casualties. We are waiting for the official number. India has hit hard and hit where it hurts the most, and Jaish headquarters or their ideological base in Bahawalpur has been hit. There are casualties which are reports attributed to Maulana Masood Azhar, founder and the chief of Jaish-e-Mohammed, their organization. They are saying 14 people, including his family, have been killed in that attack. So clearly, India had this targeted this military precision, and also there was attack in Murdiki. Murdiki was Lashkar headquarters. Earlier, it was known as Dawat-e-Irshad, Jamatu Dawat-e-Irshad, and there are attacks in Kotli, Muzaffarabad, other places. All those places which were well known that these are militants and their leadership is operating from there. These are launch pads, they are training centers. These are indoctrination centers. But then there has been some loss to the Air Force also in this massive attack on Pakistan, which was most coordinated, and for the first time, unlike in the past 2016 or 2019, surgical strikes or the Balakot airstrike, when Pakistan was in denial mode. This time they have accepted there have been 26 casualties they have suffered during Indian military strikes at 9 different locations. But here on the ground, people are really fearful what would happen next. What would happen during the night. Night was held in the border areas, and even Srinagar, we heard some explosions as well. So fingers crossed what may happen next. In fact, the schools remain closed. All the education institutions remain closed. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah held emergency meeting with the district deputy commissioners of all the border districts to ensure that relief reached to the victims of this violence and cross-border challenge.
Okay, Harsha also joins us from Jaipur. But first of all, let me go to Gurpreet. Gurpreet, Akali Dal and especially Sukhbir Singh Badal have reacted very strongly to what Pakistan has done, and this has also claimed the lives of civilians. A Gurudwara has been attacked. Tell us how is Punjab getting sort of ready for mock drills, and also take us through the kind of action that Pakistan has taken in the last few hours.
Well, yes, of course. We have seen Shiromani Akali Dal, and specifically President of Shiromani Akali Dal, he has already condemned this attack on Gurdwara Sahib. He says that it is highly condemnable act of Pakistan. But we have seen being a border state in Punjab, multiple decisions had been taken. And if we can talk about this border districts and specifically Gurdaspur district, we have seen they have already shut down all the schools for 3 days. In Pathankot also, the schools have already been shut down, and in Firozpur also 1 day they have already decided to shut down for 1 day school in all over the district. Right now we are standing here and showing how the preparedness is going on. We have seen the mock drill is being taken place here, and we can see that whatever the guidelines had been issued by the central government, they are trying to implement on the ground. As of now, we have seen SSP Firozpur, he had already conversation with us. He was saying that everything is under control, and if we can specifically talk about the people of this district, the emotions are very high, and they say the way the Indian government had already taken a stand at this point of time. The Indian government, which has already taken stand against this terror attack which has been executed in India. So we will also talk the people who are present here. तो लगातार प्रेपरेशन चल रही है, क्योंकि अभी देख रहे हैं जैसे इंडिया और पाकिस्तान के जो अभी वॉलेटाइल सिचुएशन चल रही है, तो लगातार यहाँ प्रेपरेशन चल रही है।
ਜੋ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਹਦਾਇਤਾਂ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਥੇ 4 ਵਜੇ ਮੌਕ ਡਰਿਲ ਚਲਾਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਲ ਵੀ ਰਿਹਰਸਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਸਾਇਰਨ ਵਜਾ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਸੀ ਜੀ। ਉਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਅੱਜ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਹੁਕਮ ਮਿਲੇ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਅਸੀਂ 4 ਵਜੇ ਰਿਹਰਸਲ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪਬਲਿਕ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਦੱਸਣ ਲੱਗੇ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਅਵੇਅਰ ਰਹਿਣਾ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਦੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਸੇਫ ਕਰਨਾ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ 9 ਤੋਂ 9:30 ਵਜੇ ਜੋ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਜੋ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਡੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਮਾਨਯੋਗ ਐਸਐਸਪੀ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਨੇ ਹੁਕਮ ਦਿੱਤੇ, 9 ਤੋਂ 9:30 ਵਜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਲੈਕ ਆਊਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਨਿਵਾਸੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ, ਫਿਰੋਜ਼ਪੁਰ ਨਿਵਾਸੀਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਪੀਲ ਕਰਨਾ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਪੈਨਿਕ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਹਰ ਵੇਲੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖੜੇ ਆ। ਸਾਡੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਐਮਸੀ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ 9 ਤੋਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ 9:30 ਵਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੌਜੂਦ ਰਹਿਣਗੇ। ਸਾਡੇ ਨੰਬਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਕੋਲ ਹੈਗੇ ਨੇ। ਕਿਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੀ ਕੋਈ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਹੋਵੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਫੋਨ ਕਰਨ, ਅਸੀਂ ਉਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਾਂਗੇ। ਧੰਨਵਾਦ।
Well, we can see these people, these are the local representatives. They are holding these mock drills on the ground so that they should be prepared. And what we have learned, the government has already given clear-cut direction to all the state government to hold this mock drill so that the people should be aware about the procedures during war if the situation is going to be arise in the coming days. So as of now, if we can talk about specifically this district Firozpur, we have seen the people are in very high spirit. They say the action which has been taken by Indian government against this terror attack, that is highly appreciable, and they say if it is required they will also support the nation, because they want that this terrorism should be uprooted. So we have to wait and watch how the situation is going to be turned in the coming days.
Absolutely.
Back to studio.
To your right are those visuals, live visuals of the mock drills, the civil defense exercises that have been conducted across the country today in 244 districts of this country. Let me go across to Harsha. Harsha, you are going to Jaisalmer, and there's been a lot of emphasis on bordering districts. In fact, Home Minister Amit Shah also held a meeting, an important meeting with DGPs of states which are bordering districts. Tell us, how are the bordering districts preparing for any threat or attack of any kind? Because clearly India as a whole nationally is also in some ways prepared for a retaliation, but at the same time wants its civilians to be ready as well.
Well, yes, absolutely. I'm on the way to Jaisalmer and I'm now in close to Jodhpur, actually on the outskirts. So the Pakistan border is just about 350 to 400 kilometers away, and I'm at a village called Jhalamand. और आपके पास कुछ बताया गया है क्योंकि यहाँ से पाकिस्तान दूर नहीं है, तो किस तरह से तैयारी रखनी चाहिए?
हमारे यहाँ प्रशासन ने बताया है कि रात को 7 बजे साइरन बजेगा, वो लाइट बंद करके रखना है, और जहाँ भी खड़े हो आपके पास गाड़ी है तो गाड़ी की लाइट बंद करके रखनी है, इस तरह से प्रशासन ने बताया है।
आप लोगों को कुछ तैयारी के बारे में बताया है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान बहुत दूर नहीं है यहाँ से?
हमारे को कुछ नहीं बताया।
आपको नहीं मालूम है? कुछ बताया है क्योंकि यहाँ से ज़्यादा दूर नहीं है, आपका बॉर्डर इधर है, ये बताइए।
मैडम हम तो सुबह घर पे ही थे, पर क्या हमें जो भाई बंधु ने बताया गोवर्धन जी ने हमें, तो हम उसी प्रकार की तैयारी करके रखेंगे हम भी, जैसे कि कोई वारदात ना हो किसी के साथ। हम
71 की लड़ाई में तो यहाँ तक शेलिंग हुई।
हाँ, यहाँ तक हुई थी, पर हम तो सब सारे बंदों को यही बोल रहे हैं कि आप अपना ध्यान रखें खुद और अपना परिवार का, जो कच्चे मकान है उसमें रहे, बने बनाए ना रहे।
जी बिल्कुल। So, these are people who faced, a lot of, in the 71 war, they were very close to the border. So, they are kind of prepared. They've heard these things. But, Rajasthan is on high alert, especially the border districts are on high alert. The airports have been shut down in Jodhpur and Bikaner. In fact, Jodhpur, which is, the airport has been shut down till the 10th of May. Bikaner and Jaisalmer are non-functional right now. There are no tourists coming in. So, anyway, the flights are not operating from there. Also, all railway employees, their leaves have been cancelled. They've been told to stay in duty. Schools have been closed in the border districts. Exams are not going to be held. So, and there's a state of high alertness in these border areas. Of course, in Jaipur also, but especially in the border districts of Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Ganganagar, and Hanumangarh.
Harsha, let me also ask you another question. There's been a lot of talk about the kind of precision strikes that India has undertaken, today morning. What is the sentiment amongst people? Because this time, the briefing that we saw by officials in the armed forces also had a lot of visual evidence. They had videos, they had context and history. And this was expected, but clearly, after what happened on 22nd of April, the Pahalgam terror attack and an operation called Operation Sindoor, so evoking sentiments at a different level, what are people of Rajasthan feeling about this?
Yes, well, actually, in fact, as soon as they saw the TV camera, they all came here to speak to me. हमारे एंकर पूछ रहे हैं कि आप लोग ने सुना है कि पाकिस्तान पे इंडिया ने जहाँ पे आतंकवाद था उस पे टेरर स्ट्राइक किया, तो आप लोग उसके बारे में क्या बोलना चाहते हैं?
कल रात को इंडिया ने जो 9 जगह हमले किए थे, उसके बारे में हमें मालूम है और उससे हम जागरूक हैं।
और क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप? कह रहे हैं अच्छा, आइए इधर आइए। हाँ जी।
पाकिस्तान वालों पे हमला किया, भारत ने बहुत अच्छा किया, मोदी जी ने बहुत तगड़ा काम किया है। हम मर मिटने के लिए तैयार हैं, मोदी जी के साथ हैं, बस।
हम भी साथ हैं, हम अलग थोड़ी, मोदी जी के साथ है, मोदी जी के और हमारे सब साथ है।
मोदी जिंदाबाद।
आप लोग को सब मालूम है इसके बारे में क्या?
हाँ, मोदी जिंदाबाद।
So you can see that very spontaneous crowd that is collected around me, and the sentiment is, of course, they know exactly what has happened, and they do feel that the right thing has happened, and they appreciate the fact that the Indian government has taken a strong stand. Remember, we are very close to the border with Pakistan, so these people actually are aware and alert of how they should behave in the eventuality if there is escalation. But at the same time, there is a sense that at least India has responded strongly and correctly.
Right. Thank you, Harsha, for joining us with those details. My colleague Harsha on her way to Jaisalmer, and she's traveling to border districts, and border districts have become very important now because remember, nationwide mock drills are on. India has already retaliated to Pakistan's role in Pahalgam terror attack. In fact, as part of its precision strikes held today morning, 9 terror bases in Pakistan have been attacked, have been bombed by India, and there's a massive mock drill that's happening across the country today, across 244 districts. Remember, India has not hurt civilians or military infrastructure or installations in its process of teaching Pakistan 2 lessons on accountability on terrorism. These are just terror bases of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba which have been attacked, but mock drills are happening across the country today to prepare citizens, to prepare Indian civilians in case of threats and also anything that can happen because of the hostilities that Pakistan has been showing towards India. Mock drills in the midst of heightened tensions are happening across the country, and these are the first drills that are happening in this country since the 1971 war against Pakistan. Blackouts, evacuations, sirens, all of that in order. And those on your right are visuals of the mock drills that have taken place across the country. Various states are taking part in this. In fact, this was an MHA notification that was sent out to at least 6 to 7 states where they were asked to prepare, identify districts and then prepare accordingly to ensure that civilians are ready for threats of any nature. Let me also get you some more details from my colleagues who have been recording, who've also been talking to civilians who are preparing for this, for these kind of civil defense exercises. First, let me go across to Anuj, my colleague from Maharashtra, on how Maharashtra is sort of gearing up or preparing for a threat of any nature, and how did Maharashtra sort of conduct these mock drills today?
I'm present here at the CST where a mock drill is underway at the moment. This mock drill has been going on for the last 20 minutes, which involves, the RPF volunteers, which involves the civil defense volunteers and, the volunteers from the Central Railway as well. These are the people who have arranged for these mock drills. It becomes very important for us to understand why is, this activity important at this particular place, because CST is one of the more vulnerable places when it comes to Mumbai. Even during the 2008 attacks, we remember that this was one of the prime targets of the terrorists. Secondly, it becomes an important center of the entire city, because it's not just a place where people from across the state come, but people from across the country find this as the gateway while coming to Mumbai city. As you can see, that a lot of people have come here and have gathered here to view the mock drill. And at the moment, one can see that the mock drill involves the the volunteers acting out on the instructions of the instructor, who is intending to show to the people what are the immediate steps that needs to be undertaken, if in case the station is under attack. This involves an airstrike attack. This involves, a bomb perception or a bomb threat outside, this particular station in the parking area. And all of these things are taken into consideration on what are the immediate reaction of the people that should be. At the same time, the authorities here have also taken this opportunity to make sure that the volunteers are also kept, in line with how to make sure that they approach the people. Just a while back, we saw them, showing the people on how they can take help of the volunteers here and make sure that the first aid service reaches till the least common denominator in case of such an attack. It also demonstrated how the police officials, how the RPF officials and the civil defense personnel can reach out to people when it comes to those who have received serious injuries in physical form. With camera person Rajendra Dyarkar, this is Anuj Raith reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
Well, let me also go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir, who reports from the south of India for us, specifically from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. Uma, take us through the kind of mock drills that are happening across these states, and also how are people looking at these precision strikes that have been carried out by India? Is there a sentiment of, that finally there's some kind of retribution that has happened, especially for those who faced the brutalities of the Pahalgam attack of the terror attack in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April?
So we are in the mock drill that's happening in Secunderabad, and this is of course a civilian defense mock drill, as part of which there was a blast that happened, after which 12 different departments are showing what they are going to be doing as part of this mock drill. You have the defense, you have the revenue department, you have the police force, you have the fire, and you also have others who are actually showing how this kind of a defense is going to happen. And that's why 12 different departments getting together to show how this is going to be done, and NCC volunteers also showing. This is of course a civilian defense mock drill, and that's the reason why this apartment complex has been chosen. And after the blast happened, they went through what was called as a kind of a debris that had to be cleared, after which now the volunteers are going in to carry out the rescue. The mock, as part of the mock, there is said to be a fire in one of the top floors of this building, where the fire department personnel have gone in, and they are going to be and they are going to be showing how they will be bringing in people from there. What we understand is that as part of their operations, they are also going to be recruiting volunteers. They are going to be bringing volunteers in from everywhere to be able to do this, and those volunteers are from the apartment complex itself. They identify how many people are there in the building on each floor, who are the people who are there, and how they should be evacuated. Should they be evacuated through the staircase? That is somebody who's said to be injured, and then those people will have to be moved. The injured, how they have to be moved. There is a demo, there's a live demo now about how someone is injured and how the movement will happen, the emergency, how the ambulances will come in and will start moving the people to the emergency medical camp that is nearby. The water department, for instance, is also here to be able to tell them where the source of water is, to be able to put out such a fire that is there in the building. The volunteers are helping to evacuate those who are injured away from the building, from the areas where the danger may exist, to areas where they can be kept in safety, moved away so that they are not part of the crowd and they don't get trapped in a situation where more of an emergency is likely to happen, and therefore the injured being moved away. The fire department is also going to show a demo about how people will be brought down the building using a rope as well to show that this is the kind of situation that we are looking at. So while for the fire department and for the NCC, these are drills that they do very usually, very regularly for the civilian population. This is an exposure to say that how you must behave, what you must be doing during the time of an emergency, and how the different departments are going to come together to carry out this kind of a rescue. Of course, this comes at a time when the armed forces is engaged with the tensions with the borders, at the borders, and here if an emergency were to arise in the civilian areas, what these people will be doing, that is what is now being demonstrated through these through this action that is happening here, where you can see 12 different departments who are all doing their different functions and showing how they are going to be carrying out or reacting in a situation of emergency.
Thank you, Vasudhi, for joining us with those details. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us now from Chennai. Sam, Chennai is a city, used to be known as Madras, and it has seen the aftermath of war and the consequences of war, specifically in World War II. And I remember when I used to live in Chennai, there used to be memories attached to how life was during that time. So blackouts is not a new thing for people of Chennai, but this is a new generation that lives there. So clearly, can you also tell us how is the city preparing for this? Before that, let me also tell our viewers that civil defense mock drills are taking place across the country. 244 districts identified. They are the ones that are conducting these mock drills. A large number of volunteers are also taking part in this. Blackouts, evacuations, sirens, preparing India's citizens for what is to come next, threats of any nature. This is on a day that India has also carried out precision strikes on 9 terror bases in Pakistan, hitting out at terror bases, at doctrination camps, and also facilities of terror organizations like Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, which have been training terrorists to come to India. My colleague Sam Daniel joins us. Sam, Chennai has seen all of these preparations during World War II. Unfortunately, it was also one of those cities that was bombed by the Japanese then. Tell us, does this bring back memories? How is the city preparing for these mock drills? And also, what do the citizens of Chennai feel about India's precision strikes that have taken place?
Vasudha, as we speak now, the mock drill is underway at the Chennai Port Rest where we are right now. Several teams of the police, fire and rescue personnel and also the Tamil Nadu Disaster Response Force are simulating an incoming air raid, and they are examining or testing their preparedness to deal with that. We could see earlier an ambulance rushing with a team of rescued members, and it will continue till 4:30. In Tamil Nadu, this kind of an exercise is underway at 2 locations besides the Port Trust in Chennai. It's also underway at the Madras Atomic Power Station at Kalpakkam in neighboring Chennai. It's essentially a civil defense exercise without affecting the regular normal course of life. but to assess the preparedness of agencies, particularly at vital installations, which could be potential targets for any air raids if situation escalates. And this, interestingly, comes on a day India launched Operation Sindoor against terror networks along the line of control and in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir area. And people generally welcome this response by India, saying that India cannot keep quiet when close to 30 people were killed in that attack, terror attack in Pahalgam. But some also express concerns that the state or the country should not let it escalate into a full-fledged war. Now that the point has been made to Pakistan, now that the terror networks have been hit in a precise manner, we should make sure that we exercise caution, restraint, so that this does not escalate into a full-fledged war. Some also say it's time we also introspect and find out the gaps in terms of be it intelligence failure or any other loopholes through which these terror elements were able to infiltrate into the country. And the larger picture, they say, exercises like this reaffirms or reinforces their confidence, how prepared the country is in the event of any kind of an air raid situation.
Thank you, Sam Daniel, for joining us with those details. India has made it very clear that these precision strikes that it carried out are only on terror bases in Pakistan and also in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. It's the country has not really attacked military infrastructure or civilian installations of any kind, and this is only to demand accountability from Pakistan for the kind of terrorism that it has been sponsoring for the last 30 years. In fact, of the 5 Jaish-e-Mohammed, LET and Hizbul Mujahideen camps that have been attacked, many of them are also camps that have been training terrorists. These are outside Ministry of External Affairs, and several diplomats have come. In fact, remember that there's been an outpouring of support and solidarity from across the world. After the Pahalgam terror attack that took place, countries had given their complete support to India. And even today, after India made it very clear, those precision strikes that took place in the morning are completely to dismantle terror bases in Pakistan, not to hurt civilians or even military infrastructure. There has been a show of solidarity from allies across the country. In fact, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has also been talking to his counterparts. The NSA, the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, has in fact briefed his counterparts from various countries, making it clear that India does not want to escalate these tensions. In fact, Vikram Misri, who is the Foreign Secretary, opened this briefing with these lines that the precision strikes that India carried out were completely non-escalatory in nature. They were proportionate and they were responsible and they were measured. India does not want to escalate these attacks, but is prepared for any retaliation or misadventure, is what Yomika Singh also used, of any kind if it comes from Pakistan. Those visuals outside External Affairs Ministry today in South Block, and on to your right are those visuals of mock drills that are happening across the country into 44 districts, preparing civilians, preparing citizens of this country for threats of any nature. To your left, visuals from right outside the Ministry of External Affairs. Okay, we have Major Paramjeet Singh. He's an ex-Army officer, Indian Army officer. Thank you, Major Singh, for joining us on this discussion. Tell us, from everything that has happened today, sir, from the precision attacks, Operation Sindoor, and of course, the heavy artillery shelling by Pakistan.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I would like to...
Okay, Major Singh, sorry to interrupt you. Let me go across to my colleague Deepak Bopanna, who joins us from Karnataka, Bengaluru. In fact, a mock drill is just about to start. Deepak, over to you.
Well, here at the fire office, the headquarters, you can look at an explosion that's being simulated here, and you can see fire as well right on top. About 3 to 4 explosions were just simulated by the fire teams. Right now, it's just been about 30 seconds since it was a simulation has happened, and now you look at emergency vehicles that will be coming in to carry out rescue. And here you can look at an ambulance as well immediately coming in. team, initially the first team to respond is going to be the fire team on a motorbike. You could also expect another fire engine to come in because there is fire. So this is, of course, to try and demonstrate the ability of the fire teams, the rescue teams as well, in case there is any sort of attack or an explosion that takes place in a city like Bengaluru. How prepared are the fire department? How prepared are the police department? How prepared are the civil defense teams and even the medical teams? That is what they're trying to emulate here through this particular mock drill. Just a while ago, they were showing a rescue operation inside water. Here with gas masks and oxygen cylinders, you're looking at a team that has just arrived. Ladders being brought in at this point in time, and another huge fire engine with a massive ladder which is capable of reaching even high rises. That has now just been brought in. So now they're also demonstrating all sorts of equipment that they have. Now, of course, during an emergency situation, you probably will not have teams coming in this quickly. But here, since it's a mock drill, they are trying to showcase all the equipment that they have. Now you can see a team has already erected a ladder, which will head now straight up to the second floor. That's where the fire right now is being simulated. Another team has already gone in on foot, which will, of course, be using the staircase to get to the terrace. So for the people, of course, at this point in time, this is a form of preparation, because while this is now in a controlled atmosphere inside the Karnataka State Disaster Response Building, this could be a situation anywhere in the country. Hopefully not, but if it is, how are the people going to respond? How are the citizens in particular going to respond? How are the rescue teams going to respond? Are they prepared? Are the equipments that they have all in order? That is what they're trying to establish, trying to ascertain through this mock drill exercise that's right now underway. As we look at these dramatic pictures that we're looking at from Bengaluru, there you see two firemen who have reached the terrace where the explosion took place. The fire still being witnessed, that we can still witness. Now using the extinguishers there, the water jets to extinguish the fire. A lot of smoke now emanating. Here, I'm just going to show you as this vehicle now passes by me. There's a person who's injured. That's what they're trying to once again demonstrate. That person will now be taken in an ambulance. They're trying to, of course, show all forms of rescue, all forms of efforts that the personnel here will be, of course, trying to put forth. So it's not just a demonstration of the fire department, it's a demonstration of all the people who are right now working here, including civil defense, the paramedics. There is also, of course, the police department, the traffic police, because they will have to coordinate efforts to ensure that when the ambulances need to come in, when the fire engines need to come in, they need to ensure that there is vehicular movement that is controlled, and free movement of these emergency vehicles can happen. So all of this will be top focus. You can see a lot happening right now. This, in a way, of course, will help the police department, the fire department analyze what needs to be done, what were the errors. Such mock drills is not going to be limited to only this area. It's going to happen over the course of the next 1 week in multiple locations, in Bengaluru, in Karwar, and even in Raichur. In Karwar, there's a Kaiga nuclear power plant. There's also a thermal plant in Raichur. We've also been told that there could be drills happening in Mysuru, in Mandya as well. So this is going to be a week-long exercise where various forms of such rescue and relief operations will continue to happen as a demonstration, as a mock exercise to train civil defense personnel, fire personnel, and the citizens combined. Back to you.
Thank you, Deepak Bopanna, for those insights and also those visuals. Back to Major Paramjeet Singh. Thank you so much for waiting patiently, sir. How do you see India's precision strikes on Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba terror camps, and also, getting civilians to be prepared for threats of any kind? So clearly there's work happening at two levels there.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to your channel. And these preemptive strikes which have been carried out in Pakistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Kashmir is a measured, non-escalatory and targeted to a particular terror infrastructure. So we took around 15 days to bring this action, into reality. And there have been our security forces as well as our civilian government and political will. They all have created a nexus, and they have, measured to the minute details what could be the escalations, and they have carried out this precision attacks. So these preparing civilians as well as, civil administration for further action is part of the plan. We should not, draw conclusions from it. Every time if we are prepared, we could respond better in situation of unforeseen. So we should take it positively. We should participate, and we should obey to the guidelines of the government.
Right. We also have Dr. Tara Karta, who's a former director, National Security Council Secretariat. Thank you, Dr. Karta, for joining us. Always a pleasure to speak to you, ma'am. I asked this question to Major Singh on how he views India's precision strikes on the terror bases in Pakistan. Let me ask you a different question. How are you expecting Pakistan to retaliate now? Because there's been a lot of stuff that's been written about, talked about how India is trying to isolate Pakistan on global stage. But clearly there's also something that Pakistan is trying to do. There are also countries that are friendly towards Pakistan. How is Pakistan expected to retaliate to something like this?
I guess I would get the difficult question. No, see, they did this attack, right? In knowing you would retaliate, knowing there is no way that you would not retaliate. Understand? So the attack was timed 4 days after his speech, with the Hindu-Muslim flavor, attacking innocent civilians. So they know that you will attack. So for some reason, they want you to attack so that they will then launch a huge strike for whatever reason, whatever way that they can, and get General Asim Munir into the headlines. That is the objective of this whole exercise. It gets the heat off him on various fronts, on terms of Imran Khan shouting, in terms of Baloch attacks, in terms of the infighting, political infighting. So there's a lot riding. And the danger here, what I'm trying to stress is, situations get dangerous when it becomes personal. When this man has put his ego on the line and stood up on a tank and said, I will hit you if you hit me, then you're pretty much open to anything.
Right. But Dr. Karta, also let me ask you, how do you assess India's response to the Pahalgam terror attack being very different from what it did in 2016 after the Uri attack or after Pulwama attacks? Because clearly the scale was much lower. And today the briefing that happened, the kind of visual evidence that was presented, the symbolism attached to Operation Sindoor, all of that, in some ways tells a story of a very different India from what we saw in 2019 and specifically what we saw in 2016.
I think you're absolutely spot on. The strikes were done with such amazing precision. I mean, you're aware that all these things have been gamed multiple times over the years, targets, weapons, what time, how will they react, everything has been gamed out. But this was precision to such an amazing degree. I mean, I have to congratulate the armed forces, one. Number two, the amazing part of it is the way the foreign secretary put this across, saying this is non-escalatory. We've done what we had to. He didn't say we are standing down, but that was what was meant. Now we are done. We are finished. Now it's up to Pakistan. Do you want to escalate or not? Then you have the civil defense exercise which you're just showing.
Right.
That sends a message saying that, look, if you escalate, we are ready. We are ready with whatever you can throw at us. So you want to do this, it's up to you. That's the message that is going across. Now the question is, if Pakistan wants to get its friends, I mean, Turkey, I think there was a Turkish warship in Pakistan a day or so before. So there is some kind of signaling going on, China sending weapons. But I would assume all these people would tell Pakistan to back off.
Right.
Because what will you hit? I mean, there are no terrorist camps here for them to hit. They hit civilians, we hit terrorists.
Right. Major Singh, also explain to us, the essence of what the Foreign Secretary said today, Vikram Misri, when he says that, this was measured, this was non-escalatory, and this clearly is also very calibrated. This, in some ways, the Foreign Secretary was trying to send out a message that this is India's moment of retribution, and it's important to understand that India does not want this to escalate, but if Pakistan does that, then India also is prepared for it.
You see, I would like to start. Our foreign policy has been fantastic from past few years. As ma'am brought out, the entire root cause of problem is legitimacy of Pakistan army. I would like you to go back in time and remember when Imran Khan was being arrested. There were anti-Pakistani army, strikes, protests, whatever you call it, they were riots. And the entire mood, the most suppressed person, in this subcontinent is Pakistani's awam, which is, suppressed by Pakistan's army. So it is all calibrated. This ma'am was correct. This attack was to, draw India into confrontation so that Pakistan can use its jingoism and, its patriotism, its so-called patriotism to draw India into a conflict. So we did what we could do. Now the ball is in court of Pakistan. And I don't see any major, escalation coming up because of their financial situations, because of India's preparedness. And yes, our foreign policy, our foreign secretary, they have responded very, maturely. Right. They have brought out the point that we are done. And if you do it, the ball is in your court. You will face, you will face attacks, multiple times. The volume will be very high, and we will further escalate the cost of your, misadventures.
Right. My last question to you, Tara Karta. Dr. Karta, how do you also see the importance of the diplomatic offensive that India launched? In fact, for several days, that was where the focus on isolating Pakistan on the global stage, working on UNSC partners, and of course, on the FATF. How do you see the importance of something like that? And of course, the military strikes which have happened, clearly both of these have to go hand in hand. But for the diplomatic offensive, clearly there's a lot more to do for India. And how do you think India is going to perform on that front?
This is one area which is very different from the Balakot time. When you had a president who was willing to come in, and there was a certain sort of, what shall I say, an awareness in the international community that this cannot go out of hand. Balakot was there, earlier it was there. This time, everybody is in their own difficulties. I mean, President Trump has fired off any number of national security officials. Nobody knows who's where. The Russians are struggling with their own Ukraine. The Israelis, while they have given us total support in terms of diplomacy, they are bogged down in Gaza. So this time, I think the danger is that there is no specific outside power who can come in and say, listen, Pakistanis, guys, you better stop this. There's just too much going on, which is a problem for us.
Right. Thank you, both of you, for joining me on this broadcast. Sorry to interrupt you. We also have Vishal with us now, and this is for India calling permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, and this is for a briefing on Operation Sindoor. Vishal, this is immediately after the precision strikes that India has carried out, just 2 days after Pakistan called a similar meeting in, and within closed doors. Although Pakistan was expecting traction for its own narrative and for its defense, the members only asked very tough questions on Pakistan, making it clear that the country does find itself quite isolated on the global front. Now, tell us a little bit about this particular meeting that India has called, and what does it expect?
So the meeting has already happened, and Indian officials, particularly of the Ministry of External Affairs, they have briefed these permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. So before I get into the details, the permanent members of the United Nations Security Council are 5. They are namely China, France, Russia, United Kingdom and the US. And there are some non-permanent members which are chosen every year. So this year they are Algeria, Denmark, Greece, Guyana, Pakistan, Panama, Republic of Korea, Sierra Leone, Slovenia, and some other nations are also there. So these nations officials were briefed by Indian officials just about half an hour ago on the Operation Sindoor and the details of the operation. India has already shared the details with almost everyone. So the United Nations Security Council was also one of the major bodies that needed to be shared information with. So that has indeed happened, and United Nations, as you mentioned earlier, has been repeatedly shunning Pakistan in the wake of the dastardly attacks in Kashmir that killed 26 innocent people. And just yesterday, the closed door meeting that was called by Pakistan, almost all members of the United Nations Security Council unequivocally
Okay,
shunned.
Vishal, I'm really sorry to interrupt you. Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri is speaking now. Let's go to him.
Chief of Army Staff, Sri Rajesh Singh ji, Defense Secretary, Lieutenant General Raghu Srinivasan, DG Border Roads, BRO के सभी कर्मयोगी एवं देवियों व सज्जनों, आप सभी जानते हैं कि आज हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि एक बार अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं और मैं नारे लगाऊंगा। हमारे देश के सेना के जवानों के सम्मान में हम सभी बोलेंगे, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। साथियों, जैसी कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। साथियों, भारत की सेना ने सटीकता, सतर्कता और संवेदनशीलता के साथ कार्रवाई की है। हमने जो लक्ष्य तय किए थे उन्हें ठीक समय तय योजना के अनुसार सटीकता से उन्होंने ध्वस्त किया है और किसी भी नागरिक ठिकाने, सिविलियन पॉपुलेशन को जरा भी प्रभावित न होने देने की संवेदनशीलता भी हमारी सेना ने दिखाई है। यानी एक तरीके से देखा जाए तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं और सेना को संपूर्ण संबल प्रदान करने के लिए अपने प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। मित्रों, हमने हनुमान जी के उस आदर्श का पालन किया है जो उन्होंने अशोक वाटिका उजाड़ते समय किया था, जिन मोहि मारा तिन मोहि मारे। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। साथियों, प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सेनाओं ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर लॉन्च करके पहले की तरह ही इस बार भी आतंकियों को ट्रेनिंग देने वाले कैंप्स को तबाह करके करारा जवाब दिया है। भारत ने अपनी सरजमी पर हुए हमले का जवाब देने के लिए अपने राइट टू रेस्पॉन्ड का इस्तेमाल किया है और हमारी यह कार्रवाई बेहद सोच समझकर सधे हुए तरीके से की गई है। आतंकियों के हौसले पस्त करने के उद्देश्य से यह कार्रवाई महज उनके कैंप्स और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तक ही सीमित रखी गई है। मैं पुनः हमारे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के शौर्य को मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, आज बॉर्डर रोड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के 66वें फाउंडेशन डे पर आपके बीच उपस्थित होना मेरे लिए गौरव का विषय है और यह खुशी की बात है कि आज इस इम्पोर्टेंट डे पर बीआरओ द्वारा निर्मित 50 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन करने का अवसर भी हमें प्राप्त हो रहा है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने मुझे यहां आमंत्रित किया है। साथियों, किसी भी संस्थान के लिए उसका फाउंडेशन डे यह बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण हुआ करता है। वैसे भी 65 वर्षों की आपकी जो यात्रा रही है वो बेहद गौरवशाली रही है। इसलिए आज का दिन उस गौरवमयी यात्रा को याद करने का दिन है। इसके साथ साथ यह दिन ठहर कर सोचने का भी दिन होता है कि अपनी अब तक की यात्रा में हमने क्या क्या हासिल किया है, और यह हमारी अब तक की कार्य प्रणाली का विश्लेषण करने का भी यह दिन है। साथ ही यह एनालिसिस करने का भी दिन है कि भविष्य में हमारी राह क्या होनी चाहिए। साथियों, मैं देख पा रहा हूं कि वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से देश के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से हमारे कई साथी जुड़े हुए हैं। अक्सर हम उद्घाटन के अवसर पर बड़ी बड़ी संस्थाओं का और बड़ी बड़ी एजेंसीज का नाम तो लेते हैं, परंतु ऐसे कई कर्मयोगी हैं जो पर्दे के पीछे रहकर काम करते हैं। किसी प्रोजेक्ट को पूरा करने में उनका योगदान भी बेहद महत्वपूर्ण होता है। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज का दिन उनके योगदान को एक्नॉलेज करने और एप्रिशिएट करने का भी दिन है। साथियों, आज जम्मू कश्मीर, लद्दाख, सिक्किम, मिजोरम, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, पश्चिम बंगाल और राजस्थान में कई प्रोजेक्ट्स का उद्घाटन हुआ है। कहने को तो यह सारे फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हैं, लेकिन मैं इन्हें सिर्फ फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ही नहीं समझता। हमें जो सड़कें दिखती हैं, जो पुल दिखते हैं, वह सिर्फ दो स्थानों को जोड़ने वाले नहीं होते हैं, बल्कि वह लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने वाले होते हैं। इन प्रोजेक्ट से राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को तो मजबूती मिलती ही है, साथ ही साथ यह प्रोजेक्ट इन सभी रीजन्स को इकोनॉमिक प्रॉस्पेरिटी को भी बढ़ावा देते हैं। ये तमाम प्रोजेक्ट इन क्षेत्रों में ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, टूरिज्म और इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी को बढ़ावा देंगे, जिससे निश्चित रूप से यहाँ के निवासियों की आय में वृद्धि होगी, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ में भी इम्प्रूवमेंट होगा और इन क्षेत्रों में समृद्धि आएगी, यानी प्रॉस्पेरिटी आएगी। साथियों, मुझे बताया गया कि आज जिन इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स की शुरुआत की गई है, इनकी टोटल कॉस्ट लगभग 1900 करोड़ रुपए के आसपास की है। मुझे लगता है कि यह केवल उनकी नॉमिनल वैल्यू पर है। इसकी असली वैल्यू है वह तो हम आंक भी नहीं सकते। इन सड़कों के माध्यम से जब कोई बच्ची स्कूल जाएगी और अपना भविष्य बनाएगी, तो उसके इम्पैक्ट का आकलन भी हम नहीं कर सकते। इन ब्रिजेस के माध्यम से जब यहां एम्बुलेंसेज दौड़ेंगी और समय पर लोगों को इलाज होगा, उसकी वैल्यू को भी नहीं आंका जा सकता है। जब इन सड़कों के माध्यम से विभिन्न संस्कृति के लोग आपस में जुड़ेंगे या फिर एक दूसरे से जो कुछ सीखेंगे, उसकी वैल्यू कोई भी आंक नहीं सकता है। जब इन टनल्स के माध्यम से यहाँ के किसानों द्वारा उगाए गए फूल, फल, सब्जियां इत्यादि दूसरे क्षेत्रों में आसानी से पहुंचेंगे, उसका जो आर्थिक और सामाजिक प्रभाव यहाँ के किसानों पर पड़ेगा, उसकी वैल्यू, उसकी कीमत कोई भी नहीं आंक सकता। साथियों, मैं इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की डिटेल देख रहा था। मैंने देखा कि इनमें छोटे से लेकर बड़े रोड्स, टनल्स और ब्रिजेज हैं। कुछ मीटर से लेकर सैकड़ों किलोमीटर तक इनकी लंबाई है। हालांकि उनकी लंबाई से कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता है। कोई पुल अगर छोटा है, कोई सड़क यदि छोटी है, तो इससे कोई खास फर्क नहीं पड़ता, क्योंकि दुनिया की लंबी से लंबी जो यात्राएं होती हैं वह सिर्फ एक छोटे से रास्ते से ही शुरू होती हैं। इसलिए इन प्रोजेक्ट्स की कीमत, इनकी वैल्यू सिर्फ इस बात से नहीं आंकी जा सकती क्या फाइनेंशियली या फिजिकली कितना बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट है और यह कितना छोटा प्रोजेक्ट है। असल में इनकी असली कीमत इस बात से है कि यह कितने परिवारों को जोड़ रही हैं, कितने लोगों की संस्कृति को, उनके रहन सहन को आपस में करीब ला रही हैं, कितने लोगों की आर्थिक और सामाजिक समृद्धि, इकोनॉमिक और सोशल प्रॉस्पेरिटी में अपना ये योगदान दे रही हैं। यह प्रोजेक्ट्स लोहे, कंक्रीट या कोलतार से बनी हुई एक संरचना भर नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक कमिटमेंट है, यह एक प्रतिबद्धता है सीमावर्ती क्षेत्र के विकास का। यह एक रिजॉल्व है, यह एक संकल्प है बॉर्डर एरियाज में क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करने का, यह एक दृढ़ निश्चयता का डिटर्मिनेशन है लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने का। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि ये प्रोजेक्ट्स इनवैल्यूएबल हैं, इनकी कीमत का आकलन नहीं किया जा सकता। साथियों, प्राचीन काल से ही मार्ग मानव सभ्यता के विकास में बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाते आए हैं। मार्गों की महत्ता हमारे इतिहास में हमेशा से रही है। जब आप मानवता का इतिहास पलट कर देखेंगे तो आप ये पाएंगे कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन रूट्स ने कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले किया है। इतिहास बताते हैं कि सिविलाइजेशन थ्राइव हुई तो उसके पीछे रूट्स और राजमार्गों का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। कला, साहित्य, संस्कृति और विज्ञान का प्रचार प्रसार एक क्षेत्र से दूसरे क्षेत्र तक इन्हीं के माध्यम से फैलता है। यदि मैं भारत के संदर्भ में बात करूं तो मुझे यहां के दो इंपॉर्टेंट रूट्स के नाम स्वाभाविक रूप से याद आ रहे हैं। आप शायद उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ के बारे में जानते होंगे या सुना होगा। उत्तरापथ और दक्षिणापथ हमारे इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट के डिफरेंट रीजन्स को एक दूसरे से जोड़ने वाले धागे की तरह हैं। आप सोचिए, हजारों साल पहले जब संचार के इतने तेज साधन नहीं थे, तब आइडियाज और कल्चर, विचार और संस्कृति एक जगह से दूसरी जगह कैसे पहुंचते थे। पांड्य साम्राज्य का मोती और मदुरई का कपास आखिर मगध के पाटलिपुत्र में कैसे बहुत प्रसिद्ध हो गया। राजकुमार सिद्धार्थ से भगवान बने महात्मा बुद्ध की शिक्षाएं कावेरी पट्टनम तक कैसे पहुंच गईं। संगम युग की मणिमैखली की चर्चा कश्मीर तक कैसे फैल गई। जब भारत में मॉडर्न पॉलिटिकल यूनिटी का कंसेप्ट भी नहीं आया था, तब से इन रूट्स ने सभ्यता और संस्कृति के विकास और आदान प्रदान में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। यदि हम महात्मा बुद्ध के बाद के इतिहास पर भी नजर डालें, तब भी हमें यह देखने को मिलता है कैसे दूसरे क्षेत्रों से आकर लोगों ने भारत की संस्कृति को समृद्ध किया और भारत की संस्कृति से भी उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सीखा भी है। इन मार्गों का महत्व तब भी इतना ज्यादा था कि व्यापार के लिए समर्पित सड़कें बनाई जाती थी। आप जब सिल्क रूट के बारे में जानते हैं, आप सभी को मालूम है सिल्क रूट के बारे में, जिसने एक तरह से पूरे एशिया और मध्य यूरोप तक को कवर कर लिया था। भारत से भी उस सिल्क रूट का एक बड़ा हिस्सा होकर गुजरता था, जिससे न सिर्फ सामान बल्कि संस्कृति और विचार का भी एक्सचेंज, आदान प्रदान यह होता था। एशिया और यूरोप के बीच कल्चरल एक्सचेंज, सांस्कृतिक आदान प्रदान में भी सिल्क रूट का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। साथियों, सिर्फ स्थलीय मार्ग का ही नहीं बल्कि जलीय मार्ग का भी ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन, मानव सभ्यता में एक बहुत बड़ा महत्व रहा है। मेसोपोटामिया की सभ्यता के साथ हमारा व्यापार जलीय मार्ग से ही होता था। अरब के जो व्यापारी आते थे वह भारत में जलीय मार्ग से ही आते थे। इन रूट्स का असर हमारे संस्कृति पर, हमारे परंपराओं पर और हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था पर तो पड़ा ही, साथ ही साथ इन रूट्स ने दुनिया
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है।
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है, मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है।
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए
राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया।
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded.
The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has spoken out on Operation Sindoor. He's lauded the operation where India hit Pakistani terror camps. He says history has been scripted by our armed forces. India has briefed members of the UN Security Council on the strikes on Pakistan. Our National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has spoken to his counterparts around the world. India has assured the world that we do not have any intent to escalate. India has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack. It's rattled Pakistan. Pakistan has attacked civilian sites in Poonch and other parts of the line of control. The Akali Dal chief says Pakistan attacked a Gurdwara in which 3 people were killed. A security review post-Operation Sindoor, the Home Minister has held a high-level meeting with border chief ministers. Nearly 20 airports across the country are now closed. Nationwide mock drills across 244 districts. India avenges Pahalgam and prepares citizens. Good evening and welcome. The big story that we continue to track, the aftermath of India's devastating strikes on terror targets in Pakistan. There have been several targets which have been hit. These are terror targets. The people trained over here have been involved in terror strikes, not just in Pahalgam, but elsewhere as well over a period of time. The strikes involved a variety of weaponry, including cruise missiles, loitering drones. It was carried out by the Army and the Indian Air Force. There has been substantial firing on the line of control. Post this, there have been several civilians, unfortunately, who have lost their lives as a result of that artillery shelling. The Indian Army has responded fiercely to that artillery shelling, and there is heavy casualties, it is believed, on the Pakistani side as well. India has subsequently been reaching out to all our foreign allies to let them know about what exactly India's position now is. And there is a sense now, on the basis of conversations that the National Security Advisor has had, that India is not keen on escalating any further. That said, that there is a new NOTAM, or Notice to Airmen, which has been announced, that covers a large part of our airspace, which is now a no-fly zone, at least for the next couple of days. That may further impact air travel across parts of India, all of Gujarat, in fact, going straight up close to Delhi, west of Delhi, Rajasthan, parts of Punjab as well. And that indicates that the Indian Air Force is on the alert and is potentially on alert for a potential Pakistani airstrike or a missile strike which may take place. That cannot be ruled out. Let's go across to NDTV's Ishika, who's been tracking government moves. Now, Ishika, as I understand it, several foreign envoys are being briefed on India's objectives and what we did. Is that right?
Well, yes, Vishnu, we are currently present at, just outside the Ministry of External Affairs, and here certainly the foreign envoys are now being briefed, by the Government of India, because Government of India has yet again reaffirmed that they have only, struck on the terror targets, and they have, in fact, no intent of escalating it anymore. In fact, we also just heard, the statement that has come from the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. and he has clearly stated this, that India has only attacked those who in fact caused the terror in India, especially in Kashmir. So that is again and again making it very clear to the world especially that India, number one, has in fact no intent of escalating it any further, and whatever action has been taken, retaliation that has been been done by India was only on the terror camps in Pakistan and POK. So that is what is happening inside. In fact, we continue to show you the visuals from the South Block, and here the foreign envoys who are still currently present inside, they are being briefed by the government of India, because government of India wants to make its stand very clear to the nation, to the world regarding Pakistan, because we heard a statement also that came from Pakistan saying that if India does not escalate it anymore, they won't be doing they won't be taking any action. And we have seen countries like Japan, UK saying that they are wanting peace between the two nations, and they are wanting in fact the conflict to be resolved. So over all of that issues, currently the envoys are being briefed by the government of India. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks very much for sharing those details. Just a little while earlier on, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has lauded the operation. Here's what he said.
जैसे कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है।
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh there congratulating the armed forces on this operation. In case you're just tuning in, we've got the exact areas where the Indian Air Force and the Indian Army struck. These were primarily Indian Air Force strikes which took place. First up, the line of control is what is marked red over there. South of the line of control is the black line, which is the international boundary, the international border. The red parts are the line of control between India and Pakistan. This is India's boundary, right? That's what we claim. However, the line of control is inside. Therefore, we have struck west of the line of control. These are north of the Pir Panjal, and all of these are the names of terror camps which have been struck. I'm not going to go through all of them, but these are between 20 to 30 kilometers in terms of depth. There have been drones which have been used to hit these. There have been precision missiles which have been used to strike these targets. Some of them are small, some of them are larger. We'll show you video as well. The international border starts from here, and this is where it gets interesting in a sense that not only did we hit Muridke, which is near Lahore, we also hit Bahawalpur, way down south. So if the camera can pan down, then you can see Bahawalpur. Bahawalpur is located 100 kilometers from the international boundary. It is between Punjab and Rajasthan. So it's the entire front from Bahawalpur in the south, 100 kilometers west of the international border. That is the deepest India has ever struck since the 1971 war, going all the way up north. And what is now taking place is that there is a great deal of shelling which is taking place all along the line of control over here, going all the way into the international border part of Jammu and Kashmir, right? All of these areas over here is where there is a great deal of firing which is taking place north, obviously, of Punjab in the Jammu area. Let's move on now from here and take a look at the strikes actually going in. This is absolutely critical. This is, let's move to the visuals, please, the next image. What we'll show you. Now, it's important for India to prove to the entire world that we did do the strikes. Now, this is one of the areas, and you'll see actually footage of that This is Kotli Gulpur, one of the areas in the map. What you see over here is the weapon moving into strike. The video goes off shortly before it hits because after that it's struck the target. And this was, I believe, a drone which went and hit a suicide drone. Apart from this, there are other targets which have also been struck. We'll see some of those. This is Bhimber, and this is the target that they were looking at. This is before the strikes took place. After the strikes took place, we'll actually see another drone dropping a bomblet over here as this video rolls out. That's that bomblet going, and you're going to see an explosion over there. Let's go out and roll one more image for one of these areas, Kotli Abbas. This is another critical point over here. We're going to see footage of this was what was being targeted, and this is the footage which has been released. And you can see over here this target, this strike over here, and that massive blast. This is all very important, and we're going to go across at this stage to our guests who can share with us their views on all of this. The footage is very important because it proves to the world what India has done, and it sends a very strong message to Pakistan. Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh joins us at this stage. Ma'am, thanks very much for being with us. The fact that we are now showing this video, and during the surgical strikes there was virtually no video. During Balakot there was virtually no video. Over here we've got this. It's being seen in Pakistan. What is the message that we are trying to send?
Good evening to everybody. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind.
So we woke up to what we have all been waiting from the last, I think, anticipating from the last cowardly attack that was there in Pahalgam. All these footages that have been seen after the press conference that has covered the whole of the incident and the operation in full and the briefing which was carried out. Over here, we have seen on the visuals how have we been successful to actually do precision strikes with precision guided weapons without entering and without violating airspaces and without violating any other treaties. Not, basically targeting what we were supposed to target. Such a carefully planned mission, such a strategically implemented mission and operation. So I guess kudos and everything, it's a matter of pride for the entire nation today that such a nicely executed precision to surgical precision it has been executed and planned operation it has been. With the visuals, of course, it becomes, whenever we deal with such situations, why such visuals are coming up, why are they being shared? The thing here is the morale of the civilian population. When such skirmishes happens, such operations and such cowardly attacks like Pahalgam targeting civilian populations, unarmed civilians, there is a lot of morale backing up which is required to the population. So when we go frontline, do these things, such operations are covered so that everyone is back to the morale, feels for the nation, is back again with the patriotism and knows that, yes, this is the power India holds, the nation holds. We all woke up to the uproar today, not just our nation, but worldwide, roaring and cheering for India, for the stances that we have taken against terrorism. It's not escalating, it's just a retaliation and hitting hard and giving an answer to what was well-deserved and what was waiting for the terrorists, for the cowardly attacks the nation has been facing from the last 3 decades.
All right, Wing Commander, thank you very much for sharing those views and coming in and talking to us. Well, there's a lot more which we are going to be reporting. India in the last little while has been calling up permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council to brief them about the operation at this stage. There is a notice to airmen which has also been out in the last little while. It's a fresh one where almost all of Gujarat has been shut down in terms of its airspace. Flights coming from the west are going to have to extend further south. Let's go straight across now to NDTV's Vishal, my colleague Vishal, who joins us, Vishal Vivek, for more on how India is reaching out also to foreign diplomats and briefing them about what's happened today. Vishal, go ahead.
So just about an hour ago, ME officials had briefed the permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. In the last 48 hours, the top body of UN has been quite critical of Pakistan's actions, and just about 24 hours ago it had condemned Pakistan's actions, and they have gone on to say that there needs to be tough measures, and that needs to be executed to keep things in place, keep things in check. And the latest is that the permanent members and non-permanent members, as I mentioned, have been briefed by Indian officials, and also National Security Advisor Ajit Doval has spoken with his counterparts from various nations and assured that India is not looking for escalation, and these are all strikes that have been conducted as a retaliatory measure. There's no need to be worried about actions from Indian side. So this is what has happened in the last 1 hour or so. So just for the benefit of our viewers, there are 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. This is China, United Nations, United Kingdom, US, France, and Russia. And the non-permanent members are chosen each year. So there are about 7 to 8. Slovenia, Greece, Guyana, and some 3-4 other countries are there. So these envoys of these countries were briefed by the MEA officials in the last 1 hour on the matters that are being discussed in the last few hours. So that is what has happened, and India has briefed almost all the countries about its actions. Whatever has happened, we all know the details of the operations. So the discussions would have revolved around those topics. So that is what has happened.
All right, Vishal, thanks very much for joining us. We can also share that as a result of the strikes, Indian strikes going in, there's been extensive firing on the line of control, I should say, between India and Pakistan. Particular areas, for example, Poonch have been badly hit. Akali Dal chief, the Akali Dal chief, Shiromani Akali Dal chief has spoken on an attack on a Gurdwara in Poonch. He said that the Pakistani forces have attacked a Gurdwara. Mr. Badal says, Sukhbir Singh Badal says, Pakistani forces have killed 3 innocents in the area. We've now got some photographs also coming in of the attacks and injured people, including children, in the Poonch area. Our sources indicating to us that as many as more than 10 people may actually have lost their lives as a result of Pakistani retaliatory shooting of artillery shells in the Poonch area along the line of control, other areas as well. That is a cause of major concern at this juncture, but that's also an area which is particularly active right now. We've seen small arms fire over the last several days, but once these strikes went in, we've seen very heavy artillery shelling coming in on and hitting hamlets, people dying, several injuries taking place. But India has struck hard on Pakistan as well, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and targets on that side. So that line of control has clearly heated up in the last little while. My colleague Shiva Root has been just in the last couple of hours in some of those areas which have been worst hit by Pakistani shelling. He sent us this report.
At the line of control in Salamabad, it's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. Complete damage over here, Vishnu. If you can see that these 2 houses, I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This is this has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. And remember that, now it's midday here, but it is very likely that an escalation will begin again. We were told earlier by people who were fleeing from this village and others that the firing took place till as late as 11:30 in the morning. They heard the thuds of artillery fire and small arms fire till at least 11:30 in the morning. So we're wondering whether there might be firing now as well. So we want to quickly get this report done and move out of this place. I'm going to try and get a word in from, if you can just bear with me for a moment. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, इधर आइए. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे? कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग.
इधर आ जाइए, इधर. हाँ जी.
4 लोग.
4 लोग. कौन? बच्चे?
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है. रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं. मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे.
2
बजे सोए होते हैं.
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ. हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे. 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए. उधर इधर लगे भागने. क्या करते भाग?
सर इधर आइए एक सेकंड. सर, आप यहाँ रहते हैं? नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का.
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे.
आपने सुना ये जब
वो बहुत आवाज सुना?
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये शेल की थी जी.
अच्छा.
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे. एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे.
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे हैं मेरे ख्याल में. इसमें 2 लगे.
जख्मी लोग बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में हैं.
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामूला भेज दिए. बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में
कितना बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी. हमने उसको देखा नहीं है. सुबह हम खुद डरे थे. हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे. इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं. सेफ्टी है ही नहीं. क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है. माल
तो आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे? किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती. बैंकर ही नहीं है.
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. India targeted terror sites in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is how Pakistan has responded.
All right, there have been, let's just take a look at this stage and what the government had to say in an important press conference today where they announced the strikes and shared some details.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context. The features of this attack also tie in with Pakistan's long track record of perpetrating cross-border terrorism in India, which is well documented and beyond question. Pakistan also has a well-deserved reputation as a haven for terrorists from around the world, with internationally proscribed terrorists enjoying impunity there. In addition, Pakistan has been known to willfully mislead the world and international forums, such as the Financial Action Task Force, on this issue. The latest attack in Pahalgam has understandably generated deep anger in Jammu and Kashmir and in other parts of India. Following the attacks, the government of India naturally responded with a set of initial measures relating to our engagement with Pakistan. You're all aware of the decisions that were announced on the 23rd of April. However, it was deemed essential that the perpetrators and planners of the 22nd April attack be brought to justice. Despite a fortnight having passed since the attacks, there has been no demonstrable step from Pakistan to take action against the terrorist infrastructure on its territory or on territory under its control. Instead, all it has indulged in are denials and allegations. Our intelligence monitoring of Pakistan-based terrorist modules indicated that further attacks against India were impending. There was thus a compulsion both to deter and to preempt.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप, मुजफ्फराबाद, यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार, विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप, कोटली, यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का बेस था, जो रजौरी, पुंछ में सक्रिय था। 20 अप्रैल 2023 को पुंछ में और 9 जून 2024 को तीर्थ यात्रियों के बस हमले में यहीं से आतंकी को ट्रेन किया गया था। बरनाला कैंप, बिंबर, ये एलओसी से 9 किलोमीटर दूर है। यहाँ पर हथियार हैंडलिंग, आईईडी व जंगल सर्वाइवल का प्रशिक्षण केंद्र था। अब्बास कैंप, कोटली, यह एलओसी से 13 किलोमीटर दूर है। लश्कर-ए-तोयबा का फिदाइन यहाँ तैयार होता था। अब मैं पाकिस्तान के अंदर के टारगेट से अवगत कराना चाहूँगी। पहला, सर्जल कैंप, सियालकोट, यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा से 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर है, सांबा कठवा के सामने। मार्च 2025 में जम्मू एंड कश्मीर पुलिस के 4 जवानों की जो हत्या की गई थी, उन आतंकवादियों को इसी जगह पर ट्रेन किया गया था। दूसरा, महमूना जाया कैंप, सियालकोट, यह 18 से 12 किलोमीटर आईबी से दूर था। हिजबुल मुजाहिदीन का बहुत बड़ा कैंप था। यह कठुआ जम्मू क्षेत्र में आतंक फैलाने का नियंत्रण केंद्र था। पठानकोट एयरफोर्स बेस पर किया गया हमला भी इसी कैंप से प्लान और डायरेक्ट किया गया था। मरकज ताइबा, मुरीद के, यह आईबी से 18 से 25 किलोमीटर दूरी पर है। 2008 के मुंबई हमले के आतंकी भी यहीं से प्रशिक्षित हुए थे। अजमल कसब व डेविड हेडली भी यहाँ ट्रेन हुए थे। मरकज सुभान अल्लाह भावलपुर ये इंटरनेशनल बाउंड्री से 100 किलोमीटर दूर है। जैश ए मोहम्मद का मुख्यालय था। यहाँ पर रिक्रूटमेंट, ट्रेनिंग व इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन का केंद्र भी था।
All right, there have been several political reactions which have been coming in. I just want to give you an immediate reaction which has come in from Japan. Our Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has said that he's had a teleconference with his Japanese counterpart, Takeshi Iwaya, and he said, Dr. Jaishankar says that he appreciates the strong condemnation of the April 22nd terror attack, and he's discussed India's action against the cross-border terrorist infrastructure this morning. But those are some foreign reactions coming in. There have been several reactions internally as well. Let's take a look.
I think Government of India, the Indian Defence Forces have gone out of their way to ensure that no military and civilian targets were hit in Pakistan. They have only hit terror bases and launch pads. Unfortunately, the response has been anything but proportionate. We are in this situation because of them. If they had not targeted our innocent civilians in Pahalgam, we wouldn't be here. This ceasefire had held along the line of control for a number of years now. We did not provoke this. We have responded to a provocation. Now it is for Pakistan to realize that our response was limited to what happened to us in Pahalgam. They must be careful not to escalate things beyond control.
As you know from my earlier statements and writings, this is exactly what I thought the government should do, and I'm glad they have done, which is that there is no question in my mind that we had to give some sort of fitting response to the terror attack. The terrorists had to be taught that there was a price to be paid. And sadly, this kind of impunity that they believe they enjoy would have only emboldened them to continue with further attacks. So it was important and essential to give them some sort of response that was a kinetic response. In addition to the diplomatic measures we all know about, the government announced various things, action on visas, all sorts of things. But today, what they have done is a fitting response.
We support this attack on behalf of the government of Karnataka. I welcome this attack. And we will be in a position to attack if the Pakistan counter-attack us. India will not hesitate to wage a war against Pakistan.
तो सरकार फैसला लेना चाहे, ठोस कदम उठाना चाहे, जहां से आतंकवाद शुरू हो रहा है, जहां से आतंकवाद की घटनाएं हो रही हैं, उन्हें खत्म करने के लिए और जड़ से समाप्त करने के लिए, आतंकवाद को जड़ से खत्म करने के लिए जो सरकार फैसला लेना चाहे, सरकार के साथ समाजवादी पार्टी है। हमें अपनी सेना पर, हमें अपनी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस पर पूरा भरोसा है। यही फोर्स है जो सीमा पर हमारे देश की रक्षा कर रही है।
But an emergency meeting of the Congress party has been underway after Op Sindoor. The Congress has been holding a key meet. This comes a day ahead of an all-party gathering which is being organized by the government, where members of the opposition will be taken into confidence about the Operation Sindoor strikes which have taken place.
वर्किंग कमेटी में हमारा डिस्कशन हुआ, पूरा समर्थन, फुल सपोर्ट टू आवर फोर्सेस, best wishes to them, much love to them, complete support from the Congress party and the Congress working committee.
There have been nationwide mock drills today. These have been underway, drills across 244 districts. A real worry that there could be, this may not be over, Pakistan could strike. That is a possibility that cannot be ruled out. Mock drills are taking place amidst this heightened tension. The first such drills since the 1971 war. There have been blackouts, evacuations, sirens, civil defense activity, particularly in border areas, which has been taking place today.
I'm present here at the CST railway station where the mock drill that was supposed to happen in multiple parts of the cities is underway. As you can see, the volunteers from the civil defense in cooperation with the central railways are carrying out the mock drills here, which is a part of an awareness program amongst the commoners who are present here, to spread awareness on what exactly are those basic steps that they need to undertake when there is an if and when there is a airstrike in this part of the city. This is the drill that they need to undertake according to the authorities here if there is an attack either through an airstrike or if there's any sort of a bomb threat perception, because we know that the parking area for the state vehicles, for the buses and private vehicles outside the railway station is huge. As you can see, all these volunteers have been trained on how to conduct these mock drills. It's a sort of an exhibition that has been put forth in front of the people who are using CSMT railway station for their daily need travels. They've also made it very clear, or have tried to shed light on the fact that the volunteers or the people present here in the railway station will also be all prepared to help the people, even if it involves carrying the injured people out of that area, or providing first aid help to all of these individuals. Now CSMT, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus becomes an extremely important and a vulnerable center when you talk about city of Mumbai, right? This center was one of the centers that was attacked during the 2008 attacks as well. It is a huge, World Heritage Site. It's one of the most expansive government infrastructures and one of the oldest of its kind that has been present here for the longest time, and that sheds more importance on this particular event. We also know that there's a travel of a lot of people, a lot of people from across the state, from across the country come to CSMT. They enter the city from the station and then they leave the city from the station as well, which makes it as a very important, not just a state but a national center here in Mumbai, and that just increases the importance of such activities and making people aware of such activities. With camera person Rajendra Dyalkar, this is Anuj Rai reporting for NDTV from Mumbai.
Well, joining us now, the former Research and Analysis Wing Chief, Vikram Sood. Thanks, sir, very much for being with us. We've obviously sent a very clear signal to Pakistan at this stage. Do you believe that now that we've crossed a certain bar, that if terror attacks on India keep happening, then you would almost always be obliged to take action like this?
Yes, I suppose so. I think, but they'll have to think twice before doing that. It's not going to be easy for them to get onto their aircraft and start bombarding, because they know that the reaction will be appropriate and strong. So the ball's in their court. It's up to them to decide what they want to do. And one of the ministers, I believe, said that they don't want to go any further, but that doesn't mean that is how it will be played, because as you know, the ministers don't call the shots there. The army does. So it depends on what the army feels or the general of the day feels about taking further action against India.
Is it your belief that there will be further action?
No, it's not my belief. It's my hope that it doesn't happen, because there will be escalation done if they do that. We're not going to. I don't expect the government of India to stay quiet if they do that. There will be, as they say, appropriate and reasonable action all the way.
Mr. Sood, some would suggest that after the Pahalgam terror attacks, the first thing Pakistan would have done is clear out their terror training camps. If that was the case, then apart from sending a very strong signal to Pakistan, would you agree that we've not really broken the back of Pakistani terror?
No, terrorism can't be finished in a day or two, not in a single attack. That would take time. That would take consistency. That would requires also a change of mind in Pakistan. It's not just us who keep doing it. And look at how Israel has been having to deal with Hamas. So this will take time. It's not an overnight do. But it does make Pakistan realize that there can be repercussions, strong repercussions, that have never happened before in a long, long time. And that repercussions will cost them in this day and age, when, particularly when their economy is in the dumps. And can they afford this adventurism? I'm not too sure.
Yep.
So they will have to double think before they do this.
Mr. Sood, are you disappointed that so many days after Pahalgam, we've still not caught the terrorists involved in the attack itself? We've gone up the matrix, we've hit their camps, but in terms of actually nabbing these terrorists or eliminating them, that's still not happened.
We don't know. We don't know. In any case, it is not surprising that it's taken some time to catch them. They may be well hidden some places, they may have gone back. We just have to keep trying to get them. I don't think sometimes it can take months or years to catch the fellow. So it's how well he's been hidden, where he's been hidden, who's supporting them, here or the other side. So let's not lose heart in this.
Mr. Sood, what is particularly disappointing is that after these Pahalgam strikes, the entire environment in Kashmir, where we were seeing a real revival in terms of tourism, so many other things, that seems to have taken several steps back. Would you agree that to restore that level of confidence is again going to take a fair amount of time?
Look, tourism was, I think, 12 or 15% of the total earnings of Jammu and Kashmir to their economy. So it's damaged it to that extent. What has probably damaged is the impression that has gone around all over the country, because the people killed were from all over the country. So that has to be revived, and it will take time. It won't be the end. These kinds of things happen in terrorism, in violent struggles, that there are ups and downs, and we have to put up with this. I'm not too disappointed. It's saddened, but we'll have to just keep trying and encouraging tourists back.
Yeah.
Not lose heart.
Mr. Sood, the fact that, sure, we've got a fair amount of support from countries like Israel. Even Japan in the last little while has said that, this sort of terrorism is unacceptable. On the other hand, Pakistan receives more and more support diplomatically and otherwise from Turkey. China remains, an ally of theirs in a sense. Is that not a big disappointment? A country as significant as Turkey, a country with whom we have fairly decent links, certainly some aspects of our economy, aviation, for example, continues to back Pakistan in the way that it does, and we just carry on with that relationship as if it's normal.
At one point, I think we should not bother too much about what the world will think. We should act only in our interests. If you were to keep considering what the world is going to say to this or that, then there will be no action at all. There will be some people who will be disappointed in what we've done, others will be angry. So what? I have to protect my interests. If Turkey has not been a particular friend of ours, it has been supporting Pakistan at all various fora, so it's okay. It's not unexpected. And we just take it as it comes. How many countries will at the end of the day choose to have economic deals with Pakistan and not with India?
Right.
How many, would you want to invest in India or in Pakistan at this juncture as if you were not an Indian?
Yeah. All right, so, it's important and interesting talking to you. These are difficult times, and I would suggest that it's not over quite yet. Let's hope that the next few days go off okay and that there is no further escalation. Thank you very much, Mr. Sood, for speaking to us.
Cheers.
Thanks very much indeed.
Right.
All right, we're going to move on now to reactions, and ultimately we are doing this. The strikes took place because it's a fight against terror and to bring justice to the families of the victims who lost their lives. They've spoken to us today after the attacks. Here's what they said.
मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही वॉज इन द डिफेंस फोर्सेज एंड यू नो व्हेन ही हैड जॉइंड द डिफेंस फोर्सेज वो यही चाहता था दैट ही वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीस इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट इनोसेंट लाइव्स आर नॉट गॉन इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट देयर इज नो हेट्रेड एंड टेरर इन दिस कंट्री एंड दिस ऑपरेशन signifies his spirit that there will terrorism hatred will not be tolerated by the Indian government. ये नाम बहुत सही है क्योंकि इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से बहुत औरतों ने, बहुत बहनों ने, बहुत माँओं ने अपनी जान खोई है, अपना एक हिस्सा खो दिया है.
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए.
उसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है. मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल.
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके. पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के.
थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुँह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है. और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा सतर्क है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा. मोदी जी अभी ये जो स्टेप लिया है हमारे ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break at this stage. Come back with the very latest. Stay tuned.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh speaks out on Op Sindoor. He lauds the operation. He says history has been scripted by our armed forces. India briefs members of the UN Security Council on Op Sindoor. The National Security Advisor speaks to counterparts across the world. India says that we don't have any intent to escalate. India has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack. Rattle Pakistan has attacked religious places in Poonch. The Akali Dal chief says that Pakistan attacked a Gurdwara in Poonch, killing 3 people. A security review post-Operation Sindoor. The Home Minister has held a high-level meeting with border chief ministers. Nearly 20 airports in border areas have been closed.
often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Welcome back. Among other developments today, there have been nationwide mock drills in several parts of the country. This is to ensure that citizens are reasonably protected in the event that there are strikes which take place, military strikes. Drills have been held across 244 districts. It's the first time that such drills have been held since the 71 war. There have been blackouts, evacuations and sirens which have been sounded. The civil defense mock drills have been taking between India and Pakistan and as the expectation of potential strikes.
That is the air raid warning signal that's been sounded in Secunderabad. That is a sign that things are not normal and everyone needs to start acting according to earlier defined protocols. 12 different departments have come together to try and show people what a mock drill will look like and what they are expected to do. These are of course volunteers from the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation. They may help remove this kind of a debris in case there is any kind of a collapse of a structure. There are bricks and other rocks that are there. That has to be moved before the forces can come in. There are 12 different departments that are getting together. This is of course a civil defense mock drill and therefore it is this apartment complex that we are talking about that is going to be used as a demonstration. So if you turn and show this apartment complex where the demo will be done in case there is a fire on one of the top floors, what people are expected to do after that. Now of course they are all only watching what is happening as part of this drill. But in an emergency, the movement will be very different. You can see already that all different volunteers, the medical camp people are ready, the ambulances are ready, and they know what to do. The NCC volunteers are also part of this mock drill. Obviously, the younger generation has to be trained to do this. Tell us what the role of youngsters is going to be and what is NCC doing here?
Well, madam, since the establishment of NCC in 1948, we were raised with this purpose only, so that our services can be utilized in such difficult times of war. So we have today cadets from 3rd Telangana Battalion NCC, and we have undergone a mock drill. Actually, now the mock drill is taking place, but we are practicing it since the morning. It is nothing new to us. We are regularly trained for this. In fact, what I call it as, this is a refresher exercise.
Well, key airports remain shut after Operation Sindoor. Nearly 20 airports are shut. These include Srinagar, Chandigarh, Jodhpur. They've been shut till the 10th of May. That list isn't extensive. There are many more airports which have been closed. Let's go across now to NDTV's Tanushka Datta, who's got more on this. Tanushka, give us an idea of the number of airports which have been shut. Is air travel going to be hit a great deal?
We do understand that nearly 20 airports across, the country, especially in the northern region, have been shut, and definitely this does lead to disruptions in flights and air travel at this point, of course. But this has also been done by not just the airlines, but also as per notams issued by India as well, keeping in mind that the airspace that is shared between India and Pakistan is completely closed at this point. So the airports also that are not functioning as of this moment and will not be functioning until May 10th are that of Leh, Thoi, Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Pathankot, Chandigarh, Jodhpur, Bikaner, Jamnagar, Bhatinda, Bhuj, Dharmshala, Shimla, Rajkot, and Porbandar. Now, we also have been, tracking the updates, specific updates from the airlines, specifically, be it Air India, Indigo, Akasa, SpiceJet, Air India Express. All of these airlines have, clearly mentioned that they will not be operating out of these particular airports and not be having any sort of flights going up to Jammu or say Srinagar. All of these flights have also been cancelled. Over 200 flights have been cancelled alone from Delhi airport. And Indigo also has had cancellations of 165 flights to and fro Jammu, Leh, Chandigarh, Srinagar, Amritsar, Dharmshala, Bikaner, and Jodhpur in its recent travel advisory. What we also know in terms of foreign carriers as well, such as that of Virgin Atlantic, they're also avoiding the Pakistani airspace, resulting in some pre-planned rerouting of their London to Delhi flights. And they also maintain that, this is in view of the safety and security of their customers. Overall, we do know that there have been 430 cancellations of flights in India. This is 3% of the scheduled flights, and 147 of cancellations in Pakistan. This is 17% of their scheduled flights. So as of this moment, until May 10th, looking forward, these airports will be shut because of the airspace closure that has happened as a result of the intervening Operation Sindoor that India carried out. Back to you.
All right, Tanushka, thanks very much for joining us with those details. Please check with your airline in case you are flying. We leave it there, come back with a lot more. Do stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz. If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
Caste enumeration should be included in the forthcoming census.
पहली बार देश में आजादी के बाद ये फैसला किया गया है.
For this decision we were waiting since long.
This has been only possible with our Prime Minister's decision.
राहुल जी जो सोचदार है मोदी जी ने अडॉप्ट कर लिया, अच्छा है.
राहुल गांधी के सर्टिफिकेट के लिए राहुल गांधी को क्रेडिट देने के लिए कोई निर्णय नहीं किया.
They have always used it as a political weapon, and now that weapon's gone.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is
Conducts Operation Sindoor, destroys 9 terror camps in Pakistan. Defense Minister and the Prime Minister salutes the armed forces.
Mock drills carried out in 259 districts across multiple states. Operation Abhyas sees sirens, evacuations and blackouts as India prepares for the worst.
Important meeting of the Prime Minister with his cabinet and the CCS on Operation Sindoor. After successful operation, Prime Minister Modi chaired the meeting of the Union Cabinet and the Committee of Security to hail the operation and bring his colleagues up to speed.
Centre calls an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. tomorrow. The government will be taking the entire opposition along. Give details on Operation Sindoor.
World leaders react to India's Operation Precision Strikes in Pakistan. Israel, United States extends support. Ministry of External Affairs briefed the United Nations Security Council members on Operation Sindoor.
Concerns now over IPL matches in Dharmshala. Matches are scheduled for 8th and 11th May. BCCI awaits government's nod. Hello everyone and welcome to this special broadcast. India has struck at 9 nerve centers of terrorism inside Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Multiple videos have been released by India showing our armed forces striking terror camps. Camps linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba have been targeted and destroyed. This is for the first time that India has released visuals of targets decimated under Operation Sindoor to avenge the deadly April 22nd attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam.
I'm sure this has been a long night, ladies and gentlemen, for Pakistan and for everybody here in India. You by now, in fact, have everything on your fingertips. This is a big day. The strikes began at the dead of the night and was carried out for 25 minutes from 1:05 a.m. till 1:30 a.m. precisely. No Pakistani military installation, civilian infrastructure or economic infrastructure were destroyed. And I'm underscoring this once again because India has made this very, very clear, the distinction between the anti-terror operation or a full-scale military operation. India has only targeted the Pakistani terror infrastructure. Prime Minister Modi monitored this entire operation through the night and has also then subsequently briefed the president. His political will lauded by his cabinet colleagues when they met at the cabinet meeting at Prime Minister's residence.
Yes, and let's first listen in now to what Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had to say, and also when Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri briefed the press.
जैसे कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है।
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
That's his picture as a young commando, and this is Mohammad Nasir Khan now. हवलदार साहब, पहले आपकी सेवा के लिए हमारी तरफ से बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने बहुत साल बिताए फौज में। कल रात क्या हुआ था ये बताएं। आपकी परिवार ने आपने उनको यहाँ से आपने ट्रांसफ़र कर दिया है, तो क्या हुआ था?
रात को तकरीबन 1 बजे से मतलब थोड़ा फायरिंग स्टार्ट हुआ, तो उसमें थोड़ा कम आवाज़ आ रहा था। तकरीबन 2-3 बजे के बाद में बहुत फास्ट हो गया। जब फास्ट हो गया तो हम एक ही बच्चे सोए हुए थे, उनको उठा के हमने साइड में लिया और साइड में लेने के बाद में उनको सेव किया। तो मेरे बच्चों को बोला कि भाई आप ज़मीन पर लेट जाओ, ये जो फायरिंग हो रही है तो इससे बचाव एक ही है कि आप ज़मीन पर लेट जाओ। बच्चों को एक साइड में लेटा दिया और मैं भी साथ में लेट गया। उसके बाद में स्टार्ट होगी कार्रवाई। यहाँ पे पूरा जो फायरिंग उन्होंने करनी थी वो कर दी। उसके बाद में इसमें आगे लगा एक गोला, एक इस पीछे कैंप में, उसका फ्लेक्शन पीछे आया। ये पूछा पूरा मतलब इसको पुश किया उसने, पूरा मकान हिल गया। ये नीचे से एकदम हिला, तो हमने सोचा ये सब इसी के ऊपर पड़ गया। लेकिन बाहर निकल के देखा तो बाहर लगा था और अंदर ये इसका ये पूरा टूट फूट जितनी भी थी अंदर आ गई थी।
A very strong, unprecedented message being sent across to Pakistan after two important terror centers in the heart of Pakistan's Punjab province have been targeted by India. And Maria, from the name of this operation, Operation Sindoor, to those two women officers from the Air Force and Army, a very strong message and symbolism attached to that as well. In the studio with us, Mr. Vikas Swaroop, former Foreign Secretary, who in fact, possibly one of the best person to decode what is happening at this moment. So thank you for speaking to NDTV. Let me start by asking you, what do you make of the military and the diplomatic offensive that India has launched on Pakistan? A very strong message across the border has been sent.
Yes, thank you, Ankit. I think Operation Sindoor was designed to send a very clear message to Pakistan. Terrorism has consequences.
Yes.
These were precision strikes on the terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. These were not strikes against the state of Pakistan or against the people of Pakistan. Of course, the kinetic action was preceded by scores of diplomatic actions that India had taken. The most serious among them, of course, was the suspension, the keeping in abeyance of the Indus Waters Treaty, which had survived 3 wars, 1965, 1971, 1999. And the fact that this time Prime Minister Modi felt that Pakistan had crossed a certain threshold and they needed to be taught a very, very strong lesson meant that for the first time ever in history, we suspended the Indus Waters Treaty. Then, of course, the downgrading of the diplomatic strength of the 2 high commissions from 55 to 30, the expulsion of the military component of the high commissions, all those were there. But more importantly, I think India took into confidence our key allies and partners before the strikes, and after the strikes also, we have kept all the important world capitals briefed about what our intent was, what our objective was, what we have achieved, and most importantly, that we do not see this as escalatory in nature.
Yes. Ambassador Swaroop, India has reiterated that it was non-escalatory in nature. That is the intent with which these terror strikes were, India carried out these strikes, military strikes inside Pakistan and in POK. That entire composition of the press briefing, you had the Foreign Secretary brief the press along with 2 officers, women officers. Then the Foreign Secretary also briefing soon after the 22nd terror attack which happened in Pahalgam. The presence of Foreign Secretary is a message going to the world.
Oh, absolutely, that he's a chief diplomatic officer and he's directly in front of the media explaining the rationale, the objectives of our strike, of the operation. And the fact, as you rightly mentioned, these 2 women officers,
yes,
one from the Army, one from the Air Force, and the symbolism attached to their names. Because, a key component of what the Foreign Secretary said was that the Pahalgam attacks were meant also to spread communal discord in India.
That's right.
And I think the message that we gave, that all of India is united, that we do not look at people of Kashmir with suspicion, that they are also an inalienable part of India, they are as Indian as you and I are. I think that is a very important message that was underscored by the press briefing and by the symbolism around that press briefing.
You have External Affairs Minister, Ankit, just one question. Speak to the France Foreign Minister. You have External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar brief his counterpart also in Germany, also in Japan. So this constant briefing with his counterparts is continuing even as India would be looking at more support from multiple nations. What now in terms of the diplomatic planning?
You see, Pakistan always uses these incidents as a means to internationalize the Kashmir dispute.
Yes.
Whenever this has happened, whether it was post-Uri or post-Pulwama, post-Pathankot, whatever it is, Pakistan always tries to exploit these to promote the narrative that, oh, these are 2 nuclear-armed neighbors who are now at a nuclear flashpoint on Kashmir, and unless you intervene, the whole region will go up in flames. So I think that is the reason why we have been very careful in terms of briefing all the permanent and non-permanent members of the Security Council and all the key allies and partners that we have. And as you have seen, there has been universal support for India in the sense there is no country which now has any tolerance for terrorism.
Absolutely.
Especially if you look at the response of the Gulf states. from Saudi Arabia,
Yes.
from UAE.
From
Qatar. From Qatar. I think it's very, very significant. And then the Security Council, let's not forget, Pakistan is presently a non-permanent member of the Security Council.
Yes.
And look at the statement that the Security Council put out on the 25th of April, that there can be no justification for any kind of terrorism. India deserves to bring the perpetrators of the Pahalgam massacre to justice.
Our colleagues are also joining us. I just have one quick question to you, sir, before, in fact, we bring our colleagues in, because right from the dead of the night, as soon as it happened, my colleague Shiv Arur, who is on the ground in Srinagar, has been reporting. He has now gone to the forward areas where, a lot of, we are seeing the retaliation from Pakistan, which of course is appropriately being handled and responded to by India. Gurpreet also joining us from a, border district. But Mr. Swaroop, before I let you go, sir, my last question to you, are you picking up some signs that, possibly there would be international pressure on Pakistan not to escalate? Because number one, the most important thing is, if Pakistan does take the escalation ladder on the kinetic front, Pakistan then justifies the operation of these terror and the terrorists on its soil, because India has only hit out at terrorists, not on the Pakistani installations.
Absolutely, Ankit. I would say this, India does not want escalation. Pakistan cannot afford escalation. If you look at the Pakistani economy, it's in shambles. It's on life support thanks to an IMF stabilization packet of $7 billion. Their agriculture is in distress right now. And I think even the civil-military relations have crumbled, quite a bit in Pakistan. And that is why, in fact, some people have suggested that General Asim Munir was compelled to launch this kind of an operation just to shore up the sagging popularity of the Pakistan military in Pakistan. My sense is that, these things, Pakistan cannot afford long drawn-out military escalation with India. So to the extent that Pakistan now de-escalates, they are already claiming that, they have downed some planes, etc. Well, let them claim that Pyrrhic victory and let them now de-escalate, because my sense is that neither country wants a full-blown war at this point in time.
Absolutely.
All right, Vikas Swaroop, really appreciate your time here in the NDTV studios. Let's bring in Shiv Arur and Gurpreet, who are joining us from Ground Zero. Shiv Arur, and I can see Ishika also joining us from outside South Block. That's where a series of meetings have been held earlier in the afternoon. Shiv, coming to you, where exactly are you? And, is the shelling continuing along the LOC?
We're here in the Kalgi-Ramgi village of line of control Uri, right outside a house in the middle of this village that has extensively been shelled. As you can see in these pictures, we're the first to actually report from here because it's very difficult to actually get here. It's quite a marooned village. You need to trek for about half an hour to get to this point. But this is a house that I'm standing in front of and reporting that had 35 people inside it, including 14 children, many of them small, who had a miraculous escape because this house actually had the presence of mind and the wherewithal really to build a bunker in their basement. So 35 people actually stuffed themselves into a tiny little bunker after 2 a.m. this morning and therefore were saved. They've all fled from this village. There's hardly anyone left over here. And there are many houses, neighboring houses also, that have been similarly damaged. This is, in fact, Ankit and Maria, the third village that we are seeing in the Uri sector alone, that has suffered extensive damage of this kind. We're also told that shelling could start again tonight because it continued till about noon today, and that's why there's a huge amount of fear right now, a lot of anger as well, because many of the people who can't leave from this village say, where will we go? Where can we actually go? This particular house had some resources and the 35 people have gotten into 2 tempo travelers and fled towards Baramulla. But the other people in this village, they're just wondering when the next shell lands, what are they going to do? Look at this house. It's completely damaged. Nobody can live in it. It's impossible to get back here. And the family, we're told, doesn't even know what they're going to do, where to pick up the pieces and where to actually begin. So this is what's happening here at the line of control in Uri.
Let me, engage you further a little bit because, where you are at this moment, and let me tell our viewers, NDTV is the only channel reporting from the worst hit areas of the Pakistani retaliation as we see. And Shiv, you've covered this. We have seen this many times. while India very specifically goes after terror targets, and if, like in 1971, it was only military targets, Pakistani army does not make those distinctions. It is our civilian areas which are facing the brunt with medium and heavy artillery guns from the Pakistani side.
This is, you couldn't think of a more family home than this one, Ankit and Maria. Let me just show you some images that will, prove that. Children's shoes still here on this shoe rack, full of debris, everything smashed. It's a very typically Kashmiri house. Follow me in here, I'll show you something more. Look at this very, very poignant little thing lying on the ground. A little boy's, public school ID card just lying on the floor. Where this child is with his family, they've fled from here, too scared to be here at this time. A very typical Kashmiri sitting room, like a common room for guests. This is what the condition is. Completely smashed. Imagine a house that held 35 people, full of laughter, full of fun, all of them going to school, the parents working, 4 different families living jointly like a joint family. And they've had to flee from here because of what happened. The damage you see in this house happened in a flash. It was a couple of shells that landed on the house. We've been asked not to go upstairs because the entire roof is creaking and therefore it could, completely collapse. But this is what Pakistan has done. What you're saying is absolutely right. India, as part of Operation Sindoor, had targeted terrorists and terrorist infrastructure. Pakistan in return, and this is the 3rd village, let me remind you, that I'm reporting from in just the last couple of hours, where Pakistan has directly targeted civilian settlements and civilian villages. And let me tell you, this can be no mistake because these are sophisticated weapons. Artillery and mortar are sophisticated weapons that can be guided, and they've chosen to hit these villages right here on the line of control.
Shiv, yes, certainly. I mean, civilians being targeted and the manner in which they have been targeted, and Shiv getting us all the details from that, in fact, dilapidated, destroyed home now, a home which had 30 people once upon a time, a happy family, which had little kids roaming around with their school badges being now thrown on the ground. That is what the civilian story is.
And our heart goes out to these people.
Absolutely.
I mean,
We do not know where they are.
This is the cost of the war that everybody has to pay, and it's Pakistan's treachery once again. I mean, you conduct terror strikes inside our country, kill innocent people, and then, of course, again target civilians when retribution comes Pakistan's way. Maria.
Yes, we have Gurpreet now joining us from Firozpur, one of the border districts in Punjab. Gurpreet, we have seen some mock drills being carried out in all 259 districts. That's what the scale of these mock drills were. What's happening in Firozpur? What are the people saying on ground? Is there a sense of calm, or are there some unease as well?
Well, we have seen Punjab is a border state, and specifically they have this international porous border here in the district of Firozpur, Gurdaspur and Pathankot. What we have seen since the strike had been taken place by the Indian government, we have seen this is on high alert. They have taken a multiple action on the ground. We have seen in district Gurdaspur, they have already shut down the schools for 3 days. Similarly in Pathankot, and we have seen in district Firozpur, they have already shut down a school for 1 day. Multiple mock drills are already underway where we have seen these civil administration officials. They are also guiding the people how they are going to deal with this situation if a war-like situation is going to be come up in the coming days. At the same time, if we can talk about the spirits of these people from Firozpur, they are having high spirit. They say they are with the nation, and they have also appreciated the action which has been taken by the Indian government against terrorists. They say it's the right time to hit them very hard, because we have seen multiple times anti-India activities had been seen from across the border, and this is the time to teach them lesson. But as of now, if we can talk about this district Firozpur, we have seen the multiple precautions have been taken by the civil administration. They are also conducting these mock drills, and what we have learned at about 9 to 9:30 there will be blackout, so that the people should be aware of this process process which they have to follow in the coming day if there is any emergency situation which is going to be arise in this specifically border area. So as of now, if we can talk about the people who are present here, they seems to be very calm. They seems to be with nation. They say this action was the need of the hour, and we appreciated the way the Indian government has already carried out this strike on the hides of the hideouts of these terrorists that was required. So we have to wait and watch what will be the next and how the things will be unfolded in the coming days. But as of now, we have seen, we had a word with the SSP Firozpur also. He was saying we have been appealing to people that there is everything is under control, and if there is any emergency, we are ready to combat and grapple with the emergency. Back to studio.
Ishika as well, who was reporting from outside South Block. That's where a series of meetings were held. Remember, Prime Minister Modi briefed President of India, Draupadi Murmu. There was a briefing which was carried out also by, Prime Minister briefed his cabinet colleagues as well. There was a meeting chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah with chief ministers of all border states participating in that. So there is a sense of preparedness as far as India is concerned. What is happening right now in South Block? Ishika will give us the details. Ishika.
Well, Maria, just a while ago, in fact, the UNSC members, Security Council members, permanent and non-permanent members, they were in fact called and they were briefed up, regarding the Operation Sindoor that was conducted by the government, government of India today. And in fact, they briefed the nations as to how that this, the entire retaliation that was done by India was done on credible intel, and how, 26 missile strikes were done by India on 9 terror camps, and also emphasizing this fact that these camps were in fact the hub rather of the terrorist organization, if you talk about Lashkar-e-Taiba or if you talk about Jaish-e-Mohammed, and no civilians in fact were harmed in this entire strike. Now also going on to say to the members here that India is not looking for any escalation. This was rather a retaliation that was done by India because of the zero tolerance, towards terrorism. And we have just seen the statement also that has come from Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister of India, making it very, very clear that the stand of India is that they have only targeted those who have in fact killed civilians in Kashmir in India. Also, if we talk about the Foreign Minister, S. Jaishankar, he has spoken, to countries like France, Spain, Russia as well, Germany as well, thanked them for the support that they have been giving to India, and also again and again emphasizing that India has a zero tolerance policy towards terrorism. So if you look at it, certainly the nations have been briefed regarding all of, the footages as to how India only, struck on the terrorist
All right,
camps.
Ishika and
also,
Gurpreet, thank you so much for joining us. Ambassador Vikas Sarup summing it up quite well here when he says that India doesn't want escalation and Pakistan cannot afford escalation at this point. And joining Ankit and me at this point is Lieutenant General Arun Sahni, former GOC in Indian Army. We also have Major General Jan Cardozo joining us.
Right. Let me very quickly first go across to Lieutenant General Sahani. Sir, I want to, start by asking you, because everybody, the only question that people have in their mind at this moment is what happens from here on? Are we going to see, or are you worried that there could be a next level of escalation? What is that next level of escalation, and how are we prepared for that?
I think if you give me a quick look, firstly, I think the Indian Armed Forces did an absolutely brilliant, managed to get surprise and managed to select and hit targets, which ensures that the escalation doesn't take place, because we haven't hit any military target. We've only targeted terror, but this time the nerve center of the targets of these terrorists, their nerve centers have been sorted out. The most important issue that really comes to light now is that will there be a reaction? Yes, I think for the public, we are already seeing on the social media with the false narrative that they are trying to build up in the psychological domain of having downed certain aircrafts of ours, having carried out certain amount of retaliatory action, which seems to be getting reported from Reuters and from BBC. That's what I saw on the net, which is available to us. So it seems he's trying to sort of cater for his homegrown people, that we have taken necessary action in retaliation to what the Indian Armed Forces have done. But I think more importantly, I think in due course, we should be very clear that we would be, the likely threat would remain of standoff weapons as far as they're concerned. They've already upped the ante on the borders. When you look at it today, from small arms, they've gone into artillery fire. So that itself is an escalation, because the ranges that they're connecting, the kind of TNT that they're being able to throw across, and I saw some footage which you showed about the damaged houses of the civilian villages that have happened there. So I think what we could look at, with the kind of support they're getting from Turkey, from China, and with their own capabilities, which are quite limited.
Right.
You would see, I would say, drones, loiter munitions, which might come up in the tactical space, which they would try and hit us. So I think our counter UAV measures and our capacity to cater to ensure that our vulnerabilities and sensitivities are well protected along the border areas within a belt of about 30 to 40 kilometers is carried out. And of course, subsequently, I don't, in my opinion, as I think the former Foreign Secretary is very beautifully summed up, I don't think they have the capacity or the appetite to make a war, but they have to do a face saving. So we might see certain amount of
absolutely. They need a face-saving exit. Let me very quickly bring in Shiv. He has to inform, and it also is getting dark there. The area where he is at this moment is quite active. He has to change locations as well. Shiv, very quickly, because you've been also been reporting on the complexity of this entire operation which India undertook, the kind of weapons which were used, and the way, in fact, we were able to send across a message, especially when we talk about Bawalpur and in Pakistan. At this moment, how are the security forces, our forces, preparing to deal with any eventuality with Pakistan? Also, just tell us a little bit more about the weapons that India used.
Ankit, as far as face saving goes, and I completely agree with our guest that, Pakistan needs to be seen to, at least for its domestic audience, having done something as far as India is concerned. It has no appetite for war. The country is flat broke, but it obviously still has money for firing mortars like this one. This is the remnants of an actual Pakistani mortar that I'm holding in my hand here at the Kalgi Ramgi village that has smashed into this house and torn a huge hole, right into this house. Just look at the thickness of this wall, Ankit, and I will answer your question about the weapons. These are, twin-layered, bouldered wall has been smashed open, and the people inside are gone from here. Complete decimation of this particular house by a Pakistani mortar. And I just want to say that this was in response to India targeting terror sites in Pakistan. Pakistan has responded by firing these at civilian villages like this one. The Indian Army, the Indian Air Force used sophisticated weapons for the first time in anger, including the Scalp cruise missiles, the Hammer advanced standoff precision-guided bombs, as well as some loitering munitions. Like we've been reporting, and we were the first to put this out earlier today, you and me, Ankit, was that this was a tri-service operation. Now, as it gets dark over here at the line of control in Uri, one of the most active zones in the line of control that has seen extensive damage to civilian homes and villages, the villagers here are all living in fear. They believe that shelling will start as soon as the sun has set. It's going to be a hot night tonight. Pakistan, which has escalated on the line of control, which is, just a few kilometers behind me, are likely to do something else tonight. So India's guard is fully up. We've already seen the damage along the line of control in different areas, from Kupwara to here in the Uri sector, but especially in Rajouri, Poonch, where there have been several casualties. So we will continue to report that from these front lines.
We are hoping that
Shiv, stay safe.
Exactly, that the
Stay
villagers
safe.
there and Shiv, all of you stay safe. It's going to be a difficult night on the LOC, and we are hoping that no further damage, in fact, is done to the civilians and our armed forces.
We also have Major General Ian Cardozo joining us. Major General, really appreciate your patience here. This is for the first time that India has put out footage of the visual evidence of how it has struck, the reason and the significance of each and every target, the 9 targets which have been chosen by India. When we look at that video evidence, it is critical because, post Uri and post Pulwama, that video evidence was not there, and that had led the world, and also domestic, questions arise whether it was carried out at all.
Yes, so what do you want me to say, man? What's the question?
Yes, so the significance of the video evidence, sir.
See, the issue is this. Whereas India had targeted terrorist locations, Pakistan has got no terrorist locations to attack. And therefore, it is attacking innocent villages, which is sad and sorry. So the question is this. Is there going to be any escalation? Because the Pakistani civilian officers have said that we would not like to escalate this any further. So as far as that is concerned, India should now consider their offer to not escalate. So whether we escalate or don't escalate is an issue, because we have to understand that war is not something which is good for either India or Pakistan. 28 civilians were killed at Pahalgam. We have taken reprisals. We have done what has to be done, what had to be done, and Pakistan has got the message. The message is, what Pakistan starts, India will finish. And that message has gone home. Now the question is, do we want to take this further? As far as escalation on the war front is concerned, I think we need to have a second thought about this. But as far as the other issues are concerned, that is the Indus Water Treaty, the line of control, etc., we should keep on carrying on with what we have said and not step back in those areas.
All right, we have Vikas Sarup also here in the studio, continues to be with us. Vikas Sarup, India doesn't want escalation. Pakistan cannot afford escalation. You have perhaps given us a headline of sorts. But going ahead, in the next 24 to 48 hours, what should India be prepared for?
I think India has to be prepared for every and any eventuality. And I think the fact that we are having these civil defense drills across 244 districts of India means that we are ramping up our preparedness. We are ready for any eventuality. The Indian armed forces are ready to give a befitting response to any Pakistan misadventure. So I think Pakistan better beware. If they go on the escalation ladder, then India will also be forced to go on that same ladder. I think neither country would want that. My sense is the civilian leadership in Pakistan definitely would not want it. Can the army even afford this? My sense is it will not, because even in Balakot, if you remember, they were forced to return our downed pilot eventually because they wanted to de-escalate at that point in time. So I hope saner voices, saner heads will prevail in Pakistan, and they will treat this as a closed chapter, and both countries can go on with the normal business.
Absolutely, because make no mistake about one thing, ladies and gentlemen,
the cost of war.
The cost of war.
Exactly.
And India we have done what needed to be done at that point
Yes.
of time. There had to be a retribution. There had to be some cost that has to be extracted from Pakistan, a message being sent. But now the ball is in Pakistan's court. How they want to play on from here, it all depends on the Pakistani army and the civilian establishment. Not only they will again expose themselves as backing the terrorists who have been targeted by the Indian precision strikes, they would also will have to pay a very heavy price if the escalation on the kinetic ladder goes up from here. We'll take a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen. Our discussions will continue. This is the big story that we have been tracking. India's precision strike in Pakistan, Operation Sindoor. A message has been sent.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
गोल्ड ग्लास क्लियर ग्लास, बाहर हो या नियर, सब कुछ दिखे क्लियर।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics.
Terror training camps and logistical networks inside Pakistan and in POK have been destroyed by India in the Operation Sindoor, which was carried out. Sindoor, the significance of that word cannot be missed. It stands for vermilion, something that is associated with, closely identified with Indian culture and Indian brides. Remember what happened and what played out on 22nd was also young brides separated from their spouses, young mothers separated from their husbands, and then children witnessing their fathers being killed point blank by terrorists. In fact, soon after the military strikes by India, we have been speaking to families, the families of victims. What does it mean for them? Let's listen in, because the significance of the day and the symbolism of Operation Sindoor cannot be missed.
मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही वॉज इन द डिफेंस फोर्सेज एंड व्हेन ही हैड जॉइंड द डिफेंस फोर्सेज वो यही चाहता था दैट ही वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीस इन दिस कंट्री. ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट इनोसेंट लाइव्स आर नॉट गॉन इन दिस कंट्री. ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट देयर इज नो हेट्रेड एंड टेरर इन दिस कंट्री, एंड दिस ऑपरेशन सिग्निफाइज हिज स्पिरिट दैट देयर विल टेररिज्म, hatred will not be tolerated by the Indian government. ये नाम बहुत सही है क्योंकि इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से बहुत औरतों ने, बहुत बहनों ने, बहुत माँओं ने अपनी जान खोई है, अपना एक हिस्सा खो दिया है.
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है, और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं, इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए.
उसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है. मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ, जिस तरीके से हमारे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था, उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब
हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल।
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके। पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के।
थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुंह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है। और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा सतर्क है, क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे, तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा। मोदी जी अभी ये जो स्टेप लिया है हमारे ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ।
From women leading the briefing when it happened at 11 a.m. earlier today, it was the anti-terror Operation Sindoor which stands for that honoring of women, those women who were widowed after terrorists killed their men in Pahalgam on 22nd. That is what this entire operation stands for. And Ankit, we have
Lieutenant General Arun Sahani, but very quickly before, like you were speaking about the women, the terrorists backed by Pakistan chose Indian women whose husbands were isolated and killed in front of them to send across a message. Remember those words that terrorists use, go tell Modi that we have done this. And today the country saw two women delivering the message back to Pakistan. If you could do this, our armed forces have the strength, the resolve and the capacity to give you and your terror infrastructure a deadly blow. Lieutenant General Arun Sahani, if I may bring you in, sir, at this moment, it is going to be a difficult night, isn't it, sir? Yes. Because the expectation already is that at least for their domestic audience, Pakistan would want to show something that they have retaliated against India. Also, do you feel that this, after hitting Murid Ke, Bahawalpur, this is deterrence enough? We have done something which we have not done since 1971.
I think, I think what you talked about, deterrence, I think that's the most important thing. The first point is that both from the political leadership and from the citizens of this country, this preparedness to take the last bullet, that is in case there is a war, they are willing to stand by the country, face these hardships that would naturally flow, both in the economic and in their normal daily lives, was the first step of deterrence, to show that India will go the whole hog in case you continue with this kind of an activity. So I think the first step of deterrence has been set by the fact that we have targeted the nerve centers of these terrorists. The country has shown a resolve that we will be ready to face the hardships. We would be willing to go to war, even if it is detrimental for the country and for the people. We'll have more casualties. But henceforth, I'm sorry, we are not going to accept any such nonsense from you. But how do you now maintain this deterrence? And that's where the challenge will remain with India. Hereafter, my feeling is that these one-off attacks does create and give the necessary messaging for continued signaling. Every time there is a terrorist attack in India, we have to be prepared to actually take literally, as they say, blood for blood. If they fire on us, kill a terrorist attack which is traced back to Pakistan, which actually doesn't require too much of a ingenuity to really work out, then I think there needs to be a reciprocal punishment. So the sustained pressure and action by India in the tactical operational plane, while you're doing the other two actions on the economic front of taking them to FATF, looking at the World Bank to sort of reassess its support which it is providing on the financial side to them, the Indus Water Treaty, getting our dams as of now dredged, ensuring that the canals are done, the standing and the projects which have been held in abeyance thanks to Pakistan's, false propaganda and claims in the World Bank, I think we now need to ensure that all happens now. So I think this continued pressure will ensure there is deterrence, keep the kinetic options open to hit at a suitable target every time there is some such action done by them, and that would actually enhance your deterrence. And I think this whole operation is the first stage of proving that there is deterrence, and India is willing to take the last step if it is required.
All right, Lieutenant General Arun Sani, really appreciate your time. As tension continues to simmer along the line of control, the message certainly is what will be the long-term impact of Operation Sindoor? Will it be actually a deterrent, or will it spark future confrontation between the two nations? A quick break, and then we get you details of all the mock drills which has been carried out across 259 districts in India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Let me tell you about the ex-post of the day, which has come from Home Minister Amit Shah, who has, after the Balakot strike, said, "Proud of our armed forces. Operation Sindoor is Bharat's response to brutal killing of our innocent brothers in Pahalgam."
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our continuous coverage right from the time when India chose the moment to strike against Pakistani terror network, the very headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed Lashkar-e-Taiba. Remember, it also happened in the backdrop of the country already preparing for any eventuality. And today was the day when it was chosen that these mock drills are only going to send a message of preparation so that in any eventuality, the country doesn't see any panic. Take a look at these reports which have been filed by our colleagues from across the country.
After the Ministry of Home Affairs briefed the state governments to conduct mock drills to check the preparedness of citizens and the civil defense here in Bengaluru, right outside the Fire and Emergency Services headquarters, you're looking at the teams conducting a mock drill of a rescue operation, going in an inflated boat to a small island, rescuing an injured person, and by the banks you're looking at multiple civil defense personnel using a stretcher to get this injured person from the boat towards an ambulance as soon as possible. This is once again, mind you viewers, a mock drill, especially in the light of the recent attacks that India have carried out on terror bases in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Such drills, of course, become very important over the course of the next 7 days or more. There will be multiple mock drills that will try and prepare the police, the civil defense, the fire personnel and any security personnel to really be prepared for any sort of eventuality. Air raid sirens, of course, are going to be blaring in different parts of Bengaluru, Karwar, Raichur, Mysuru and Mandya over the next few days. There's also going to be other forms of rescue operations in different places. Now here you can also see, of course, another boat that is also making its way here. That's once again emulating another rescue from a nearby island. They too will, of course, come in here towards the banks where another team of the civil defense personnel with a stretcher will try and emulate another rescue operation. So this is an extensive mock drill that's being carried out. More importantly, we should note that, like I said, it's not just this particular form of rescue, but other rescue as well, which we emulated over the next few days to ensure preparedness of the police, preparedness of the civil defense, and more importantly of the citizens alike to respond to any sort of emergency situation that could come by, especially considering the fact that now it is a very active and volatile situation with Pakistan after India, of course, carried out those precision strikes in different parts of, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan in itself. With video journalist Govind, this is Deepak Bopana for NDTV.
Part of the nationwide mock drill, there are mock drills being organized by the civil defense in Assam in 15 districts. Here is one mock drill being organized for the civil defense volunteers in Guwahati at the premises of the 10th Assam Police Battalion, and the siren of a air raid has been blown, and now the civil defense volunteers are showing what the civilians will have to do. Here the school children have been also brought with their parents to make them aware of what they should do in case of an air raid, and what kind of sirens will be played, and what they should do, and how the rescue operations will take place. You can see there simulations are being done of an air raid. In the similar fashion, in 15 districts of Assam, this mock drill operation known as Operation Abhyas has been launched, and the primary objective of this operation is to make the common people aware of the SOPs that has to be followed, the SOPs that people will follow in case there is a air raid, in case of an air raid operation, and also to ready the first responders like the civil defense volunteers, the police forces, the NDRF, the medical teams who would, after the raid is over, conduct a simulation for search and rescue operation, as well as operation in terms of fire in a building, and also they will construct a temporary hospital. So this kind of drills would continue for coming 5 to 6 days across different districts of Assam with other parts of the country. In Guwahati, with cameraman Sanjay Chakravarti, Ratnadeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India.
With Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been
India destroys 9 terror camps located in multiple locations, 4 in Pakistan and 5 in POK. Rajnath Singh says struck those who killed innocents. He salutes forces.
Big night for India as it carries out precision strikes in Pakistan. Operation Abhyas also now underway in the country. Evacuations, blackout, mock drills continue.
Prime Minister Modi chairs the Cabinet and also the Cabinet Committee on Security Affairs. He has been monitoring all the details of Operation Sindoor through the night. His Cabinet colleagues lauded his political will.
To send across a message of unity, Centre calls for an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. on Thursday. Government to brief the opposition on Operation Sindoor.
Minister of External Affairs briefs UNSC members on Operation Sindoor. Multiple nations come out in support of India, say India had the right to ensure that Pahalgam is avenged and victims given justice. "24 missile strikes And India has struck at 9 nerve centers of terrorism inside Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Multiple videos have been released by India showing our armed forces striking terror camps. And these were camps linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, which have been destroyed and targeted. This is for the first time that India has released visuals of targets decimated under Operation Sindoor, which was meant to avenge deadly April 22nd attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam.
In India's history of anti-terror operations on Pakistan, at least Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan, this is possibly the deepest India has struck Pakistani terror operations, or at least the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. The strikes began at the dead of the night and were carried out for about 25 minutes from 1:05 a.m. to 1:30 a.m. No Pakistani military installation, and this is very, very important, no Pakistani military installation or civilian infrastructure or even economic installations and infrastructure was destroyed or targeted by India. India has underscored its efforts to distinguish between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Narendra Modi monitored this entire operation, ladies and gentlemen, through the night. Later, he also briefed the President of India. His political will was lauded by his cabinet colleagues. Now, all eyes on Pakistan, on how this plays out from here on.
And Rajnath Singh has spoken out. He has praised the Indian Armed Forces. Let's listen in, and also to Foreign Secretary who briefed the media.
जैसे कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है।
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडॉक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं। इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान न पहुंचे।
And joining me now on this special broadcast, in fact joining Ankit and me at this special broadcast, is Nazir Masoodi. He has been tracking all the developments from ground zero in Jammu and Kashmir. We also have Admiral Arun Prakash, former Chief of Navy Staff. I'm coming to you, Nazir, first. Nazir, where you are, there is this sense, it's an uneasy calm as the sun sets. There is this sense also that perhaps the shelling could begin, and Pakistan could resort to what has been, a visual which came in through the day of regular targeting of civilians.
Well, after seeing the plight of people living near the line of control, everybody is really disturbed here in Kashmir. What will happen this night? And everybody hopes that it will be the end of this confrontation. The way Pakistan targeted innocent civilians, civilian population, be it Tangdar, where you see besides residential houses, there's massive destruction of the shops and business establishments. So people are losing their home, becoming homeless, and they're becoming jobless, losing their livelihood as well. And the worst hit is Poonch, where 10 civilians have been killed. Around 40 are injured. Houses, business establishments, religious places have been targeted. So on one hand, India says it has only targeted terror, installations or terror sites, and did not attack any military installation or civilian population. But on the other side, we could see from Pakistan, it was heavy pounding artillery on the civilian areas and the defense establishments also. So it is going to be a very, very night, which may be long one, because at around 1 last night, we could hear sirens, we could hear massive air activity in Srinagar and other parts of the valley. And then what followed was heavy artillery people have not seen for a long, long time. People have gone back to the bunkers, and administration has today taken so many people to these community bunkers and the schools to safer areas. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah held emergency meeting with the DCs, our border districts. So did the Jammu and Kashmir's Lieutenant Governor. Both had common things to ensure that people are taken to safety. There are no loss of lives, and also those who have been affected are given first, relief, some sort of relief and food and shelter to save their lives. Universities have postponed their exams till 10th of this month, and Srinagar Airport, there would not be any civilian flights till 10th of this month. So even the Hajj flights have been, cancelled from Srinagar. A large number of people who are going for the pilgrimage, their pilgrimage has also been affected because of fear of Pakistani shelling and missile attacks.
Nazir, it's been a very, very long, difficult day for people on the line of control and the international border, where the artillery action is taking place from the Pakistani side, responded by India. Remember, on NDTV, we are trying to bring you all authentic information. It's been 15 hours of continuous coverage here on the broadcast. Let me very quickly go across to Admiral Arun Prakash. Sir, thank you for speaking to us. I want to start by asking you at this moment, all eyes, not only of the people in our country, but also across the globe, is on what happens from here on. We had the right to respond. Pakistan also claims that they would possibly also engage in some sort of escalation. What do you expect going on from here, the scenario, sir?
Well, this was something that the nation had been expecting for a long time, and the Prime Minister has lived up to his promise of visiting retribution and punishment on the perpetrators of the barbaric attack that took place in Pahalgam on 22nd of last month. Now, this is a message to those who conducted or the terror organizations who are behind this cross-border terrorism. But it is also a message to those who train, support, and finance these organizations, which is the Pakistan Army and the Intelligence Services of Pakistan, otherwise known as the Pak Deep State. This is actually a message for them that we have carried out a punishing series of attacks on these camps and so on. But the message is for them that stop this kind of activity in the future. So having undertaken attacks on 9 of these terror sites with pinpoint accuracy, ensuring that only the perpetrators are punished and no military targets have been aimed at, nor any civilian casualties have taken place. Now, having done that, the ball is in Pakistan's court. Either it takes the message that India is trying to send, that this should be the end of cross-border terror activities financed, encouraged by the Pakistani deep state, or the options are still open. India can continue to hammer Pakistan with further strikes. The ball is in Pakistan's court. Either it accepts this message, or it is up to them to decide what they want to do next.
Yes.
And of course, escalation is a possibility for which we must be prepared. I'm sure we are prepared for the next step, whatever it may be.
Admiral Prakash, you know, India has gone ahead. In fact, I would say armed forces have gone ahead and destroyed hubs of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. They have been the proxies which have been involved in attacks, multiple attacks, which have been carried out on Indian soil. In terms of our capabilities, the military precision with which it has been carried out, what are you sensing? I mean, how significant it is, and also if you can give us a sense of the artillery and the weapons that were used.
Well, artillery, etc., is on the line of control, as we've just heard from your representative in Kashmir. But the attacks which were carried out on the 9 targets, from what one learns from the media, have been carried out by fighter-borne, aircraft-borne guided missiles. And it speaks very well of the capability of the Indian Air Force that we have weapons which can be launched from within Indian territory, which have the range to attack targets deep inside Pakistan, not just in POK, but also deep in Pakistan. They have the range and they have the accuracy to destroy these targets with pinpoint accuracy without much collateral damage. So it speaks volumes for the capability and the planning and the efficiency of our forces.
Sir, can I, before I let you go, can I very quickly specifically ask you a question about the naval preparations as far as the scenario which is playing out? Though at this moment we know that we are facing the artillery attack from Pakistan, some sort of retaliation on the LOC and the international border. Air Force, of course, has conducted these strikes inside Pakistan, the missile strikes. The Navy would also play a very important role in deterrence for whatever Pakistan's plans are from here on.
Well, one expects that there is a strategy in place, and that strategy is a calibrated, stepwise. So step 1 has been taken. Now we have to wait for how Pakistan respond, whether they acknowledge the message that we are trying to send to them or they try to retaliate. So this will be a calibrated and graduated response on the ladder of escalation. The Navy has a role to play depending on what the government of India wants to do. The Navy has a role to play. It can contribute to the kinetic attack. I mean, the Navy has long-range land attack missiles, it has aircraft and so on. It can contribute in the kinetic attack. The Navy can also play a part on the economic front by trying to strangulate Pakistan's trade, economy, trade, energy, etc., which is, Pakistan has a small coast and a few ports, and it is entirely dependent, almost entirely dependent on seaborne imports. So the Navy can certainly interfere with their traffic, seaborne traffic, and bring tremendous economic pressure on Pakistan to further reinforce the message that the government is trying to send across to Pakistan.
All right, Admiral Prakash, really appreciate your time here on NDTV, and joining us now is the Lieutenant General Subrata Saha and also Tilak Devashir, who is the author of Pakistan Quoting the Abyss. He's joining us and a member of National Security Advisory Board. He is. I'm going to come to you, Lieutenant General Subrata Saha here. the armed forces used precision weapons from deep within the Indian territory. So they were very much on our side. They really did not cross the line of control or international border. The arsenal included air-launched Scalp cruise missiles, hammer precision guided bombs and loitering munition. The choice of weapons, the choice of missiles, how do you look at it? The message is clear that there was a lot of planning which had gone into it and calibrated surveillance which was ensured that when it comes to the target, they were identified and then destroyed.
See, first of all, I think it's important to go back to the press release at 1:44 a.m. Last night. If you read the message, it gives out very categorically that we have, as you've highlighted yourself, made a very focused, measured, non-escalatory strikes at the terrorist infrastructure. And it goes on to state that military targets have not been targeted. Military installations have not been targeted. So in fact, in that message is a message for the Pakistani establishment that should you choose to escalate, next will be your military installations. So if you see, the whole exercise has been done utilizing very precise munitions so that minimum collateral damage, precision attacks on terrorist infrastructure, and reserve the right to escalate as per your design, as per your strategy, i.e. keep control on the escalation ladder. What has not been stated in the press release is the fact that should you choose to escalate further, next will be the attacks on your economic targets. And given the state of Pakistan, if India chooses to strike at the economic targets, it is going to be disastrous. So therefore, the broader strategy is quite clear on how it is, the whole thing is possibly going to pan out. And it is for the analysts to read and understand how this whole operation is evolving. Now look at the way Pakistan is responding. You strike at innocent civilians in Pahalgam. And now again, you're striking at innocent civilians along the line of control. Of course, the government has announced mock drills across the country. I think equally important is the fact that Pakistan will now try to activate some sleeper cells that they have, across the length and breadth of our country. So I think it is important through your medium to sort of, tell all our countrymen, tell all our fellow countrymen to be very, very careful, because in all such scenarios, actually the first responder is the citizen on the ground who are first, should they watch and find anything which is suspicious. And every agency, whether it is the beat policeman, whether it's the, state police, central agencies, everybody has a role to play. And so there is a requirement of being extremely cautious as we go along, because Pakistan and its agencies, we are quite, we should be cognizant of the fact that they are quite capable of, going to any depths to try and strike back. But then on the larger scheme of things, I think we have to be prepared, especially in the next 24 to 48 hours, to get a kind of a military response, which may be coming in the zone of of military installations.
Absolutely.
Unless some friends of Pakistan insert some sanity in the minds of their leadership, particularly the Pakistani chief, who has gone completely berserk. You heard his speech.
Absolutely, and sir, we have seen how India has also, made that diplomatic offensive, have spoken out, reached out to other countries. Hopefully, many of them, as the Secretary of State of the United States has said, that he has also spoken to the Pakistani establishment, drilling some sense in them. But Tilak Deveshwar, sir, I just want to understand from you, because you understand Pakistan very, very well. You've written extensively about it. If Pakistan chooses to take the escalation ladder, it's very clearly India has only targeted the terror infrastructure in Pakistan. Pakistan would also risk as being seen backing these terrorists actively across the globe. I mean, it's not that they're civilian or military installations which have been hit, but the terror infrastructure, the headquarters in Pakistan, which at this moment has faced the brunt of Indian attack.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me on your show. You see, Pakistan has a dilemma. India targeted terror training camps in Pakistan. There are no equivalent terror training camps in India. Right? So what does Pakistan target? Either civilians or they target military installations. Now, Pakistan will have to react, and I think they will react within 24 to 36 hours, because they have to show to their own people that there is equivalence, that if India does something, they can go to hit India back. But that's where the other brings the dilemma. What do they target? And if they make a mistake, and if they target either civilians or military, then the retaliation and the escalation from India will be much more severe than what it has happened in the first round. So I think the next 24 to 36 hours are going to be very, very critical, unless, of course, Pakistan does a very foolish thing by targeting one of the dams, not realizing that the water will flow into Pakistan and won't flow back into India. Or what they did in Balakot, that you drop your munitions in a deserted area, claim equivalence, and then the whole crisis draws down. Now, I can't second guess what Pakistan is going to do, but the fact that they will do something is definite. Next 24 to 36 hours, they will react, and let's wait and watch how they react. I think India is prepared. The Indian armed forces are absolutely prepared for whatever Pakistan can throw at us.
Okay, since you're saying that they will react, so perhaps Lieutenant General Subrata Saha will be able to decode that for us. Today was also the day of mock drills which were carried out throughout the country, Lieutenant General Saha. So there is a sense of preparedness. Home Minister Amit Shah has also chaired a meeting which included chief ministers of all border states in attendance. So the messaging is in terms of preparations, India has to be prepared. Along those districts particularly which are along the LOC, the schools were shut today, educational institutions shut. But India has been saying clearly that no Pakistani military installations were directly targeted. India has made that distinction between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression as well. Do you think Pakistan can continue to be an aggressor even now, given the kind of international pressure it is facing?
You see, if there is sane leadership, your statement is true. But if we are seeing the behavior of the chief of the Pakistan Army particularly, and I was referring exactly to his speech which he was making to the non-resident Pakistani, I have not come across any speech by previous Pakistan Army chief, including President Musharraf, a speech of that kind. So unless, there is some kind of a sanity prevailing in the system through some good sense coming in via friends of Pakistan, or don't be surprised if some sane corps commander supported by other elements within Pakistan take over from this fellow, which is, you cannot rule that out because Pakistan is a very fractured polity as we speak today. Don't rule out anything. Then you might see a change. But if this insanity continues, don't be surprised if the retaliation comes. And that's exactly what I think Tilak is also pointing out, and I also pointed out. We should be expecting a response because even Shahbaz Sharif, in the wee hours of the morning today, in his first reaction, where he admits to 5 sites having been, attacked, he says we will retaliate. Of course, later in the day, the defense minister seems to be climbing down from the high and hot horse of a couple of days before and talking about climbing down.
Yes.
The point is, there is that urge to retaliate both in the political leadership and, of course, the Pakistan Army chief. So it is reasonable to expect some kind of an insane kind of a response.
Yes.
So that's exactly what we're talking about.
And I think what Pakistan Army Chief will decide will go as far as Pakistan is concerned. He's the most important person when it comes to deciding all these matters, not the civilian leadership. But Mr. Deveshwar, let me very quickly take one response from you. Like we've been speaking about, yes, of course, Pakistan Army would want to use this once again to whip up some support for itself, which was dwindling. Attacks in Balochistan on the Pakistani army, demoralizing them as well. But one question that a lot of people are asking: can Pakistan even afford it? Yes. On the line of control, we are seeing intense bombardment from Pakistani side using the artillery guns. But beyond that, how much can Pakistan afford? It's already in doldrums as far as economy is concerned. How much can Pakistan extend this?
That's a very good question. I don't have a definite answer, but I think circumstantial evidence would suggest that even this mobilization that Pakistan has done, moving troops from Peshawar and from Quetta, they do not have the wherewithal to sustain. Earlier, they could sustain a war for 14 or 15 days in 65 and in 71. I don't think so. They have that capacity today. Take the case of fuel, POL. I was shocked to read that 14% of Pakistan's petrol and diesel is actually smuggled from Iran. In about 3,000 oil tankers every day, about 5 to 6 million liters of petrol and diesel is smuggled from Iran. Now, this is if your war fighting capability is dependent on smuggled fuel, how much do you think they are going to be able to sustain a long, a war of duration of even more than a week? So I think they are very vulnerable. And typically Pakistan, typically Punjabi Pakistan, it's all bluff and bluster, talking about nuclear. You see, there is no other country in the world, and nobody in India certainly talks about nuclear weapons as war-fighting weapons. People just use it as a deterrence and keep quiet about it. Pakistan is the only country which sways, like even the defense minister said that if we are threatened, we will make sure that the world ceases to exist. I mean, this is a red flag to the rest of the world. So coming back to your question, I think Pakistan does not have the wherewithal and the capacity to sustain a war or even a serious exchange with India for more than 4 days to a week.
Very important that
point being made there.
In fact, and that is something that would have been factored in, I'm sure, while we planned this operation, and of course, while we are waiting to see if Pakistan chooses to escalate. The ball is in their court. What they do now will define how Pakistan's future is defined from here on, Maria.
Yes, that's right. And thank you for joining us on this broadcast, Tilak Devashar and Lieutenant General Subrata Saha. My colleague Shivarur has been reporting from Ground Zero, and he has sent the special report from Uri, from one of the homes which have been destroyed by this constant artillery shelling which is happening along the LOC.
At the line of control in Salamabad, it's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a shell, a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This is This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. The images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. It is very likely that an escalation will begin again. We were told earlier by people who were fleeing from this village and others that the firing took place till as late as 11:30 in the morning. They heard the thuds of artillery fire and small arms fire till at least 11:30 in the morning. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, idhar आइए. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे? कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग.
इधर आ जाइए, इधर. हाँ जी.
4 लोग.
4 लोग.
4
कौन? बच्चे?
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है. रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं. मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे.
2
बजे सोए होते हैं.
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ.
अच्छा।
हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे. 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. While Operation Sindoor was India's spear going across the border, hitting out at the Pakistani terror establishment, there is another operation which is going across the country, Operation Abhyas, getting the country ready for any eventuality. Today was the big day of the mock drill across 259 districts in the country. We have been seeing reports of how these demonstrations are helping civilians to do their part and stay not only just united, but also prepare for anything that Pakistan possibly would like to serve on the Indian side.
Carried out. Multiple guidelines had already been given by the central government to state government so that they will be able to prepare the people for the war if it goes to happen. And we can see that how this mock drill is being carried out at Firozpur. So these are the pictures and visuals at the moment there was a siren, how these people are trying to tackle with the situation at this point of time. So these are the guidelines which has already been issued. I'll request my Vijay to show these pictures. We have seen emergency ambulance has already been deployed so that if there is any emergency, immediately the local administration, and that is the also on the second line of defense, they will be able to grapple and deal with the situation immediately. So today we have seen this mock drill which is being carried out in this border area of district of Firozpur at this point of time, and we have seen how they are being trained by the officers here. So once again I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from ground, that how the officer they are guiding the civilians, also the people who are also participating and who are also standing in the second line of defense, that once there is the siren is going to start, how they are going to deal with the situation. So all these pictures are telling that in Punjab and specifically in district Firozpur, the people are being guided by the local administration so that they will be able to deal the situation.
And joining us now is Dr. Shashi Tharoor, Congress MP and also former diplomat who has served at the United Nations. Dr. Tharoor, I appreciate your time. India has woken up to Operation Sindoor. The question that arises now is, what can we expect the world? And how do we expect, and in terms of the world reaction, because the very name of this operation is very, very emotive in nature. It is Sindoor, that word vermilion, which is very, ingrained in the Indian culture.
That's right, and it was a reminder of the newlywed girl mourning her husband while they were on honeymoon and he was shot dead in front of her. It's a real reminder of what this is all about. I must say that the action was absolutely the right thing to do. I would say that India has conducted itself with a tremendous amount of thought, calculation, and calibration. The message it has sent is, number one, to the Pakistani terrorists, there will be a price to pay for terror. But number two, it's pointed out really to the world that we have done everything in such a way that we are not putting a foot on the escalatory ladder. We attacked them at night when there were no civilians likely to be about, so there would be no collateral damage. 1:30 in the morning is not when people are wandering around the streets. We hit facilities that have served as terror infrastructure, but we were not there to kill civilians, unlike the terrorists. We also made it a point to very carefully ensure that we did not strike Pakistani military facilities or government facilities, not because we believe the military has nothing to do. On the contrary, we believe the military was very, very much behind training, guiding, equipping, financing, and directing these terrorists. But nonetheless, to show that we are not interested in seeing this or portraying this as the opening salvo in a protracted war. We are just trying to do what is necessary to avenge the death of 26 innocent civilians. Now, this was basically the very pragmatic approach, and I believe that if you survey the international reactions, Maria, that have come so far, that there is some understanding. 3 countries, France, Russia, and Israel, have explicitly expressed some understanding for India's right to defend itself against terrorism. Other countries have been muted in their language. Everyone has called for de-escalation, restraint, and so on, which is fine, because we are not interested in escalation.
Absolutely.
The Chinese, who are Pakistan's quote-unquote all-weather friend, and who might have been expected to back Pakistan more directly, have actually said that both India and Pakistan are our neighbors, and we don't want to see fighting and conflict between them. We want to recommend diplomacy and negotiation and calm and so on, which is, again, constructive language. So if I were to draw a conclusion from all of this, Maria, it would be that I believe the world as a whole does not want to see war and will be counseling restraint to Pakistan. Remember, the ball is in Pakistan's court. If they take an escalatory step, we are ready and we will respond. I have no doubt about that. But at the same time, if these countries counsel Pakistan that, after all, India had a right to respond, India has responded thoughtfully and in a limited manner.
Yes.
Pakistan has shelled across the LOC and killed 10 of our civilians. They claim to have shot down a couple of jets. We have no confirmation of that. If they have, then they could certainly be allowed to say that honor is more than satisfied, and they should then calm down. That is certainly my view, that's what the international community is likely to be saying to them.
But
if hotheads in Pakistan behave differently, well, then they've got a response coming.
But Mr. Sarur, let me ask you this then. This is the expectation. I mean, any sane country would, of course, be advising Pakistan not to step on that escalatory ladder at this moment. But the fact remains that there is a reason why Pahalgam took place. There was a red line that was crossed. At this moment, it is also being seen as the Pakistani army, and specifically the Pakistani army chief, the kind of warmongering that we have seen from their side, only trying to strengthen their position, and hence all these advices may not at this moment work on Pakistan. Do you actually believe, given the way the country is placed at this moment, that Pakistan will back down?
No, look, I had argued already, and I'm sure that there's not much disagreement on this, that one of the motives behind this attack was certainly that the army was in a difficult position. It was increasingly unpopular in Pakistan. They have locked up their most popular leader, Imran Khan. The economy was stagnating, and this would have been a useful diversion from their own domestic woes. Plus, it would give the army an opportunity to once again portray itself as a savior of the nation. I think that was definitely a factor in their thinking. But remember that India has demonstrated a certain level of resolution, a certain amount of courage and resolve, which would have sent a strong message back there. The military cannot act alone. They need international backing, they need equipment, they need weaponry, they need finance. Currently, they need fuel as well, not all of which I believe they have an unlimited quantity. So that if Pakistan were to make the mistake of escalation, and India were to respond in kind, you have to ask yourself which country is more likely to be able to sustain a longer conflict. I don't believe the answer is Pakistan. I think that the Pakistanis ultimately will run out of steam before India does. And that's why I'm not sure that saner minds will counsel the Pakistanis to try the escalation route. But in any case, our armed forces are on alert. Our paramilitary have had their leaves cancelled. We're all going through mock drills. The country is ready and on alert. As far as I'm concerned, the message to Pakistan is, we don't want war. You don't need to go there. But if you do, you're going to get it. And I think that's the right message to send.
Dr. Tharoor, I want you to wear a former diplomat's hat now and explain to us in terms of the reaction which has come in from the Security Council. They have, called for restraint, And in any context of military escalation which we are seeing between India and Pakistan, there could be some kind of consultations as well. Are you sensing that play out, or are you of the opinion that UNSC has lost its steam and its relevance?
No, frankly, what the Security Council says is exactly what you would expect the Security Council to say. I mean, the honest truth of the matter is that we're looking at a situation where restraint needs to be exercised only by Pakistan, because India is already restrained. We're not going to do anything more. Our signal is very clear. This is a one-off. We've done our
recording stopped.
It's over from our point of view. So who is supposed to be restrained? It is them. It is the Pakistanis. And so the call for restraint is fine with us. I don't see a problem with that. In any case, Maria, the next stage, the next step, what happens next, the ball is very much in Pakistan's court. We are ready, but I don't think we're going to initiate anything more. I'd be very surprised if there was any initiated action by India tonight.
Dr. Tharoor, in terms of the domestic reaction, we have seen the entire political class stand in unison, back the security forces, the armed forces. The messaging is that the Indian polity doesn't want to give mixed signals. It doesn't want to be seen to be divided at this juncture. Do you think it's essential to send that message?
Absolutely. And I think I'm very glad my own party was the first off the block in speaking for the nation and talking about national unity and saying we stand solidly behind the government and the armed forces. I think that's the right message to send. I hope all parties will do exactly that, because right now, this is the need of the hour. There can always be time later for discussions and debates about merits of this and that. Right now, while the nation is still on alert, we have to stand around the flag, and we do, all of us.
Tharoor, also there are a couple of, few different things that took place in this operation that possibly did not in the other strikes that India had carried out post, Pulwama attacks as well. And then when we conducted the Balakot strikes, number one, of course, even within the domestic audience at that point of time, there were a lot of people questioning about, how these strikes were conducted, whether there were video evidence, so on and so forth. This time, those video evidences have been released by the armed forces in their briefing. And the other big distinction also is the government, reaching out to the opposition before the attacks and also now calling for an all-party meeting. Sir, how significant is that?
I think that's a very, very good message. Honestly, I'm very much in favor of the government trying to take the entire nation along with it. This is a national issue. It's not about any particular party, whether in power or in the opposition. It affects every one of us. And I thought, I must say, that the manner in which our signaling today to Pakistan and to the international community took place was very well done. The briefing this morning, for example, conducted by the Foreign Secretary, who was himself a Kashmiri Pandit, flanked by 2 women officers, which was a wonderful gesture, one of whom is a Muslim, to demonstrate this is not a Hindu-Muslim issue, as some Pakistanis are trying to portray. General Munir talks about the impossibility of Hindus and Muslims living together. We were demonstrating we're not only united, we are India against terror. We are India against the Pakistanis' evil machinations. We are not divided within ourselves. What a wonderful message to send. I'm proud of that.
Dr. Tharoor, just taking that thought ahead, what Ankit has just spoken about in terms of video evidence, all the significance of each and every target, the 9 targets which have been destroyed by India, and the point that has been explained in details of how it was struck, the video evidence, do you think it actually silences all the critics and those who questioned whether there were attacks carried out, in fact, strikes carried out by India post-Uri and post-Pulwama?
I mean, silencing critics, and so I don't think we have too many critics at the moment at home. I think that in any case, what was important here was that what we have done has been done well, professionally, in a calibrated and calculated manner, and thanks to the video evidence, it has been seen to be done. But at the same time, as I said earlier, we're not here to kill people. We are there to convey very clearly that we are hitting terrorist infrastructure. That's all we've done. We've done so at night when no one's about. All of these things, I think, are part of the messaging, Maria, and that's what we've done. As far as I'm concerned, the fact that we have presented this to the nation and to the world is fine. Now, as you know, the Pakistanis are claiming that they have knocked down a couple of our planes. We have to await any confirmation or denial from the government of India. That still hasn't come across. But as far as everything else is concerned, any other criticisms or whatever you're talking about, the time for all of those discussions is not now. Whatever accountability, whatever inquiry the government needs to do in its own interest, it will do, it should do. But right now, we should all stand behind our armed forces. That's very simply the message of every party, every patriotic Indian today.
Dr. Shashi Tharoor, I think that is the right note on which this discussion should end. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you,
on NDTV. In fact, Shivarur has been reporting from LOC. And he has been reporting through the night.
And as we've been talking about on NDTV for the last 16 hours, we have continuously been reporting on this story. But like we've been emphasizing, ladies and gentlemen, while India chose to hit at terror targets in Pakistan, look at the retaliation. And this will tell you exactly what Pakistan Army is all about. Take a look at this report of how civilians are being bothered, are being troubled by the artillery shelling of Pakistan.
And becoming homeless.
We're here in the Kalgi-Ramgi village of line of control Uri, right outside a house in the middle of this village that has extensively been shelled. As you can see in these pictures, we're the first to actually report from here because it's very difficult to actually get here. It's quite a marooned village. You need to trek for about half an hour to get to this point. But this is a house that I'm standing in front of and reporting that had 35 people inside it, including 14 children, many of them small, who had a miraculous escape because this house actually had the presence of mind and the wherewithal really to build a bunker in their basement. So 35 people actually stuffed themselves into a tiny little bunker after 2 a.m. this morning and therefore were saved. They've all fled from this village. There's hardly anyone left over here. And there are many houses, neighboring houses also that have been similarly damaged. This is in fact, Ankit and Maria, the third village that we are seeing in the Uri sector alone, that has suffered extensive damage of this kind. We're also told that shelling could start again tonight because it continued till about noon today, and that's why there's a huge amount of fear right now, a lot of anger as well, because many of the people who can't leave from this village say, where will we go? Where can we actually go? This particular house had some resources and the 35 people have gotten into 2 tempo travelers and fled towards Baramulla. But the other people in this village, they're just wondering when the next shell lands, what are they going to do? Look at this house. It's completely damaged. Nobody can live in it. It's impossible to get back here. And the family, we're told, doesn't even know what they're going to do, where to pick up the pieces and where to actually begin. So this is what's happening here at the line of control in Uri. This is, you couldn't think of a more family home than this one, Ankit and Maria. Let me just show you some images that will, prove that. Children's shoes still here on this shoe rack, full of debris, everything smashed. It's a very typically Kashmiri house. Follow me in here, I'll show you something more. Look at this very, very poignant little thing lying on the ground. A little boy's, public school ID card just lying on the floor. Where this child is with his family, they've fled from here, too scared to be here at this time. A very typical Kashmiri sitting room, like a common room for guests. This is what the condition is. Completely smashed. Imagine a house that held 35 people, full of laughter, full of fun, all of them going to school, the parents working, 4 different families living jointly like a joint family. And they've had to flee from here because of what happened. The damage you see in this house happened in a flash. It was a couple of shells that landed on the house. We've been asked not to go upstairs because the entire roof is creaking and therefore it could, completely collapse. But this is what Pakistan has done. What you're saying is absolutely right. India, as part of Operation Sindoor, had targeted terrorists and terrorist infrastructure. Pakistan in return, and this is the third village, let me remind you, that I'm reporting from in just the last couple of hours, where Pakistan has directly targeted civilian settlements and civilian villages. And let me tell you, this can be no mistake because these are sophisticated weapons. Artillery and mortar are sophisticated weapons that can be guided, and they've chosen to hit these villages right here on the line of control.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, सब कुछ दिखे clear.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India.
With Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora, we cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution.
A day of history for India, as 2 weeks after the Pahalgam attacks, India attacked multiple terror sites in POK and in Pakistan, in many ways avenging the victims of Pahalgam terror and imposing on Pakistan a new red line for its state sponsorship of terrorism. It's called Operation Sindoor, and we've been breaking every aspect of it since early this morning. But for the last 6 hours, I've been here at the line of control in the Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir, where things have escalated in a very, very troubling manner, because Pakistan, not happy with using terrorists to target innocents in Pahalgam, has now responded to Operation Sindoor by targeting civilians in villages close to the line of control. I spent time in villages where shells fell during the early hours after Operation Sindoor to see the fear and loathing among civilians who live there on the front lines, to see shells and mortars falling and destroy their livelihoods every few years. Take a look at this special ground report from Line of Control Uri. As the sun begins to set on line of control in Uri sector, we've come to village Kalgi Ramgi. This is the house that belonged to a joint family of about 35 people, 4 families of 35 people. And there were 2 more families of neighbors who were visiting and actually staying with them once the shelling actually started after Operation Sindoor. And I just want to take you inside, first of all, on the outside to show you this entire house, very typically built Kashmiri house, has been completely destroyed. You can see from the outside that the metal bars, the concrete, all in pieces because of the Pakistani mortars or shells. And now let me just venture a little bit inside to show you the damage. Just rubble, complete damage everywhere. This is the very typical sitting room or common room with carpets. Look at what it looks like right now. Completely smashed. Dust, glass pieces, concrete pieces and debris absolutely everywhere. There's a school ID, a public school ID card over here on the floor as well, probably belonging to one of the children. That's also on the floor, a very awful and horrifying image that. And this house is filled with them. Just take a look at this. Just take a look at the utter damage you see in every frame. This is the main living room of the house. The kitchen is also completely destroyed. This would have been the dining room, completely smashed into pieces. All the furniture, everything absolutely rubble right now. We've been advised not to go upstairs because apparently the roof superstructure is creaking and may fall at any moment. Some people had tried to go in a little earlier and they realized that that it was not safe to do that, and therefore they've been barred from going upstairs. But the miraculous thing about this house in village Kalgi Ramgi in near LOC Uri is that all 35 people in the house managed to escape with some minor injuries, because this is one of the rare villages in this house that actually contains, that has a few bunkers beneath them. But I want to talk to some residents who have chosen to remain in the village at this point of time. This entire family that whose house you're looking at in this report, they've gotten out of here, they've run away from here, but we found a few villagers who've decided to stay because they don't have a choice. Sir, आप इसी गांव के हैं, क्या हुआ था कल रात को?
कल रात को ऐसा हुआ सर कि 2-2:30 बजे के आसपास में शीलिंग स्टार्ट हो गई। तो यहाँ पे जितने भी ये घर हैं, यहाँ पे 2-2:30 बजे के बाद जब ये फायरिंग हुई तो हम घर छोड़ के भाग गए। उसके बाद हमारा ये छोटा जैसा यहाँ पे बैंकर बनाया था, हम लोगों ने खुद ही बनाया इसको। इस बैंकर को कोई इतनी फैसिलिटी नहीं है, ये हम अपने जेब से इसको थोड़ा बहुत ही बनाया था। जी सर, दिखाएंगे। वो हमने खुद बनाया था सर। वो बनाने के बाद जब ये इसमें 30-35 बंदे थे यहाँ पे, ये चार फैमिली यहाँ पे ज्वाइंट है। उसके बाद यहाँ से 1-2 घर और भी आए थे, वो यहीं पे थे। जब जिस वक्त ये शीलिंग
बाहर से भी आए थे क्योंकि इस घर में बंकर था, तो सुरक्षा के लिए।
हाँ बिल्कुल, इसमें 2 घर और बाहर से आए थे इस बंकर के अंदर सर। यहाँ पे हम
just look at this tiny little bunker entrance. Okay, it's a small little place. Okay, you can see children's shoes still inside, a little bit of a carpet, some pillows. I cannot imagine. 35 लोग इसमें आए थे।
35 लोग, हम एक दूसरे के ऊपर बैठे थे।
So this tiny little bunker saved the lives of 35 people. Since they already are in the line of fire, they are aware of when they need to rush to the bunker. 2 fortunate families who happened to be here because this family had a bunker, obviously were able to prevail upon this family to also take them in, and that's the reason why their lives are saved. Once again, we've been showing you through our ground reports through today the telltale signs of what a mortar or a shell impact looks like. Look at the, look at the telltale fragging of metal because of the shards of the mortar and shells that actually land. This is all that's left of this particular house. Where these people have gone, when they will return, is not known just yet. But even this house, this neighboring house here, you can see the damage is extensive there. One doesn't know whether the people there were able to make it out, but thankfully no casualties in this part of the Kalgi Ramgi village. That is actually a small barn where there were goats. Many of the goats, we were told, were injured and they've been taken and shifted to another place. So innocent lives of villagers, non-combatants, people who have nothing to do with Pakistan, directly and deliberately in the line of fire. And perhaps the most worryingly damaged house is this one that we found again on LOC Uri. Just take a look at the corner of this house that's been absolutely ripped open like butter, like by a Pakistani shell or a mortar. Now, you can see the wall, it's double layered boulder stone, and it's been just completely neatly ripped open by a mortar that landed here. Again, miraculous escape for the residents here. Just look at the damage on the inside. The boulders have come washing in. There were people sleeping here apparently, and they managed to get out with just some injuries.
अब यहाँ जब शिलिंग हो रही थी हम बाहर नहीं निकले कि हम लोग इधर बॉर्डर पर रहने वाले हमने तो पहले भी देखे थे जी, तो इसलिए जानकारी थी थोड़ी हमने
कितने लोग रहते थे इस घर में?
इस घर में 4 लोग रहते थे।
अच्छा, कहाँ गए हैं?
बागे बारामूला चले गए उधर रिश्तेदारों के।
See, I have the privilege of wearing a bulletproof jacket and a helmet right now. These villagers obviously don't even have a bunker, and that's one of the reasons why being here feels so ironic. As a journalist, I get to leave from here, in a couple of hours after reporting their stories, but they are here unprotected in the line of fire, a few kilometers from the line of control, and this is what can actually happen to their homes. If a mortar can do this to a double bouldered, thick reinforced wall, imagine what it could do to a human body. That's the scary part.
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी हमें कोई ऐसी जवाबदारी नहीं थी, ना कोई गाड़ी ना कोई इंतजाम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से नहीं थी। यहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट को भी चाहिए कि हमारा कोई जानकारी करनी।
And all of these people also complain about how there are no bunkers. Only one of the houses in this entire village actually has a bunker. The rest of them actually don't. So it's kind of scary that they need to continue to live. And as the sun sets here in this particular village on LOC Uri, they're just wondering when the shelling is going to start again.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are two houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These two houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a shell, a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, idhar aaiye. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे, कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग, एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक।
हाँ। और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है, रात के 2 बजे का मसला है, तो उससे ये घायल हो गए। तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं, मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे। 2 बजे सोए होते हैं।
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ। हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे, 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए, उधर इधर लगे भागने, क्या करते भाग।
सर, आप यहाँ रहते हैं, नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का।
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे।
आपने सुना ये जब?
वो बहुत आवाज सुना।
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये
शेल
की थी जी।
अच्छा,
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे, एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे।
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे हैं मेरे ख्याल में इसमें।
अच्छा,
2 लगे।
जख्मी लोग बारामुल्ला हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामुल्ला भेज दिए। बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में
कितना
भेज।
बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी, हमने उसको देखा नहीं है। सुबह हम खुद डरे थे, हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे। इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं, सेफ्टी है ही नहीं। क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है माल
तो
का।
आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे? किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती, बैंकर ही नहीं है।
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. And I want our viewers to see this. This is a poor family's grain store ablaze right now. It was struck at 2 in the morning. You know, nearly 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago it was struck and the fire is still burning. It's a huge heap of wheat, which was the food, of a poor family that lived in these two houses. And it is smoldering right now. This is an image that I want to go out to the entire world. Not a military target, not an armed forces target, not a vital establishment, not a vulnerable point. This is a poor family living in Islamabad, Kashmir, close to the line of control, that has been deliberately targeted by a Pakistan shell. And there you have it, their livelihood, probably the rest of their year's supply of wheat, simply burning in a pile over there. There's nothing left of this house. There's nothing more to really say. Rebuilding it will be, a distant dream for this family once they pick up the pieces of their injuries, and their injured children as well. I mean, just look at these images. Where do you actually start? Where do you start picking up the pieces really once you come to terms that you've completely lost your home, your livelihood? Some of the fields behind here have also been completely destroyed. The elderly gentleman here tells me that this place will not be fixed. And remember, once attention moves on, who's going to come and repair these houses? These are families that do not even have the wherewithal to rebuild their houses. You've got flames there as well. Just a testament to what ammunition can really do. Artillery ammunition of the 155mm or 130mm kind has landed in this house. There's a gas cylinder there very dangerously, lying there on the floor, which could be a hazard. No forensic teams have been able to reach here just yet. The police apparently came for a quick sweep to get the people out, but nothing else has been done. But it's still aflame. The house is still aflame, and it's very likely that it'll probably burn down because much of the superstructure of the houses in this area are made of wood. Take a look at this piece of roofing. Shrapnel, white hot artillery shrapnel flying in every direction. Just look at the gaping holes they've cut, like neat oval holes, telltale signs of shrapnel simply ripping through metal. This is really, really thick, hard metal used for roofing. It's resistant to, it's all-weather resistant because, it snows and rains a lot over here. Just look at what artillery shrapnel can do to a strong piece of metal. It has completely mangled it. It has perforated it. It is peppered with gaping holes. And this is basically the story of every piece of roofing that we can see here across three structures of one big house, two houses actually. How much more damage we're going to find as we move on ahead, I cannot say, but this is definitely, a morbid appetizer, I would say, to what we're probably going to find as we get a little closer to the line of control now. This is the real view now of the damage. Here it is. Completely collapsed roof, completely collapsed wall of this entire house. Now you get a proper vantage view of the damage that's taken place. The entire roof has blown off. I was trying to look for remnants of the actual shell. Those are very, very difficult to find because they burst into thousands of little pieces and usually get buried, in walls, in the ground, etc. So not easy to find it anywhere here, but clearly an artillery hit right here at Islamabad village. The villagers here, as you just heard some of them say, they don't have the luxury of leaving. Many of them have actually fled. We saw a small tempo traveler full of people from Islamabad getting out of here as quickly as possible. We bumped into them in Baramulla, fearing for their lives. They've left, but many still here because they've just got that helpless look on their faces saying, where can we possibly go? We can't leave our houses. It's not safe. All our livelihood, all our farms and animals and all those things are here. Everything moving costs money. There's no help from anyone to actually get out of here. So it remains to be seen, whether there will be more damage in Salamabad or elsewhere. Another house that's had its, all of its glasswork completely blown in. The window panes have blown in. The wooden support pillars and support structure completely damaged here. So it not just one or two houses, at least 4 houses either destroyed or damaged very, very badly. This is a house which still has its carpeting because obviously the fire didn't spread to this particular house. But if you can see here, all the glass pieces, the glass shards here, showing the kind of damage from the shockwave of that artillery landing here that has destroyed this house. The door has completely blown off the hinges. There's another door just lying there on the ground here. And this is right next to this house. Images like this one, like what we're seeing over here, just common household items, a gas stove, a pot, mugs, tumblers, a plate rack, coffee cups, all of them just splattered in this one little room. This must have been the family's kitchen, where food was prepared, etc. Completely burnt to ashes, bricks and pieces of stone all over the place. I have no idea when that family will come back or even if they will want to come back to something like this. But this is what Pakistan is doing. We've traveled a short distance from the Salamabad village where you saw all that damage, and we've just chanced upon another house. This is the house of an ex-army serviceman. His 2 daughters were sleeping on this bed when a shell landed outside their house and blasted through the windows. You can see glass pieces all over the bed here. There is damage to the wooden roof, as you can see here. Debris all over the place from the sheer shockwave that has damaged the house. Now, I want to introduce you to the man that we're talking about, the man who owns this house. He has packed off his family out of absolute horror about what happened, because just look at the state of the house. This is a little house in Gingal village here in the Uri sector, not far from the line of control. And the Pakistani shell has left its damage everywhere. Perforations on the stairs, damage to the concrete wall there as well. Here in this little attic space that you see here, very clearly the shrapnel has torn holes in this metal sheet. This is a standard feature that we're seeing in home after home where Pakistani shells have landed since early on the day of Operation Sindoor as a retaliation. Some damage in this room as well. But now I'd like to introduce you to the person of the house itself. I'm going to take you and show you a picture first, and first introduce you to the man. This home belongs to Havildar Mohammad Nasir Khan. As you can see, he's a Maroon Beret. He's an ex-serviceman of the 6th Para Special Forces. One who served with one of the Indian Army's most elite units. Havildar Mohammad Nasir Khan has participated in many operations, and this is him now. That's his picture as a young commando, and this is Mohammad Nasir Khan now. Havildar Sahab, पहले आपकी सेवा के लिए हमारी तरफ से बहुत धन्यवाद. आपने बहुत साल बिताए फौज में. कल रात क्या हुआ था ये बताएं. आपकी परिवार ने आपने उनको यहाँ से आपने ट्रांसफ़र कर गए, तो क्या हुआ था?
रात को तकरीबन 1 बजे से मतलब थोड़ा फायरिंग स्टार्ट हुआ, तो उसमें थोड़ा कम आवाज़ आ रहा था. तकरीबन 2-3 बजे के बाद में बहुत फास्ट हो गया. जब फास्ट हो गया तो हम एक ही बच्चे सोए हुए थे, उनको उठा के हमने साइड में लिया, और साइड में लेने के बाद में उनको सेव किया. तो मेरे बच्चों को बोला कि भाई आप ज़मीन पर लेट जाओ, ये जो फायरिंग हो रही है तो इससे बचाव एक ही है कि आप ज़मीन पर लेट जाओ। बच्चों को एक साइड में लेटा दिया और मैं भी साथ में लेट गया। उसके बाद में स्टार्ट होगी कार्रवाई। यहाँ पे पूरा जो फायरिंग उन्होंने करनी थी वो कर दी। उसके बाद में इसमें आगे लगा एक गोला, एक इस पीछे कैंप में, उसका फ्लैक्शन पीछे आया। ये पूछा पूरा मतलब इसको पुश किया उसने, पूरा मकान हिल गया। ये नीचे से एकदम हिला तो हमने सोचा ये सब इसी के ऊपर पड़ गया, लेकिन बाहर निकल के देखा तो बाहर लगा था और अंदर ये इसका ये पूरा टूट फूट जितनी भी थी अंदर आ गई थी।
This maroon beret and the special forces means something very, very special in the Indian Army, and I'm actually in a bit of shock that someone like him, who has served in the most dangerous places, in the most dangerous missions, to face something like this from Pakistan during his retirement, endangering his children. This is his beautiful family, his two daughters, who are not here, of course. They've been moved out because of the absolute damage that happened to the house, and they miraculously survived with only minor injuries. But you saw what happened to that bed. They are not here right now. And I just wanted to show you, look at all these certificates of Havildar Khan Sahab. He has served in Sudan as part of the United Nations. That's a picture of him in the Sudan mission. He has this certificate of appreciation from the United Nations. He has won a United Nations medal. He's a UN medal winning Special Forces Commando of the Indian Army. And here is his certificate. It has fallen off the shelf from the shockwave of what happened. All his military memorabilia still standing here. And it's truly, truly just incredible that someone like him should face it. And here you have pieces of the... ये टुकड़े हैं वो shells के? These are pictures of the shell itself. Take a look at this. This is what has landed in the humble home of an Indian Army former Special Forces commando. Shrapnel pieces of an artillery shell or a mortar perhaps, that have landed here and damaged his home. आप अपने परिवार को कब वापस लाएंगे? आप कब कॉन्फिडेंट होंगे?
अभी जब तक यहाँ का मतलब बिल्कुल सही नहीं हो जाएगा तब तक बच्चों को दूर रखना पड़ेगा। यहाँ पे बच्चों की ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि ये जो शेलिंग का कोई पता नहीं कब स्टार्ट हो जाएगी कब बंद हो जाएगी, इसलिए तब तक बच्चों को दूर रखेंगे जब तक ये सही नहीं हो जाएगा।
हम होप करते हैं हवलदार साहब कि सब कुछ ठीक होता है, लेकिन जैसे आपको पता है कि उरी सेक्टर में, कुपवारा सेक्टर में, पूंछ सेक्टर में पूरा एस्केलेशन है। आप एक सैनिक थे, आपको पता ही है, आपने अपने आंखों से देखा है कि क्या होता है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर। तो मुझे कुछ बताना नहीं चाहिए आपको, क्योंकि आपका फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस है। लेकिन ये शेल के श्रैपनल, ये मोटर के श्रैपनल, एंड लुकिंग एट दीज पीसेज राइट नाउ has sent a shiver down my spine. Just imagine, a soldier who has given his life to protecting the country, given his life to the Indian Army, been through these forests on anti-terror operations, because that's what the Special Forces do, and he's had to move his family away by night to protect them from this that the Pakistan Army has sent his way.
This is the last word, and I'm Maria Shakil. India carried out military strikes inside Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir between 1:05 and 1:25 a.m. in the dead of the night. The time is crucial as it was meant to ensure minimal collateral damage and no targeting of civilians. No Pakistani military installations were directly targeted, no civilian infrastructure destroyed. It was an anti-terror operation carried out by India. The name is emotive in nature, Operation Sindoor. It's a tribute to the women who lost their husbands in the terror attack. The choice of women officers to lead the briefing was a powerful move. India's briefing on Operation Sindoor today gave a strong and significant message as two women officers, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi, took the lead, sharing details of the military's precision strikes on terror targets in Pakistan in response to the April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack, in which we lost 26 of our civilians. They were tourists, unarmed, came from 14 states of India. The world community stands with India. India has informed all its allies and has put out a video evidence of destruction of 9 terror hotbeds. Let's first listen in to the 2 women who were leading the press briefing earlier today.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं। इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान ना पहुंचे।
Precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
In fact, Himanshi Narwal, wife of naval officer Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, who was killed in April 22nd Pahalgam terror attack, has requested the centre not to end this operation and make sure that it is the start of the end of terrorism. Let's listen in to Himanshi.
मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही वॉज इन द डिफेंस फोर्सेज एंड यू नो व्हेन ही हैड जॉइंड द डिफेंस फोर्सेज वो यही चाहता था दैट ही वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीस इन दिस कंट्री. ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट इनोसेंट लाइव्स आर नॉट गॉन इन दिस कंट्री. ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट देयर इज नो हेट्रेड एंड टेरर इन दिस कंट्री, एंड दिस ऑपरेशन signifies his spirit that there will terrorism, hatred will not be tolerated by the Indian government. ये नाम बहुत सही है क्योंकि इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से बहुत औरतों ने, बहुत बहनों ने, बहुत माँओं ने अपनी जान खोई है, अपना एक हिस्सा खो दिया है.
And joining me now is Kanwal Sibal, a former Indian ambassador. Ambassador Sibal, it's a historic day for India, as Rajnath Singh has put it out. I want to focus on the significance of this press briefing which was carried out. It was Foreign Secretary who held the press brief. He was joined in by 2 women officers. The message on symbolism in terms of how Pakistanis saw Indian women as weak when they carried out that terrorist attack. India sees women as its Nari Shakti and strength.
Well, if you ask me, it was very well what we did. It was very strong messaging. The nation is united. Men and women are united. We give space to our women to be active in national life and all spheres, including the armed forces. Very different from the way that women are treated in Pakistan. And more importantly, we are also sending a message to them that the basis on which Pakistan was created is being rejected by us. When we have Colonel Qureshi and the wing commander from our side who are giving this joint briefing on this operation. So politically, this is a very important message too. But I think beyond the briefing that was given, the issues involved are much more serious, much more, how should I say, pregnant with a lot of possibilities ahead, not entirely welcome in the sense that India has clearly said that they are attacking the terror camps in Pakistan. And this has gone on far too long. Balakot and before that, the surgical strikes actually were not enough. And if you look back, it was a very small warning signal. But this time the signal has gone out extremely strongly. And from the Pakistani side, you see that they are no longer pretending as they did last time, and that only some trees and some this and that were destroyed as a result of a Balakot strike. They themselves are publicizing all the damage that has been created in the various terror outfits, camps that India has targeted. Though, of course, they are trying to give it a very communal color by not talking about terrorist camps, but talking about masjids being destroyed and talking about civilians being targeted. This is the usual propaganda on their side. Now, of course, as I said, this is pregnant with all kinds of possibilities which may not be entirely welcome, but which we have to face, which is that Pakistan has a certain idea of itself, that its armed forces are the protector of Pakistan's idea, Pakistan's security. So in order to preserve their position in their system, they have to react. They just can't sit back and let this happen. Otherwise, their system, their position in the governance in Pakistan will be very seriously impacted. So they're going to do something retaliatory, and then in return, India will have them to go beyond the terror camps.
Yes.
And
So,
also attack their military installations if they do the same to us.
yes. So India is prepared for retaliation from Pakistan, but can Islamabad really afford to do so given the times that they are living in, their economic situation, and the entire unrest that Pakistan continues to face?
Oh yes, of course they are. I mean, if they were thinking rationally and logically, they would have given up this using the arm of terrorism against us a long time ago. But they haven't. Look, the world has changed. Relationships that existed between countries after the Second World War have evolved. Look at the manner in which France and Germany have reconciled themselves. For a moment, even the West and Russia found some meeting ground. Now, of course, things have become different. But Pakistan hasn't changed its rhetoric at all. What they were saying then, they're saying now. And the last 3 decades, the instrument of terror has been their choice instrument because from their point of view, it is relatively cost-free, as President Musharraf himself once said. And they're continuing. And then the statement that was made, the speech that was made by their army chief, he spoke like a bigoted mullah. I mean, going back to the creation of Pakistan, how it was justified, how Hindus and Muslims cannot live together, how they're totally separate people, their ambitions are different, their outlook is different, everything about them is different. And then praising the heroic struggle of the people of Kashmir fighting for freedom. This was obviously a call and an incentive and an inspiration for these terror attacks to happen, which we saw happening in Pahalgam.
Yes.
So the short point is that when it comes to India, they are not capable of actually looking at what their longer-term interest is, and they want to continue this hostility because it is on the basis of this hostility, A, Pakistan survives as a country, and B, the Pakistan military actually rules the country effectively because it is the one that actually monopolizes most of the resources of the country, builds up a highly, pretty powerful militarized state. So this is the problem we are facing, and then they are being helped by China now quite openly.
Right. Ambassador Sibal, a word now on how the world has reacted. India did take, its allies on board. The National Security Advisor spoke to his counterpart in the US. The External Affairs Minister has briefed the foreign ministers of multiple countries, from France to Germany to UK to Japan as well. In fact, the French embassy in India has just issued out a statement in which they are saying that France supports India in its fight against terrorist groups and is deeply concerned, and it calls for de-escalation and protection of civilians. So the French are standing with India. There are multiple countries in Europe that are standing with India. Do you think the reaction that came in, post Uri and post Pulwama, when India carried out those strikes, to now, India has traveled quite a distance in ensuring that global solidarity in its fight against terrorism?
I won't go as far as that. Yes, India is getting more support, more clear support on the issue of terrorism, which it has received even before when terrorist attacks have occurred. All countries decry, deplore terrorism. Look at the joint statements we have signed with the countries that you have mentioned. There are long paragraphs on terrorism. Even in the G20 statement contains long paragraphs on terrorism. So all countries will decry terrorism, condemn terrorism in all its forms and whatever the justification. But it doesn't go beyond that. No country will actually tell you that they support your military action of any kind, including attacking terror camps. They generally say, yes, we support you on terrorism, but when it comes to possibility of a military conflict or escalation, like you just mentioned the French statement, they talk about de-escalation. Even our friends would do that because of various reasons. One is that it is the right diplomatic posture. Even if behind the scenes they give you stronger support, publicly they will call for de-escalation. Number two, genuinely they want to avoid a conflict between India and Pakistan. Already there's the Ukraine conflict and the conflict in the Middle East. And then to have a third region which is embroiled in a conflict is destabilizing in any case, and no country would welcome that. And thirdly, in this case, there's always this concern at the back of their minds that Pakistan and India are nuclear powers. And while they will not publicly say that Pakistan is irresponsible and India is a responsible nuclear power, but they will talk about both states being nuclear and therefore the need to be very cautious in not letting the conflict spiral out of control and escalate to a point where the possibility of nuclear weapons is on the table. So at the end of the day, you have to do what you have to do. But in a general way, you're right that Pakistan has far too long used terrorism, not only against India, but also against its benefactors, including the United States of America. And this is a country which harbored Osama bin Laden and nurtured the Taliban and helped them retake Kabul. There is a fingerprint of Pakistan even in the World Trade Center bombing. But then, despite all this evidence, clear evidence, Pakistan has never been declared a terrorist state. Look at the way Iran is treated. Iran is given no quarter at all. Draconian sanctions have been imposed on Iran, but Pakistan goes scot-free. So there are wheels within wheels. There is support, but there is also at the back of the mind of people who are friendly to us, including the United States.
That duplicity that you're highlighting, Ambassador, becomes certainly very, very important at this juncture. We are hoping and we are seeing to a great extent that narrative change for India as India carried out Operation Sindoor early this morning. Ambassador Sibbal, I know you're traveling, so really appreciate your time here on NDTV. Joining me now here in the studio is Pankaj Singh, former Deputy National Security Advisor, and we also have Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad joining us. I'm going to come to you now, Pankaj Singh. India has struck at 9 high-valued terrorist-linked locations, and it was a coordinated launch of 24 missile strikes. When we look at these details come in, it is calibrated with calculated and with immense precision. There's been a lot of planning which has gone in for this kind of strike which has been carried out by the Indian Armed Forces.
Absolutely correct, because having been hit and 22 innocent tourists who were killed in a very barbarous fashion in Pahalgam, I think India waited for almost about
2 weeks.
2 weeks to see whether Pakistan was really keen on dismantling the terror camps or doing something against the terrorists who had perpetrated this kind of an act, but having seen that nothing at all was happening. So building upon whatever intelligence India had earlier on from the intelligence agencies, based on the surveys done recently, based on the satellite and physical sources giving precise information about the terrorist camps, the launch pads. So you can very well see with precision guided munitions, with very precise kind of warheads which would not damage the civilians or take lives of the civilians, very precision mounted strikes have been done as far as 100 to 125 kilometers inside Pakistan, which has never been done before, and as close as 8 to 10 kilometers near the border. So with this kind of precision strikes, and you could very well see, and you did talk about the two wonderful ladies who gave the press briefing in the morning from the Army and the Air Force, with graphics and with incontrovertible evidence being shown that these precision strikes against specific buildings and structures were done where there was no population,
Yes.
no civilian population living nearby or villages. With these kind of video graphic evidence, I think it will be very little for Pakistan to refute or to contradict India's claims in this direction.
Yes. So now let me bring in Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad. Lieutenant General, as someone who was in the front line in 1971, how do you look at the events of the last few hours?
Well, the last time we went to war in 1971 was a conventional war, started with the eastern sector. The task was to liberate East Pakistan and make Bangladesh, a completely different kind of task. And the Pakistanis wanted to convert it into a war, and on 3rd of December they attacked India with their Air Force, and the Western Front opened up. And then again the full-scale war started in the Western Front. So that was a regular military operations on both fronts, and the Pakistan Army fought on both fronts and lost on both fronts. But today the situation is entirely different. Today the situation is such that we have a very, very specific task to perform. We are not fighting a war, and our Prime Minister needs to be quoted over and over again to say this is not an era of war. So obviously he is not foreseeing a full-scale military operation or a war. At the same time, he has given a very clear-cut task to the military, not only to the military, but to the entire national machinery, which includes all departments in the government of India. And that task is destroy terrorists and their backers. Now, important thing is the word backers, which means that you first destroy the frontline terrorists who sit on the line of control and cross into India and create terror incidents here, and also then their leaders who sit in Bahawalpur and Mudirke to be also neutralized, and also the backers who essentially he relates to the ISI and the military chief, the present army chief of the Pakistan Army, who is making such statements as he did on the 16th or 15th of last month. So the task is very clear, and therefore response also has to be specific, target oriented. So we are not wanting to escalate into a national war. We are only targeting specific targets of terrorists and specific target of those people who perpetrate over the mastermind, the architects behind this terrorism. Some bit of target has been, some bit of operations have been completed. What the Prime Minister laid out to the country, the initial frontline terrorists have been fairly neutralized. The Bahawalpur camp and the camp in Munirke has also been reasonably neutralized, but leaders are still missing from the list of neutralization. So also the ISI and the army chief. The important thing is we have reacted in the past to these terrorist incidents, and like Balakot, like Uri, and like many others. But that has not finally hit the military of the Pakistan Army. Therefore, if we need to really eliminate terrorism, which is the objective of the Prime Minister's task to the nation, then we need to see that we also do some military action, some kind of damage to the army of the Pakistan army. Now that may involve escalation, which we don't want to do. Therefore, we have to do targeted killing within these institutions as well. And there are ways and means to do targeted killing in the modern times. The times have changed since Balakot. Technology has improved considerably. The world relationships have changed considerably. We have strategic partnership with very advanced countries in the world who are ready to share intelligence with us. Therefore, all these operations which are target oriented have to be based on strong actionable intelligence.
That's right.
Which is why it took us 15 days to do this. So we have done some bit, some more is to be done, and we will do it. We will have to have some time available for it. It cannot be done tomorrow, day after, the day after. The targets that still need to be neutralized need tremendous amount of information.
That's right.
Now, as far as the conventional war is concerned, let me put it very clearly that conventional war is something that Pakistan Army never trained for, and when their President Ziaul Haq said that we will never be able to defeat India in a conventional war, he is the one who coined the word, we will bleed them by 1,000 cuts, which is why the terrorism started about 30-35 years ago. And therefore, all the effort of the military of Pakistan is focused towards promoting terrorism and making India bleed by 1,000 cuts, which to a great extent has been successful. Therefore, we must understand that first step has been done today. The second step needs to be done. It may take time to do it, but the important thing to watch and see is that is Pakistan Army going to retaliate, which is what is the question, biggest question in everybody's mind, including yours and mine. So the question is, what is Pakistan's reaction? Okay. Some information is coming from Pakistan to say, well, I don't think we'll react. Some people say, no, we will react. So we don't know what's exactly in the mind of Pakistan Army, but if they do react, then I think the Indian armed forces are fully prepared.
Okay, so since you're talking about the preparation,
point in this military operations is this.
Lieutenant General Prasad, since you've spoken about the preparation.
I'll just give you the military operations in it.
Yes, I'm going to come to you in 30 seconds because today was the day of mock drills which were carried out throughout the country. In fact, we covered it extensively as well. Here's a report and then I come back to the guests.
The Ministry of Home Affairs briefed the state governments to conduct mock drills to check the preparedness of citizens and the civil defense. Here in Bengaluru, right outside the Fire and Emergency Services headquarters, you're looking at the teams conducting a mock drill of a rescue operation, going in an inflated boat to a small island, rescuing an injured person, and by the banks you're looking at multiple civil defense personnel using a stretcher to get this injured person from the boat towards an ambulance as soon as possible. This is once again, mind you viewers, a mock drill, especially in the light of the recent attacks that India have carried out on terror bases in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Such drills, of course, become very important. Over the course of the next 7 days or more, there will be multiple mock drills that will try and prepare the police, the civil defense, the fire personnel and any security personnel to really be prepared for any sort of eventuality. Air raid sirens, of course, are going to be blaring in different parts of Bengaluru, Karwar, Raichur, Mysuru and Mandya over the next few days. There's also going to be other forms of rescue operations in different places. Now here you can also see, of course, another boat that is also making its way here. That's once again emulating another rescue from a nearby island. They too will, of course, come in here towards the banks where another team of the civil defense personnel with a stretcher will try and emulate another rescue operation. So this is an extensive mock drill that's being carried out. More importantly, we should note that, like I said, it's not just this particular form of rescue, but other forms of rescue as well, which will be simulated over the next few days to ensure preparedness of the police, preparedness of the civil defense, and more importantly of the citizens alike to respond to any sort of emergency situation that could come by, especially considering the fact that now it is a very active and volatile situation with Pakistan after India, of course, carried out those precision strikes in different parts of, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan in itself. With video journalist Govind, this is Deepak Bopana for NDTV.
It is being seen as a defining moment in India's modern security doctrine. It was swift, it was surgical and unapologetically assertive. Lieutenant General Prasad, I'll give you the last word and the last word tonight. I want to understand from you the long-term impact, or perhaps what will be the immediate short-term impact. Will this be a deterrent, Operation Sindoor a deterrent, or will it actually lead to future confrontations is the big question. In terms of India's preparations, how battle ready are we?
Well, I think certainly we are better battle ready than what Pakistan military is. But there's one important thing that I want to bring to your notice. I'm talking about conventional response from Pakistan military towards India, whether it's Army, Navy or the Air Force are going to attack us or respond to whatever we have done in last night. Please understand that today, after 15 days of preparation, Indian armed forces and the Indian government knows exactly where the Pakistan army is mobilized. We have got such a fantastic availability of information through satellite imagery that every single formation of Pakistan, we know exactly where it's located today. So in these 15 days, we have gained that information. Today, we have full information of enemy deployment. Now, should they want to do anything, we are prepared for it. They'll be foolish enough to try and do a conventional operation either on the land or in the air, for which they will suffer more casualties. So the answer to your question, and many people are asking, will there be a response? Well, I cannot say yes or no. But if there is a response, they will get a very befitting answer to it. And that may result into an escalation, which we don't want. Our government is very clear. This is not an era of war. We don't want to have a full-scale war with Pakistan. We want to continue with our economic, we continue with our water treaties, we want to continue with the financial actions task force, etc. And also limited, targeted attack against militants. If this is our philosophy, then it will be foolish for Pakistan to try and do a conventional response to us. I don't think they'll be foolish enough to do it, because they know if this happens, the response from India will be very severe. So the best answer is they should try and see that how terrorism can be stopped. The answer is they won't do it, and we have to do it. Maybe today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, 10 days, 15 days hence. Nobody can say. But the important thing is, please let's not forget, it's a targeted action against militants in Pakistan and not an escalation to a regular war.
Yes. So non-escalatory is what the government says. That's what armed forces have said. Pankaj Singh, in terms of preparations, we are seeing, civil defense being made ready. There has been sirens and blackouts to prepare Indians and the civilian population as well. India is carrying out what will be seen as diplomatic messaging, which has been combined to create a multi-dimensional operation with regional and international consequences as well. How do you look at the overall messaging which has come in from Government of India today?
The Ministry of Home Affairs on the 5th of May was very clear that we must carry out these civil defense exercises, which have not been carried on for a long time on such a huge scale. 244 districts of the country are to undergo this kind of exercise. For the schools, they are carrying out the exercise in the mornings, which will let the children know who to respond to, what to do, when to do, and where to go in times of a crisis or any kind of exigency happening. The situation currently is very, very volatile, very vulnerable, very explosive. So it's absolutely essential that school children get to know, because they are the ones who are very, very vulnerable and the future of our country also. Most of the cities are to undergo the evening 4 to 7 blackouts, sirens, evacuation drills, search and rescue, and try to see that all the communication, transport facilities keep working while sensitizing the public to this kind of an eventuality in case it happens.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Pankaj Singh, former Deputy NSA, and Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad joining us on this broadcast. And that's all from me on this edition of The Last Word. We have Vishnu Shom right here in the studio.
All right, Maria, thanks very much. We're going to be continuing with this fairly decisive precision strikes on Pakistan. They have been very, very substantial, the strikes. A strong message has been sent. We'll be looking at that on left, right and center. That's coming up in the next couple of moments. Good evening. Welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. India has launched precision missile strikes dubbed Operation Sindoor, targeting 9 terrorist camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-administered occupied Kashmir following the April 22nd attack in Pahalgam, in which 26 people were killed. Now, India claims the strikes on terror infrastructure linked to groups like the Jaish-e-Mohammed, avoiding civilian and military targets, reported 26 deaths, calling it an act of war. That's how Pakistan referred to it. Pakistan has vowed retaliation. There have been significant casualties on both the Indian side and the Pakistani side of the line of control because of intense artillery duels which have broken out between both countries. Now, the escalation is the worst in decades. It is still unclear whether things will cool down or there is further escalation which might take place. Global leaders have urged restraint, while India has defended our actions as a necessary step in the ongoing fight against cross-border terrorism. A quick look at the headlines. India has taken the world into confidence on Operation Sindoor. We briefed members of the United Nations Security Council, including China. The External Affairs Minister has spoken to Qatar, their Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, the Foreign Ministers of Germany, France and Japan. The National Security Advisor has spoken to the National Security Advisor of the United States, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia and France.
We reiterate our strong condemnation of the terrorist attack in Pahalgam and the terrible loss of life it caused. We condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. Those responsible must be brought to justice.
India stands behind Operation Sindoor. Rahul Gandhi, Akhilesh Yadav, Asaduddin Owaisi, they hail the operation.
वर्किंग कमेटी में हमारा डिस्कशन हुआ, पूरा समर्थन, full support to our forces.
Key airports are shut after Operation Sindoor. Nearly 20 airports shut in border states, close to 200 flights cancelled. There's also Operation Abhyas. India prepares amidst this heightened tension. Civil defence mock drills are being held across several states. All right, well, in case you're just tuning in and aren't entirely aware of what's taken place in the early hours of the morning, shortly after 1 a.m. is when India struck terror targets in Pakistan in the deepest strikes that India has ever carried out on targets in Pakistan since the 1971 war. 9 targets or broad areas were struck. Some of these had multiple points on them. India struck using cruise missiles. India struck using drones and a lot of other technology. This is where it all took place. Now, the areas on the north, some of them are along the line of control on the Pakistani side of the LOC. These are all the specific names of camps over there. So there are more than 20 specific camps over here. And this is in red, the line of control that you see. The line of control stretches down south. It becomes the international boundary. But further south, there is Muridke in Pakistan. And even further south is Bahawalpur. Now, in terms of the strikes themselves, let's focus on Bahawalpur first. Bahawalpur is more than 100 kilometers west of the Punjab border. The fact that India chose to strike this far into Pakistani Punjab meant to send a strong signal. It's also the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, which has been destroyed. Muridke, further up near Lahore, is another terror training center of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Again, that has been destroyed. Several of the other areas have seen significant incursions of between 25 to 30 kilometers. So all along the line of control over here, incursions, by which I mean airstrikes of 25 to 30 kilometers across the line of control has taken place. And again, in this entire area, we have seen very intense artillery shelling, which has taken place shortly after the Indian strikes. There have been casualties on the Indian side. Some reports suggest upwards of 10 people, and our defense sources saying that India's counter-action has resulted in significant casualties on the Pakistani side as well. So that's where it's all taken place. This entire border and the line of control remains fairly tense. But let's play out some video now of the strikes going in, the Indian strikes going in. Let's move to some of the videos which we've been going. Let's move to the next video, and this is Bhimber, and that was a small bomblet dropped from a drone, and that's what it strikes. This is Sindhu Kotli. This particular target you can see on your screen over there. That is an explosion taking place over there. This is Kotli Gulpur, and this is you know, a warhead, a drone coming in, a suicide drone coming in. You can see it, the animation on this side, and that's the actual drone about to hit its target. The cameras go off because it has hit its target right over there. In Sawai Nalla, this is fairly clear footage that you should see over here of a significant explosion which takes place. Now, the fact that India is putting out you know, this footage is very, very important, because in the past we didn't really have footage which was present during the surgical strikes or Balakot. So there is a message which needs to be sent. This is not drone footage per se, but this is footage of some of the strikes, the hits which have taken place in Murid Ke. This is Sarjal, and again over here you can see the explosion which took place. These have by and large, even according to international OSINT experts, been largely accurate. You can see this drone going towards its target, and then the video goes off. That's when the target has been destroyed. So that's essentially what we are looking at. The strikes themselves have been fairly successful. I'm now joined by Ambassador Javed Ashraf. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. Let's have Ambassador Ashraf up on the screen. It's a difficult one, but let me ask you, in your personal opinion, do you believe that there is a possibility of further escalation?
Well, I think there would be a symbolic response from Pakistan, maybe a couple of hits. As you've just seen, they have escalated the firing across the LOC, which has resulted in civilian casualties. There may be a couple of symbolic attacks, but I don't think that I see this escalating into a full-scale, prolonged war between the two countries for a number of reasons. One is that they have to recognize their economic fragility and political instability. There will be a lot of international pressure also on Pakistan to avoid escalation in view of their culpability in the attack. India has already conveyed that there's absolutely no interest in escalating this further after achieving their objectives, and that we have been measured in our response, confining ourselves to hitting terrorist targets and avoiding any collateral civilian damage or destruction to the military installations. Pakistan will, of course, play out a very massive information, disinformation campaign. The fog of war, there is always this kind of a game that is played out. It needs to reassure its people that it has stood up to India, and that it was able to repulse or in fact inflict some damage on the other side. But the prospects of a long-term war escalation is limited. Second point here is that for Pakistan, they may wait their time, and we have to be very mindful of the fact that there may be another round of a major terrorist attack, this time on security forces, just to demonstrate that they haven't been deterred in this. We'll also have to watch out for cyber attacks, which is less visible but can be equally damaging, but not just from Pakistan, but from other countries that might be supporting Pakistan. We've experienced that in the past. So all told, we will be prepared for a full spectrum. And in case there is a retaliation from Pakistan, please remember, we went for terrorist targets. They'll have to go for civilian or military targets, in which case they're basically saying we're declaring a full-scale war, in which case I have no doubt that we will prevail, particularly the superiority in the naval and the air force will be able to hold Pakistan quite strongly, and they are also aware of that.
Ambassador Ashraf, the fact that we've released footage this time, which was absent in the past for whatever the reasons were, how significant is that in sending out a message, not just to people within our country, but also to Pakistan, which had disputed what we'd done in Balakot, saying, here, look, it's not one target, but several, and here's video evidence?
So it has, two very important messages. One, of course, is that, we've carried out simultaneous strikes on 9 of those terrorist camps. Remember, Bahawalpur and Muridke are the principal nurseries of decades-long terrorism against India, and we've been trying to have them shut down for a very long time. Now, in releasing these images, we are, as you've also mentioned before, taking note of the fact that the last time when we had the strike in Balakot, I mean, we almost lost this battle of narrative and perception, and people began to doubt, and people sowed seeds of doubt about whether we had achieved anything at all. So one is a message to your own people and to your own country that what we've said, we have done, and this is your evidence of it. Second, it's the people of Pakistan that don't get taken in by the messaging, the rhetoric, or the obfuscation by the military establishment there, but even more to the international community that we set out to achieve a certain set of objectives, and here's the evidence of what we've done. And this also reflects, the very calm assertion of power.
Ambassador Ashraf, are you disappointed at the reaction of Turkey, which seems to be backing Pakistan at a time when so many countries around the world see it as nothing but being a state sponsor of terror?
Vishnu, I would have been very surprised if they've done anything otherwise. I mean, they are absolutely joined at the hips. They're the principal supporter of Pakistan. They're in every diplomatic, military, ideologically, they have also been supporting them. In fact, they're as close an ally as China, and China will perhaps be a little circumspect in getting involved in something of this nature. But for Turkey, this is nothing, and you've seen that in various forums. They speak on behalf of Pakistan. In fact, these attacks that we've seen yesterday, the strikes, is absolutely not surprising. But what would have been surprising is if Turkey had done it otherwise than stand in support for Pakistan.
All
but
right.
I think
Go ahead,
what
sir.
I have seen, and I think I should point this out, I've been watching this, as you know, from 1999 onwards when we had Kargil and then, the terror attack in the parliament, Kaluchak, then we had Mumbai, and then we've more recently Pathankot, Uri, and Pulwama. First is our outreach to the international community is much faster. The international understanding for the action that we have taken is much better. They will still be accompanied by concern of escalation into a prolonged conflict. But part of what we have seen is a change in the terms of our response. We have preempted any possible international effort to prevent some sort of military response. And that also helps in creating a sense of acceptance and understanding for the kind of response that we have actually meted out. And in this, the videos are of great help.
Ambassador Ashraf, great speaking to you. Thanks very much for being with us.
Thank you.
I'm joined now by Lieutenant General D.S. Huda, the former Northern Army commander. One of the finest military minds I've engaged with every now and again. And he was also the Northern Army commander when the surgical strikes in 2016 took place. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. General Huda, you didn't have, when the surgical strikes took place, a lot of the technology which is now present. You had to physically go across. Now, that may have been an option on this occasion as well, but India chose not to take it. Instead, we were able to fire missiles from long range from within our shores, from within our territory, as it were. To what extent has that been a real force multiplier?
Vishnu, let me tell you, the manner in which this attack has been carried out is much more comprehensive, sends out a much stronger message. And the fact that we have the technical capacity and capability to carry out these very precise attacks from on our side of the international border, on our side of the line of control, really reflects in some ways how even from 2019, the technical capability of the Indian military and how it's grown. This has been a real. I take it as a real game changer for how we're going to deal with Pakistan in the future.
Okay. General Huda, I'd like you to talk a little bit about that last point, that there is a certain red line that Pakistan has crossed as a result of which we've hit them as hard as we have. Does this, in effect, mean that this is a precedent that we've set for ourselves, that if there is an attack like this in the future, then India will strike possibly as hard as we have this time?
So, Vishnu, not only merely as hard as we can, but also the selection of targets. The fact that the LET headquarters, the Jaish headquarters been hit, we are saying that, look, we are now going to go to the roots. Merely killing foot soldiers as we did in 2016 and 2019 by hitting, one odd terror camp or hitting the launch pads is really not providing us the deterrence that we need. And therefore, we are now going to go to this hub of what I could call the military jihad complex and take them out. So the messaging, Vishnu, is, apart from the fact that you hit 9 targets, the messaging, I think, has been very strong this time.
General Huda, the fact that we hit a target 100 kilometers west of the international border between Rajasthan and Punjab, Bahawalpur, again, in Pakistani Punjab, what message does that specifically send?
So look, it sends a message, one, of the capability that the Indian military and the Indian Air Force has in their ability to strike targets with such precision deep into Pakistan territory. And the fact that, Punjab, which sort of the heartland of Pakistan, also in some ways the heartland of the Pakistan army, has been hit, is to me strategic messaging that, look, and standards have been set that this is how we are going to go now. We're not merely going for small time terror camps, but that we will hit at the heart of what this whole military jihadi complex is, and that is where we will take out an attempt to take out the heart and soul of terrorism that's coming from Pakistan.
All right. And General Huda, do you believe that given the number of targets we struck, this was more than just optics? This was actually inflicting serious pain on Pakistan?
It is, Vishnu. And I think that was what was needed. I think after 2016 and 2019, there is a realization that perhaps these limited military operations are not going to achieve our objectives. And what is our objective? Our objective is to deter Pakistan from using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. Now we have to see how Pakistan reacts. Are they going to come out in support of these terrorists and jihadis and say we are reacting to reacting to India clearly because India has struck terrorist targets? Or are they going to, at some stage, start thinking about, look, this is only going to bleed Pakistan. An unwinnable conflict with India doesn't help Pakistan as a nation. I think by what we have done is we have raised these very serious questions even within Pakistan, the government, the army, the society.
One final question to you, General Huda. There's very extensive fighting happening on both sides of the line of control or across the line of control, the international border in Jammu and Kashmir. The ceasefire, I mean, that's gone. It went a couple of days back. It doesn't exist anymore. In as much as we talk about these strikes, to what extent must we be aware of the situation in areas like Poonch, where there has been so much loss of life?
Vishnu, the ceasefire and the advantages were primarily to the local population. Unfortunately, the fact is that any ceasefire is hostage to India-Pakistan bilateral relations. Let's see how this crisis plays out. I do anticipate a response coming from Pakistan. My own sense is it will be limited. And if this crisis sort of blows over, then hopefully we can come to some kind of understanding again. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be early. On the ceasefire, which can, bring relief to the local population.
All right, General Huda, thank you very much, sir, for speaking to us, sharing your thoughts. We're joined by General Atta Hasnain, former General Officer commanding of 15 Corps and 21 Corps, and very much an expert on Kashmir. In your entire career, General, how many years did you serve in Kashmir?
I can't even count, but I think at the better part of about 8 tenures.
And each tenure would be what, about 2 to 3 years?
About almost 2 years, mostly 2 years or a little more.
So upwards of 16 years in Kashmir itself, and fighting in many of those years with, against terrorists. So my question to you is this: the targets that we've hit, which we've seen, the strikes on many of these areas, in terms of the nursery of terrorism that exists in Pakistan, how significant are the hits that we've carried out early today?
Well, Vishnu, first of all, thank you very much for calling me for your program, inviting me here. I recall Balakot and the surgical strikes, 2016, 2019. I mean, they seem to be baby operations compared to this particular operation. First of all, the decision to extend it beyond POK, we did it in 2019 also. We actually hit Balakot, Jabba Top, which is in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. But this time we went into the center of gravity. Through my service, all the planning, etc., that we have been through, we have always considered Punjab, Pakistan, Punjab as the center of gravity. And that's the place which we have hit at last. I think the message should go down very clearly. India has moved on exponentially, transformationally in the field of military resources. What the Indian Air Force could achieve in this is not something we could have done 5 years ago. I believe most of this weaponry actually came in 2020 in the wake of what happened at Galwan and subsequent to that. So this is a complete transformational change which has happened. And what Prime Minister Modi has been saying, "Ghus ke ghar mein ghus ke marenge," that is exactly what is being played out now in the heart of Pakistan. Now, the one aspect, Vishnu, which I think is not being spoken about is the fact that we have hit 3 major areas: Bahawalpur, Muridke, Sialkot. All 3 have got huge terrorist facilities there, but they have also got very major conventional army camps in these areas. There's a whole corps headquarters in Muridke. There is an entire corps headquarters at Lahore, which is 40 kilometers away from Muridke itself. And then Sialkot, we know what it is, the strike forces of the Pakistan Army, which are existing there. I think the message is going clear that if the escalation ladder, if the next rung has to be climbed to or escalation has to take place at all, then all these things are under the scanner. And Pakistan should get this message very clearly that India may not rest content with only targeting the terrorist infrastructure, because after all, this is the Pakistan deep state, which I think the NIA has quite definitely identified as the Pakistan Army, the ISI, and the Lashkar-e-Taiba. So if the Pakistan Army hand is here, the ISI's hand is here, there's no reason why all these facilities should not also be hit.
General Hasnain, whenever a country decides to engage in military strikes, it's never a one-way street. Pakistan and India, some would suggest, are near peers. They've hit us fairly hard on the line of control. We've hit them back. There are reports of aerial engagements. I don't want to dwell on them because our government hasn't confirmed anything at this stage. My question to you is, do we need to understand as viewers and as citizens of this country that given how hard we have hit Pakistan, there has been a reaction from them, and that this is something we must accept? It's not going to be a one-way street for us. It never is in something as large as what we've done.
That makes a lot of military sense. Vishnu, what you have just spoken makes a lot of military sense. Because no self-respecting army, and not an army of 650,000, is going to sit content with this kind of a thing and sit back on his haunches. It will respond to something or the other. Today, Pakistan's capability to wage a conventional war is highly suspect. Maybe not more than 3 to 5 days or something like that. They don't have ammunition with them. The economy is in absolute shambles. But they have got one weapon in their quiver which no one can otherwise neutralize. And that is the doctrine of irrationality. And they have got an army chief at the moment who we saw from his attitude, his body language, his speech given out at that famous function with the Pakistani diaspora, that he is willing to take this to the next level only on an ideological plane. And he's probably seeking his second term in September this year and thinking that this is what is going to ultimately deliver that kind of extension to him. So he is possibly likely to retaliate, respond in some way or the other. It could be anything from just the anger which is being displayed at the line of control at the moment to a dud attack in some part of the Rajasthan desert or somewhere to say, I'm hearing a lot about this, to try and allege that we also have some terrorist camps, Baluch terrorist camps or something like that in our fold within India. No, this kind of a fake news story, they are quite adept at that kind of a thing can be put out. So at the end of it, something will happen. We cannot describe what exactly will. It's already being played out on the line of control. And sub-conventionally, Pakistan's options are still open. They may wish to take this into the next 2, 3, 4, or 6 months and think about another strike somewhere in Kashmir. That is why I am advising that this is the season of infiltration in Jammu and Kashmir. And Northern Command had better be completely on its toes to prevent a surge of terrorist strength inside the valley.
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. We need to be on alert for anything, including terrorist attacks. Thanks very much, General Hasnain. Always a pleasure speaking to you. We've got another great guest today. As you can see, we've just been able to get some of the finest minds and voices and thinkers, military, diplomats and others on Pakistan and the situation along our frontiers. Ajay Bisaria, former High Commissioner to Pakistan. Thanks, Ambassador Bisaria, very much for being with us.
Thank you, Vishnu. Great to join you here.
You would have studied the Pakistan Army Chief very closely. He was the DG of their ISI as well. He seemed to be entirely unpredictable. Is that the avatar that he seeks to create for himself, or is it genuine unpredictability which needs to be a cause of serious concern for us?
Yes, Vishnu. I think much of what we are seeing starting from Pahalgam to now is all about Asim Munir. And, this is an army chief who was beleaguered, who was in an internal crisis, and a strong driver for his behavior has been the internal crisis he faces and the attempt to use this crisis to bolster his position within the country. And that is why I would agree with General Hasnain that he is positioning himself to be an irrational actor. His risk appetite is much greater than that perhaps of his predecessor, and certainly more than that of the civilians. So you saw a bizarre situation unfold in Pakistan today, that when India offered in the Foreign Secretary's statement a de-escalation off-ramp, the civilians seemed to think it was a good idea by saying we've already done what we need to, and if India doesn't do anything else, we can get off. And the army comes and overrules them and says, no, we have to retaliate. So this is about a lot of this that we are seeing unfold is about an army chief trying to establish his internal position. And this is not new. We saw this, the early Musharraf attempt, Kargil, he got power through it. He had the parliament attack in 2001 when he felt his position was weak. His successor, Kayani, wanted to distance himself from Musharraf going soft. And so he did the Mumbai attack. So I think this is part of the same sort of syndrome in Pakistan, that a little skirmish with India, which he would hope to control, will re-establish his domestic position.
What is the off-ramp from here onwards for us?
Well, I think India did offer a clear off-ramp. Incidentally, I think our action demonstrated that India acted with a great deal of political courage, with military precision, with smart strategic communication. What India established was credible deterrence, established its doctrine of zero tolerance of terrorism, but also signaled an off ramp that India was also accompanying this escalation with a strong de escalatory instinct. And it was for Pakistan to accept that and say that they had already done whatever damage they claimed to have done. But right now, I think Pakistan is compelled to go into the second or third rung, if you will, of escalation. Pakistan will escalate this situation, and Asim Munir will be willing or waiting for the Indian blow that will come. So the attempt, of course, will be to operate below India's threshold of response. But if it exceeds India's threshold of response, India is going to be climbing the next rung of escalation, and that for Pakistan will be dangerous because the chances of a conventional war breaking out are strong, where Pakistan is much weaker than India.
Ambassador Pisari, are you satisfied with the international reaction which we've had not just today, but over the past few days in terms of supporting India in our fight against terrorism? Couldn't some of the language, including from our closest allies, including the United States, have been stronger?
I would read the international situation as a good deal of support for India. And if you read between the lines, what the Americans told us and the others told us was essentially, do what you have to. We understand. We support your campaign against terrorism, but please contain it. Don't let it escalate beyond a point. And really speaking, you won't expect any other kind of advice. Nowhere is anyone condemning Indian action or questioning Indian action. It is supporting Indian action or against the terrorists in the first instance, but saying after that it is a dangerous situation and ought to be de-escalated. So I would read this as broad support. I would argue that in the trajectory of this century, the support has gone stronger as countries have recognized India's legitimate right to react to terrorism, and also realize the kind of challenge India faces from Pakistan. So I would say that there is a broad recognition of India's right. There will also be now, as we climb the escalatory ladder, a strong push from the global community to try to ask both countries to de-escalate, which is understandable.
In fact, that was my next question. The Russian Foreign Ministry has said, and I quote, "We're deeply concerned about the aggravation of military confrontation between India and Pakistan. We urge the parties involved to show restraint." France has come out with a statement. France deeply concerned about the latest developments, calling for de-escalation and the protection of civilians. So, the two major countries over here, others would have said the same thing. Look, it's time to bring the tensions down. Who does that in a situation like this? How do you bring tensions down in a situation like this? Because essentially what you're looking to do is to right-size Indian military action, saying that this is as much as we want it to be and no more, when we are dealing with an unpredictable person or unpredictable system on the other side of the boundary. And then if Pakistan retaliates, there's nothing that stops us from again retaliating, and then you're going up that escalation matrix.
Absolutely. I think this is the critical challenge, and this is the classical challenge. And if you study the example of the last time around between Pulwama and Balakot, and after Balakot, there was a Pakistani response, but we lucked out by having a off-ramp for Pakistan in the sense that the Indian pilot was down and India threatened to escalate, and Pakistan decided to de-escalate by handing the pilot back. But that was something where the global community stepped in and amplified India's message and made it quite clear to Pakistan it was not in their interest to escalate. So what we are facing now is a potential situation of Pakistan escalating to the next level, India, escalating further as a reaction to that, and therefore to break this chain, there will be certainly a lot of global pressure particularly on Pakistan, because Pakistan's claims that its escalation is imminent, and thereafter, a temptation for Pakistan Pakistan ought to be incentivized to accept the off-ramp that India has already offered in terms of saying that these are non-escalatory measures. These are targeted only at terrorists, not at the Pakistan military or civilians. Pakistan will have to is possibly going to invent a fiction of some terrorist targets in India or attack military installations, which would cross India's threshold. And therefore, it's a dangerous situation. And I think the world will take note, must take note, and try and restrain Pakistan from doing something really crazy.
Ambassador Bisaria, thanks very much for being with us. I'm now joined by Air Marshal Anil Khosla, the former Vice Chief of Air Staff. Thanks very much for being with us. In terms of some of the technology which has been used, Scalp cruise missiles, we've used drones as well. This was technology not available to us even a couple of years ago. During Balakot, we had to cross the line of control in order to make the hits. On this occasion, we likely didn't need to do that. How has this new technology been key in us hitting our targets? Because from the video that we've seen, and it's been independently confirmed, all of the hits went through. All of the strikes went through.
Yeah, Ashnu very rightly brought out. Actually, from Balakot time to now, in the last 6 years, Indian Air Force capability in terms of precision and strike and in terms of platforms, weapons, has really grown manifold. And the result you're seeing now. So if you compare Balakot and this action which has taken place today, there is a bit of similarities, but the similarities are only that, the time of attack is middle of the night, and terrorist camps have been attacked. That's where the similarity ends. And now if you see in Balakot, one target was attacked here, 9 targets were attacked simultaneously, and some as deep as 100 kilometers plus. So that sort of, and with exact precision, I mean, with no collateral damage, the whole planning has been done, the whole execution has been done, keeping in mind that only the target, that is a terrorist camp, are destroyed and not there is no collateral damage to civilians. Although these some of these camps are surrounded by civilian areas, and all this has been done without even crossing the LOC or IB. So that is how the technology has come up in terms of Rafale aircraft, in terms of Scalp and hammer, the weapons which we have got with standoff and precision, loitering ammunition. So a whole gambit of it has been employed, and employed very, very effectively.
Air Marshal Khosla, there have also been some reports of the Indian Air Force having taken hits. I don't want to get into that or dwell too much because the government hasn't really come out with details. But my question to you is, in as large an operation like this, particularly when you've got the Pakistan Air Force, which is in many senses a near peer, some sort of reaction from them would be expected, and losses on either side is something that is factored in when you go in for military operations, right?
Yeah, obviously, when you go in for operations, when punches are being exchanged across, the losses will be there. I mean, that is part of the game. But the idea is to restrict the losses to within acceptable limits. But having said that, even I heard these reports, and although official no confirmation, nothing has come, and I'm not privy to actually what has happened or what's gone on. But what I know is 2 or 3 things. One is that always, Pakistan is very active in misinformation and disinformation, and they quite a few times, they may issue statement and backtrack. In Balakot also, in one day they made 3 statements and backtracked, and now also, if you see, they made some statements and then backtrack like POWs and then say no POWs. So things like that. Second is, they're talking about 5 aircraft being destroyed. I mean, So very tall order, especially considering, Vishnu, that none of the aircraft has gone across. So what is you're not put your aircraft in the harm's way as well by going into enemy territory. And of course, they have BBR missiles, but to my mind, it doesn't. Third thing is, whatever visuals I've seen, which are being reported from the ground as aircraft, they all look like drop tanks to me. And drop tanks, dropping drop tanks are a very common thing in a air combat. When you're going into a combat, you drop the drop tank so that the aircraft is agile. It's a very common thing. So keeping these things in mind, I feel that it is a case of mis or disinformation. But the truth will come out in a few days as the fog of war lifts.
Air Marshal Khosla, the Air Force would be particularly alert tonight and perhaps the next few nights, because the possibility of escalation is intense. And chances are, if there is an escalation, it could be strikes by Pakistan, whether it's missiles or airstrikes or both. So could you, as a former Vice Chief, tell us, the sense of tension, the sense of alert, the deployment of assets, squadrons ready, aircraft armed? What would be the broad situation scenario in our air bases?
Yeah, anytime when things heat up, first thing is the air defense alert, which takes place, as soon as the trigger event or whatever event happens. And that would have happened 15 days back, because knowing that the things are heating up. So AD alert is on. And once you have decided and you planned this, that once you hit, after that it's a full alert. The whole, all the three services are on alert, the AD is alert, the aircraft are ready, the forces are ready. I'm not only the Air Force, Army, Navy, everyone is ready. And not only that, even all the other agencies are told, like you take the case of all the airports have been closed in the northern area. So civil aviation is affected. It's a whole of country effort. So once the event happens, thereafter the message goes quickly and the system is in place to inform everyone, okay, now we have to be in alert mode. And this time, Vishnu, if you notice, there is a very subtle difference between Balakot and this time. Balakot, we achieved tactical surprise by, keeping everything secret and keeping everything normal, means every activity. But in this case, if you see, we have gone in with the, what should I say, without any secrecy, to the extent Prime Minister, and it's being announced that civil defense will be activated on 7th. That's a sort of an indication, yeah, we're coming in. So that sort of confidence that has come on because of the earlier question which you asked, the technology which has come in. There is no need to cross the border, and from this side itself, we can engage the targets and engage in a very precise way. So that is the basic difference between the earlier and now. Of course, the whole country is ready in case the escalation is there. On Pakistan side, so be it, because our patience has run out and they have crossed a big red line by attacking civilians, unarmed civilians, in front of their wives and children, that too men, on religious grounds.
Yeah, absolutely horrific. Air Marshal, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. It's been a huge day for the Indian Air Force. We'll take a short break at this stage, come back with more intelligent conversation with real experts who know the India-Pakistan situation inside out. Do stay tuned, there's more coming up.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics.
I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters.
All right, a huge day for India, Operation Sindoor. Massive strikes into Pakistan. We've hit multiple targets in Kotli, Muzaffarabad, Bahawalpur. These are just a few of them. 9 broad areas which were struck. Each area had individual targets. So in total, approximately 20-odd targets. We're joined by strategic affairs expert Brahma Chelani at this stage. Dr. Chelani, what do we do from here onwards? Do you believe that there is a possibility of escalation? And if there is, that India needs to strike back, or should India look for an off-ramp having achieved what we have?
The Indian strikes on Pakistan, Vishnu, were dramatic. This was the largest aerial assault on Pakistan in more than half a century. Pakistan hasn't faced this kind of aerial attack since the 1971 war. But let's be clear that Pakistan will hit back and hit back in an equally dramatic fashion, just the way it hit back after the Balakot airstrike. Our decisive moment is coming. When Pakistan responds, will India hit back or will it balk? When Pakistan hit an Indian military base after Balakot and dropped bombs elsewhere in J&K, we did not use that opportunity to hit back. This time, the conditions are different. There's a geopolitical environment that's favorable to India. No country has criticized India's military strikes. No country has criticized even India's action in pausing the Indus Waters Treaty. And more importantly, we have a national consensus in India, which we didn't have in 2019. And let's be clear on one other thing, that hitting 9 terror camps is not going to end Pakistan's cross-border terrorism. In fact, in anticipation of India's strikes, Pakistan had emptied almost all the terror camps. And of course, the terrorists are expendable to the military generals of Pakistan. They're cannon fodder. We have not inflicted costs on the terror masters, the puppeteers. We have decided to hit the puppets. And therefore, when Pakistan retaliates, let's be clear, they will not be hitting terror camps in India because there are no terror camps in India. They'll be hitting military facilities in India. At that point, if India balks, then whatever we have gained from this morning's strikes will be lost. So that will be the decisive moment for the government of India. Will it impose costs on Pakistan, on the terror masters? If Pakistan strikes Indian military facilities, it provides an opportunity for India to pay back in the same coin by hitting the Pakistan military establishment.
I'm joined also by Ambassador Leela Punappa, former Deputy National Security Advisor to the government. Thank you, ma'am, very much for being with us. Do you see an off-ramp to this, or do you believe that this could escalate and the tension could continue indefinitely? Ambassador, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
I said, regardless of which way one assesses the possibilities, it is speculative. So I think there's a full range of options. But I think what I would like to point out is that the way India has responded to the Pahalgam massacre did not start with a military operation or the anti-terror operation that was undertaken last night. it started with measures that would affect common people. The abeyance of the Indus Waters Treaty, the kind of holding back of the Chenab waters that we demonstrated, and which was seen in a whole range of photographs, with the water level down to a very low level. Either that or major flushing, which would mean a surplus of water. And then the scenes of the Pakistanis returning to Pakistan, some of whom were leaving families behind and claimed they had nobody to go to back in Pakistan. I think ultimately we need to look for a two-stage kind of thing. One is the kind of attack on the terrorist bases and headquarters that took place last night or early this morning. And the other is really getting the Pakistani people out onto the streets to say this kind of support to terrorism is enough. No more and opposing fundamentalism. I think when you have a conjoining of those two elements or those two forces, perhaps you might see a different kind of response from Pakistan. Right now, I think given the kind of mentality or the mindset that the Pakistan Army chief demonstrated in that strange speech he made to the overseas Pakistanis gathered in Islamabad, the mentality of the Pakistan Army will prevail. And they would then really want to do a tit-for-tat kind of thing. As Brahma has just pointed out, there are no terror camps over here, so who would they hit? Now, one interpretation could be that the very intensive firing on the LOC right now which really started before last night's strikes, is in a way Pakistan's way of saying, well, yes, we have taken responsive action. But I think there will be a temptation, there will be an urge, certainly in the thinking of the Pakistan Army, if not of the government, which really doesn't take these security decisions, to go for some kind of escalation.
Yeah. All right, well, I'd like to thank you both very much for being with us. These are tense times, and I think the possibility of an escalation, at least for the moment, is something that we need to look at very, very closely. We leave you with this report from my colleague Shiv Arur, who spent more than a week now in Kashmir and the last several days looking to be close to the line of control or at the line of control. He was in some parts of Poonch which have been hit very heavily by Pakistani shelling. Several people have lost their lives in this area. It is a cause of huge concern. This was Shiv Arur from a little while earlier today.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are two houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These two houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. Complete damage over here, Vishnu. If you can see that these two houses, I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly, targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets.
एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक.
हाँ. और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है. रात के 2 बजे का मसला है. तो उससे ये घायल हो गए. तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं. मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे. 2 बजे सोए होते हैं.
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ. हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे. 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए. उधर इधर लगे भागने. क्या करते भाग?
सर इधर आइए एक सेकंड. सर आप यहाँ रहते हैं, नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का।
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे।
आपने सुना ये जब ये
वो
हुआ था?
बहुत आवाज सुना।
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये जिस
शेल
की थी जी।
अच्छा,
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे, एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे।
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे हैं मेरे ख्याल में इसमें।
अच्छा,
दो लगे।
जख्मी लोग बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामूला भेज दिए। बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में भेज।
बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी, हमने उसको देखा नहीं है। सुबह हम खुद डरे थे, हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे। इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं, सेफ्टी है ही नहीं। क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है माल का।
आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे, किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती, बैंकर ही नहीं है।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World,